Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, as we are here today, suited and all, for what is sure to be a match that we've already seen before, and we are honored to see again. Hunters LFO will be taking on MercenarieZ in the upper bracket finals of the day, and of course, in the lower bracket finals, we have Esports versus Retrograde. And boy, howdy, that first game alone is one hell of a doozy. How do you feel, Biren?
Thank you so much for the warm welcome, Blackjack. And trust me, boy, we are in for a very, very long ride. We all know for a fact that on the last Pro Series edition, the Spring edition, Monkey Hunters LFO took down MercenarieZ in a best of five, which was resulted into the favor of Monkey Hunters LFO 3-0. And boy, oh boy, I'm not gonna hold my words. There would be some kind of like a vengeance coming in from the side of mercenaries. There will be
Oh, yes.
in a ride for vengeance. We'll be taking a look for the overall format of this particular tournament. That will be the first qualifier run up from the 1st of July to the 4th of July. Talking about qualifiers two from the 7th of July up till 10th of July, and of course the playoffs which are getting broadcasted from the 6th of July up till 24th of July.
Yep. And, well, this entire tournament, of course, is being fought by the players for a fair number of things. First and chief most, the prize pool. As you can see, $2,500 divided between the top four spots. And these top four spots are exactly what we are going to start determining today. In fact, the loser of that Esports retrograde game, excuse me right there, I mixed up the words, is going to be placed number 4, and they're going to be getting $300. Number 3, which will be
Yeah.
decided, I believe, tomorrow, will be getting 400, and the first and second from the grand finals will be getting 1,200 and 600 United States dollars, respectively. But mind you, these aren't the only things that they are fighting for. The other thing that they are fighting for, and arguably the one that's, a little bit more on the long haul of the Pro Series, as it were, are the SA Nationals points, which are divided between the top 8. In fact, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th positions have already gotten their points as of today's match, in fact, and they'll be getting
Yeah.
2 points for 5th and 6th and 1 point for 7th and 8th. And meanwhile, now we're going to see which team today is going to walk away with 4 points to the names once again. Retrograde currently holds 4, Kid Sports holds 6, Hunters LFO hold 10, and MercenarieZ hold 8. But will that order be disrupted? Well, we will have to find out. Mind you, like Bullet said, MercenarieZ will definitely have a chip on their shoulder after the grand finals BO5 from the last time, and their journey this time around, as we will see in the brackets that'll go live in your screens in just a second. Oh, their journey has been a strong one indeed.
Definitely we'll be taking a look at the brackets, how these, all of the teams who are in almost, I would say, the end stage of the tournament right now, how these all the team fought off. Talking about Kira Esport, they took down on Mia, then they lost against Monkey Hunters LFO. They went to the lower brackets, then also like they have just fighting it off, and then now fighting off with Retrograde now a second matchup. But the first and the most important one, I would say, for now, Monkey Hunters LFO up against MercenarieZ. And look at MercenarieZ. I would say like they are undefeated in the entire tournament. It's like the vice versa, if
Mm-hmm.
I'm not wrong. A Blackjack, Monkey Hunters LFO was undefeated in the last edition, and it's now MercenarieZ
Yep.
undefeated in this time around. So this undefeated glory will go on up till when? That's the question mark right there. But you know what? We are in for like a finale action. Last time around it was the finale, and this time around it's the upper bracket decider matchup between both these teams. So I'm not really sure who's gonna win, but we'll be taking a shot. We'll be taking a look at the map veto shortly, and the decision of maps, who's gonna ban which one, who's gonna pick which one. That's gonna be very very important.
Yep.
So
Yep. Yep.
it feels like, of course, there will be some target bans around the maps here and there. Definitely some target bans around the operators here and there. But the main thing is that it's like everything is on the line for both of these teams. Taking a look at the map veto on our screens going live shortly. There you go. We have it, folks. The maps. MercenarieZ picking up clubhouse banning border.
Ooh.
Cafe getting banned by Monkey Hunters LFO, Theme Park getting banned by Mercenaries, Decider going on Oregon.
Hmm.
Oh, Villa. Oh, there you go. There you go. I saw it yesterday only. They will ban Villa. Okay, boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy. Skyscraper. I guess Skyscraper is our first map, Blackjack, and the second one will be the Clubhouse, which has been picked up by Mercenaries. Not
Yes,
really sure
indeed.
about Clubhouse, Blackjack, but Hunters LFO and Skyscraper. Boy, oh boy. We are in for a ride, bro. We are in for one hell of a ride. That's all
Oh,
I can say.
absolutely.
That's all I can say.
Yeah, no, I have to agree with you there. We are definitely in for a ride on that skyscraper map. Hunters bringing it out. You'd rarely see mercenaries go to skyscraper, so this should be very interesting for them as well. How they see and react to the hunters pick that is skyscraper, and on the other side, excuse me, clubhouse being brought out by mercenaries. Interesting decision to bring clubhouse, but then again, hunters did ban chalet. If you caught the second half past the decider, that is Oregon. The first map that showed up after Oregon was Chalet, and in fact, it is banned today. Hunters, knowing full well that letting mercenaries go to Chalet in any way, shape, or form is a death sentence for any team on that map. Mercenaries are simply too good. And mind you, Hunters aren't half bad themselves on Chalet. But against mercenaries, even they have
Yeah,
historically struggled in several matches. Skyscraper, on the other hand, like we said, not a map that you see mercenaries go to often. So hunters definitely have the upper hand advantage there, and they'll be looking to exploit that to its fullest. The decider map, Oregon and SA Classic. Both teams are very familiar with that decider map. Hell, both teams are very familiar with Clubhouse as well. So map number 2 is going to be very exciting, but more importantly, very, very crucial, because skyscraper mercenaries, if they're able to scrape out a win, then my goodness, that second map becomes all the more important for Hunters LFO. But again, like I said, we've not really seen mercenaries on Skyscraper, so it's going to be very interesting to see
yeah,
how they react to map
yeah.
one, and thereby, with that information in hand, how they go about to play on map 2 Clubhouse.
Yeah, talking about the map of Skyscraper recently got reworked. After the rework, personally I feel it's a very very complex map to even attack on and even to defend upon. There are so many I would say penetrable walls here and there, especially the horizontal one. Not even talk about the vertical line of sights. The horizontal ones, if you got the right I would say amount of hard breaches on your attacking team, you can make so many lines of sight toward the side of Dragon Hallway, toward the side of barrels. There's so many entry points here and there. You can just take defenders from any particular angle which you want. Of course, talking about the side of defender, they need to have operators like Kai, they need to have operators like Bandit, and then comes the question, right, Blackjack? When we see the operator bans, there will be some target bans here and there to some gain the additional advantage here and there, to just grab onto their intel, to just grab onto the overall push coming in from the side of attackers. So yeah, I'm just waiting for the matchup to begin. And if I want to ask you, Black, what do you think? What do you expect from some of the players? If you talk about the stats, thanks to guys like Music J, thanks to guys like Leonard, we
Hmm.
got some amazing stats. Talking about the highest KD, especially talking about Jittery, 26 kills in this edition of the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition. Sandy coming with 26, Beat also coming with 24. So, three of the guys from the side of Monkey Hunters having the most kills in the entire tournament. Talking about the overall
Yep.
player rating, we have Ion from the side of Mercenaries, 1.47. So, some very, very interesting stats, but, of course, stats say a lot, but when it comes to Monkey Hunters versus Mercenaries, we are just going blind with the stats. But anything can happen, anything can change in the course of the time. Not really sure. We are just waiting, and I am right now holding my horses, just not trying to stream on the mic with those insane plays coming from both of the teams. I'm sure there are going to be some amazing clutches. I'm sure there are going to be some amazing trade offs coming in. Even we will lose our control of words. Trust me on this one. It's that kind of match you are just about to witness.
Oh, absolutely, I agree with you there. And speaking of clutches, actually, in the top clutches or most number of clutches by a single player in the Pro Series Summer Edition, thanks to, of course, once again, the information provided by Leo, we have Ion with 3. And mind you, that's not to say that Hunters LFO haven't clutched the players they definitely have, but Ion definitely seems to have a higher frequency of clutches. That's what that statistic shows. Meanwhile, Sparko, 6 plants in the Pro Series Summer Edition. That's Well, for SA, that's actually a lot because you don't see that many plants in that many sites in that many matches because
True,
most of the
true.
times they're playing for picks or, one side gets too over aggressive, they get punished. You get the point. It happens now and again. But that's just a little bit of more context going into the match. Jittery, in fact, has is currently going on a +5 entry, as in he's got more entry kills than he's died on entry as well. KOST wise beat Nayan 77% shared between the two players. So again, these two teams are very much neck and neck in the summer series. In some areas they're pulling ahead, in other areas the other team is pulling ahead. It's always a case of back and forth between both of these teams here. And that is exactly what we are here to see. It's going to be a tough fight and a long fight at that. So strap in, folks. We hope you've got, some popcorn, some drinks ready, and we hope you're ready to sit here for the long run, as we are going to be here for a while with this scintillating match between the two teams. Again, that skyscraper map, I'm just thinking about it, like whatever hunters could do. You have, of course, the sites that are second floor tea room and karaoke and the exhibition office site.
Yeah,
Geisha is going to be very important. Geisha, the drum
true.
corridor, those two are going to be very important. Dragon terrace is going to be very, very important for both sides. And I feel like with hunters there's going to be a lot of horizontal extensions, but I also feel like we should probably expect a pulse from them because well, as we saw with them on border, verticality is something that hunters actually really emphasizes on, and skyscraper has
True.
a lot of wooden
Yes.
floors.
Yes. Yeah, yeah. But talking about especially the side of Geisha, if you got the plus on your defense, you can give
Hmm.
a lot of intel. Even though you're only having one C4 to your side, but you can give out a lot of intel if somebody is even pushing to the exterior balcony. Talking about the side of tea room, toward the side of, I would say, even the lounge area. When you go toward the side of work office, even talking about my personal preference over here, talking about the work office, going toward the side of exhibition. That's also a very very particular good spot to get the entry point upon. Try to go in for the plant and then push in towards the side of dragon statue. So these are some of the areas where you can just go in and just play pulse. And even though I would say pulse हो गया बहुत सारे ऐसे operators that I would talk about, like they can get you those vertical intel that okay, this particular guys are pushing from here, these two guys are pushing in from here. You can just not go for the kill to just read out their overall composure of the team. Where are they pushing in from? Where are they gonna just go in for a overall a flank? Maybe, who knows, the attackers can go in for a rotate. So I would say, like, yeah, we have seen Monkey Hunters LFO playing like very very extensively and focusing towards the side of verticality, but I feel like on towards the map of skyscraper, boy oh boy, there are going to be some very very, I would say, straight up picks coming in, not emphasizing too a lot on the utility. Yes, I think so they will, but let's see what their own decisions will be, because man, in the end it's Rainbow Six Siege. I say on this, I say this particular line on every broadcast I cast. You cannot really predict things in Rainbow Six Siege. It's very hard to predict things because in every inch of a second, in every fraction of seconds, things just changes around. Like tables turn here and then you can't even know what's happening, what's exactly going on, what's exactly going to happen. So that's the case, right? For the first a map of skyscraper, I guess mercenaries would be attacking first, right, Blackjack? Mercenary
Yep,
would be
yep, yep, they
attacking.
are.
Yeah, mercenary would be attacking. So it's very interesting to see. So I guess like you said, Blackjack, mercenary monkey hunters LFO. I'm really sorry. Like to emphasize a lot on verticality. So we might see a pulse span, we can see a pulse span, but
Hmm.
that also focus upon that mercy need to have a a very good a very good share of favorable rounds in the attacking only. So they can they need to do 4-2, maybe need to even do 3-2, just to have that lead, just to have that momentum on their side. So when they go on defense, they know that they have definitely gone for a pulse span. Talking about the bans, talking about the operator bans, I feel so definitely Mira would be banned. I like in skyscraper still. I think Mira is a very very viable operator
Yeah,
that can provide you a lot of advantage.
yeah, yeah.
We might see a Melusi ban, because we have seen Monkey Hunters LFO. Some of the players, like I guess it's what Zitri or Sandy in the last Community Cup only, or the last Pro Series edition only, playing a lot of Melusi. And some of the areas around the map of skyscraper, you can place the Banshee traps really well, so you can just slow down the attackers for milliseconds of the time, because by now after the Banshee has been a little bit nerfed, I would say. You can just melee it out when the flowers come out, so you can just shoot it out and destroy that. So yeah, I think Melusi can be banned. So what do you think, Blackjack? Which are some of the operators you think can be banned from both of the teams?
I'm pretty sure Mira is definitely going to be banned. I mean, it's a given at this point, right? No team really wants to fight against the Mira. And
Yeah,
while Hunters, they've definitely shown that they're more than capable of handling a Mira, and so have Mercenaries. I feel like on Skyscraper, Mercenaries might end up banning the Mira just to play it safe, take away as much from Hunters as you possibly can. But at the same time, like you said, that Pulse becomes a very viable pick for the second floor sites. And then how do you how do you go about playing against the Pulse? Because then you need downstairs roam. But if Hunters are gonna invest in a Pulse anyway, they're probably gonna have somebody roaming with him to protect that player, and that's probably gonna be a Malusi, maybe a Jaeger, maybe even Wamai if they're feeling a little adventurous, as it were. Depends on who picks what operators, right? And that is of
yeah.
course what we need to see as to which team does what once we go into the match. And we will. Don't worry, folks. We're just waiting on the players to join into the lobby. As soon as they do, seems like they already
Yeah.
have. All right, so we're going into the match right here. And now, no delays. We're going straight to the ban phase. Mercenaries versus Hunters LFO. Hunters LFO. Wow, my tongue got stuck there if you couldn't tell. Hunters with the first ban of the map. They are defense first after all, and it is going to be Thatcher. I mean, attacker bans, no real point in predicting a whole lot. The Thatcher ban to start us off. Mercenaries have the second ban of the day.
Sure. On the side of I would say mercenaries, they can go for a Hibana ban. I don't know why, but I feel like they might ban Hibana because you already have like what thermite ace. But no, there you have it, folks. They go for a flourish ban. Of course, those explosive
Hmm.
drones provide a lot of, I would say, a utility to just go on destroy some of those gadgets from the side of defenders. And of course I think they want to just avoid that. And of course when it comes to like banning Flores, then you have to like play a lot of Twitch, and I have seen some of the players from Mercedes playing Twitch. There you have it. Mercedes is also banning Kaid.
Hmm.
It was pretty obvious that they're gonna ban Kaid, but that comes down to the question of there are going to be a lot of players coming in from the side of defenders playing Bandit, Mute, of course, Smoke, to just deny some of those plants, and also deny like Mute and Bandit. Talking about Mute and Bandit, they can also deny a lot of intel coming in, a lot of hard breach charges like thermite charges, ace charges, even Havana's carrier pellet. For now, of course, Hunters LFO will go for a Valk ban. There you have it: Kaid, Valk, Flores, Thatcher. I thought for a second like why Flores, but then in the end I it just came into my mind. It's Skyscraper. There's some of the very tight spaces where you can target some of the defenders. So mercenaries have I have to say mercenaries have gone for an overall balanced ban. Like you don't want to like be on the either side. Like okay, we have to win some of the majority of the attacking rounds. Okay, we have to win some of the majority of the defenders. So they have gone for a very, I would say, a balanced overall, a balanced ban. Just to keep that balance.
Hmm. Excuse me out there. You caught me drinking water there. Well,
No issue.
anyhow, with all that out of the way, the site seems to be first floor barbecue and kitchen. Okay, already going for a different site than you would expect from Hunters LFO. I mean, that is exactly what we expect around these parts, folks. Hunters with their odd plays, different sites that you normally wouldn't see teams pick in an orthodox match. And with all that being said, we're going to be going straight to round number one for this match that is now underway. So let's have a look at the 10 players in the lobby for us today. Mercenaries
Oh,
in the attacking blue corner. It is MI7, Hasib, Ayan, Fatar, and Taha. And on the other side, we have Hunters LFO defending in the orange corner, coming in as the defending champions of the spring series into now reclaiming their title for the summer series. It is Sparko, Jittery, Sandy, Rattler, and Beat. And like we expected, you can see already setup going up all the way to second floor. They're setting up karaoke, they're setting up geisha with the rotates, with of course the lines of sight. You've got the castle to close off important thoroughways and doorways that the attackers would like to go through. Mercenaries, of course, with their droning, they will be going through all of this on their drones. They'll be seeing it. They'll be thinking, okay, this is what they're doing. This is how we can counter them. They've got plenty of soft breach with Ayan's grenades, with Taha, with the sledge, and of course with Hasib, the Zofia. As we have, looks like bathroom will be one of the first areas that they might emphasize on. It's an important place, mind you, very close to the site. However, they also need to take care of second floor, and they're going to go for the long roam clear right about now. Absolutely not trusting the Hunters one bit. They know full well that Hunters LFO will be extending all over the place, having roamers, defenders, wherever possible, wherever they think an attacker might be. And there we go. The first one happens, and it's Jittery with the first kill. Fatar goes down, nearly finds the second, but Thao comes around. The Fatar, excuse me, is still alive. MI7 went down. Mixed up my operator names there, player names, but one kill for each. And that's Jittery, but more so, that's MI7, the Maverick, down.
The Maverick down, no canisters coming into play for the Red Power. See playing that Zofia goes for the recharge, destroy that particular castle bulletproof barricade. Right now they are still onto a decision, like where they want to push up or more. Looks clear that they're going to go towards the side of the city and try to get over the angle, but they go. Right now having the perfect angle. I guess that can be. Oh, he goes for the shotgun. But there you go. Taha hope he gets right. And two of the important guys, I said Jittery also went down, Rat also going down. He's going to rely on Beat and Sparko. Talking about Sparko, we have seen Sparko coming back for the matches, and even though Sparko, I guess he has played compared to like other players and the other teams, like he has played fewer matches, but still he's on the top of the leaderboard when it comes to the overall last player. I would say touches. Talking about the kills, but there you have it. Beat going for the SMG11. Sandy also picking up Ayan in the same time. So it's going to be a little bit of trouble coming in for the side of Mercenaries to push in towards the side of the Spectral Dragon hallway. Still, Sandy making sure nobody's coming on towards a particular door. Still making sure that Sparko gets the kill. There you have it, folks. Sparko coming back here and there for those kills. Fatar all left in a 1v3 spot. Fatar, I would say, he's a very, very, I would say, good player, but still in a 1v3 when you don't have the HP, you can say that he's already down to 20% of the HP. Even I can say 30% if I'm not correctly sure. But yeah, 30% on HP. Then you have Beat holding out this particular door. Sandy there. There you have it. Sandy picks up the final kill with that UMP. Oh, that's gonna be super shorty coming in, but exactly switched to the UMP. He had that sound cue coming in, and he took the final kill. Of course, I would say how the entry went in towards the side of the exhibition area. It was like, oof, this was like, I'm like, what just happened over there? They went in for a little bit of aggressive play. You lost Jittery, you lost Beat in the course, but still you have the round in your hand. It all comes down to, even though you are not having that man advantage, that's one thing. Even then, when the momentum is not just getting there in that particular round, the attack is not able to just converge onto that. It feels like, yeah, of course, I know for a fact that it's round number one only. We cannot judge on that for just one particular round, but a very good round, of course, coming in from both the teams. They got, I would say, equal amount of kills from both the sides when it comes to the overall round play. But yeah, it was in the end Monkey Hunters LFO to win that one.
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, I mean, the three players who were still on second floor, they had all of their crosses, right? One was inside of Tea Room, holding off the door that comes in from the Dragon side. And of course, there were two players watching the door from Drum. One was the Jaeger Sparko, and the other was the SMG-11 of Rattler. Just waiting in the wings, right? They had a shield there, they had everything ready and waiting for the Mercenaries push, and they completely shut them down every way to Sunday, even though they lost two bodies in the initial bit of the round. Mind you, Jittery, despite going down, absolutely took MI7 down with him before he went down. He was fully prepared to commit to that hold in exhibition office, because that's what he was there for, to waste time, to take kills, knowing full well that Mercenaries would be very aggro on him. That definitely did not help Mercenaries, given the way Hunters are fully prepared for Skyscraper. It is very obvious that they have come in absolutely ready for a show. As in the meanwhile, once again, horizontal extension, towards the exhibition office side. Zofia LMG firing away. Hasib wants one, does get the shots being fired back by Beat. The Melusi inside of office. Salmo's coming in to try and open up a little line of sight somewhere, but you have those mute jammers to worry about if you are trying to open up an area, a line of sight, whatever have you, any utility that you will be putting into the building, a mute jammer will definitely be close by. Beat now droned out. MI7 sending a grenade to take care of the Geisha Walls mute jammer, and that one should be opened any second now. Sandy setting up a line of sight in the setting up a line of sight As again, lots of breaching, lots of utility dumping going on, and we're at a minute 50. Mercenaries are slowly making headway, but the question is, will they be able to find a couple of bodies here? Because that's what they really need if they want to take it up against the Hunters. Ion taking damage, but Rattler's gonna find him anyway. That's the Finka down. Huge kill.
Yeah, huge kill coming up right there. Ayan, I would say the Finka bring down. That's the LMG on the first case. That's going to be a drill surge. No more drill surges. No more nanobots coming into the play. Taha taking the entry towards side of delivery area. Might go up to the second floor with the red stairs. Or might even go for the main stair where the Rattler is holding down. But facing on the SMG now, that's not a good try for now. Sparko still holding on towards the side of Kisha. Taha might go for a grenade. I think so. Towards the side of Sparko, but that particular hatch, it's going to be a little bit tricky. Fatah also making the pressure toward the side of Sparko. I guess they know for a fact that, yeah, Sparko is still right there holding that particular angle, but if the grenade does not land properly, and there you have it, the grenade doesn't land properly, there you have it, line of sight being made. Going for those pre-fire. Sparko takes a little bit of damage. He backs out from that place. He knows that 40 seconds are still left on the clock. We need to hold our objective angles right. But there you have it. Sandy coming up with the kill on Fatar. Fatar goes down once again. But it was, in the end, Ayan to go down early. But this time around, it's going to be Fatar. I would say the AK-12 main, of course. Fatar has got some really good clutches in the previous Community Cup with that AK-12. For now, it's going to be Rattler yet again, holding on for Sada backstairs. Just trying to make sure nobody comes up. And there's going to be Taha. Faces a Rattler, goes down, makes it a 2v5. I would say Mercenaries, there you have it. Round number 2 also going into the favor of Monkey Hunters LFO. It feels like how just Monkey Hunters are holding down. That's one thing. But the amount of, I would say, the calmness, the composure, just having the cool that, man, it's our map. It feels like they have just practiced it all, like where these guys are going to come in from, how many of these, angles are going to be made up of. It feels like it's their own, they're owning the game right now. I know, it's just round number 2. Anything can happen. But till now, the Monkey Hunters LFO feels very confident. It's just like कि they are just waiting कि जैसे जैसे राउंड आगे बढ़ेंगे डिफेंस के हम और अपने नाम करते जाएंगे इनको. It feels like in the attacking, when you have Finka, when you have Zofia, I would say you have a lot of utility to coming into the play. Even I saw Yana coming to play even in the round number 1. You have a lot of nades to be played around, but in the terms of verticality, you can go for the kills. In the Gisa, you can go in for kills coming in from side of windows. I think that there needs to be more of the intel gathering, the drone work needs to be done more efficiently from the side of Mercenaries.
I'm pretty sure that Mercenaries' droning is being caught off. Once again, like we mentioned, the mute jammers and whatnot, maybe they need to, I'm not exactly sure what Mercenaries could do here, because again, you see the site being exhibition office. We've seen, Mercenaries come to this area for roam clear twice before, right? And I know roam clear and site push are two very different things. But the thing is, so much of the action happened around the Dragon Terrace and around that exhibition office that it is very hard to tell if Mercenaries are going to be able to push this site effectively because of the way Hunters have been set up here before. Now, the site being there changes things up significantly, but overall, the Hunters operator selection hasn't really changed much. You still have the Azami, you still have the Wamai, Mute, Melusi, and of course, the Jaeger for a lot of denial, a lot of reconstruction as well. So many of those shotguns will be in play. That is, of course, what Rattler's there for. You have impacts, you have the proximity alarms, and a C4 in Rattler's pocket just to, have every piece of utility, every piece of the puzzle still available. Now, that grenade, I don't think actually caught the meat jammer from below. I think it might have exploded a tad too early, which means the reinforcement will still be available. Rattler finds another one. That's Taha. That's the Nook. Oh, dear me. A little bit of a fringe play. What could have been is denied. Jittery finds one on the breach as well. That's Fatar down. Wow. My throat got caught so badly there. Ayan goes down. Beat finds the LMG player, and it's just completely falling apart. Mercenaries having no idea what to expect from Hunters LFO here.
Definitely have to agree upon that. Hasif trying to make his way towards the side of backstairs. Still, I guess they have a little bit of intel. We can see those yellow pings coming in from the side of attackers. as we spectate Hasib. Not really sure where are the defenders, as we can see the ADS coming to play, goes for a little bit of pre-fire here and there. But how, like you said, that Mercenary are being clueless right now. But I have to add that one point: the gunfights are getting into the favor of Hunter. That means that you gotta have that intel, right? Like, where are these guys just going upon, and you have to then win your particular gunfight. When you don't, you lose in your body count, and when you lose in your body count, then of course it affects the whole round. Hasib takes the opening kill for the side of Mercenaries, but they heard Rattler shuts him down very quickly with the retreat coming in. MI7 yet again. One guy left in the 1v4 situation, gets one, gets two, I guess, but no, it's gonna be shotgun coming into play from the side of Rattler, and he shuts down MI7. Round number 3 going in, the side of Hunters LFO yet again. I again can say this: the attack is looking a little bit dicey for the side of Mercenaries. How you just say, like you said, for the fact that of course on toward the side of exhibition here, there is a lot of play coming in from that side of Mercenaries. They're just going in for those attacking roamers, just hunt down roamers. But I can say that definitely how we are seeing the round, they're not able to get that one. So it's just, I would say, like,
Yeah.
they can just go to and stick to basics to push side, try to take some of the common entries, and then try to build a pressure on upon towards the side of Hunter itself. Of course, we are already now on round number 4. They got 3 rounds straight up, so this is gonna cost a lot of momentum going into the favor of Monkey Hunter setup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now, even if Mercenaries were to somehow swing this around and take 3 rounds back to back, that's still a 3-3. And going into the second half, you can just bet that Hunters have some sort of play absolutely prepared for when they go on the attack, right? So they are, firing on all cylinders right now, and there is very little that Mercenaries can actively do to stop them. The site is once again first floor, barbecue, and kitchen, but a lot of the setup is above on second floor. Now the question is, Mercenaries, what lessons have they taken from round 1? Because in round 1, a lot of the action happened on second floor, and in fact, no Mercenaries player was on the first floor. All of them died on 2F. One to Jittery, and then the rest to, of course, Sandy, Rattler, and Sparko. And they're going to try to avoid some of those mistakes, some of those gunfights that they ended up taking, some of the decisions that were made, because Hunters are definitely playing entirely vertical. And for, site retake, should anyone get into the building, into the site. But the thing is, Mercenaries, what they could do potentially is maybe pressure them by getting in the site first. You have these vertical angles, so, have somebody go up, take their attention away from the lines of sight, and maybe try and push into the site itself. There's one definitely defender inside of the site itself, but there's maybe going to be a second one if Jittery decides to go back. His position is given away towards the bedroom side of things, so he's going to be falling back towards the reception. That door will be opened any second now. The drones are spotting the remaining bits and pieces that are being put into place for the hold on second floor. But again, Mercenaries are just apprehensive about this. They don't exactly know what to do because they're very much finding it really difficult to intercept any of these defenders. Hasib, on the other hand, this could be an interesting play. Yep, they are surrounding the site, but here's Rattler with one, pushes out into the reception as well. That might be a good idea because the site itself is being pressured, and you have verticality. Sandy nearly saw one. There we go, reacting to the fact that he saw a couple of legs pass by that door. Pings are coming out from the defender camps as well. The Finca is down. So once again, Mercenaries are facing with a big disadvantage here.
Of course, man. No, sir, like I said on the round number 3 and round number 2, when your Finca goes down very early in the round. Still, Hunters LFO are just playing classic Siege overall. How we see it in the year 3, how we see it in the year 2. And after the rework, like I said, attack is so complex when it comes to Skyscraper. Rattler trying to find the head of Sophia. There he goes for the pre-fire as well. Rattler trying to get the cover from the side of particular column. Going for the grenade phase as well, but no, it's going to be weak to take a little bit of damage. Rattler goes down from the hands of, I guess it's going to be Fatar coming in, but no, it's going to be MI7 to take down Rattler. It's going to be Fatar to confirm. Sparko makes it a 3v3 to 9 seconds left on the clock. Equal body count after a long period of time, I would say, for both of the teams up till now. But there you have it. Jittery comes up with a flick, takes down Taha. How did you miss that? How did you miss that, Taha? 44 seconds left on the clock. I would say they can go in for a plant, but not really sure about it because we still have one player holding the vertical angle, and that's gonna be Sandy. And he comes for yet again once more, but in the end, it was Jittery to confirm up things for the side of Monkey Hunters LFO. I would say a very good round, a very good effort coming in for this time from the side of Mercenaries, even though for the last 2 rounds, I would say. But in the end, how some of these, vertical players, some of the vertical players are favoring in toward the side of Hunters LFO. Like you said, Blackjack, what are the lessons did they take? For both sides, I would say. Hunters LFO, last time on the side of round number two, round number one and round number two, we saw Mercenaries going for the Roman Hunt. The body count was equalized. They lost the equal amount of bodies, and then it was the 3v2 to be through here and there, and then they lost it, went towards the side of Hunters LFO. Now, this time around, nobody, I guess there was one guy going in, that was Taha, of course, going for the second floor approach, but in the end he was caught out. So that says a lot that they are just playing classic Siege, and it's favoring them. So nonetheless, you don't want to change your strats like this. It's having that advantage, is winning you rounds. So they are just sticking to that.
I mean, all things considered, yeah, Hunters, if it works and it gets you the wins in the rounds that are required, then why change, right? Why try to fix something that's not even broken to begin with? They had a flawless round here on second floor karaoke, so fully expect them to repeat, when it comes to what they will do this round. That foothold extension or foot level extension, right? Line of sight that's made into drum was so pivotal in the last time they came here, round number two, because we saw, I believe it was Fatar, who jumped into Geisha not knowing that there was somebody in drum still watching that, and that was, I believe, Jittery who got the drop. Yeah, somebody who got the drop, right, on Fatar, and he happened to be carrying the diffuser. So diffuser was dropped in the line of sight of defenders, so Mercenaries were completely caught with their hands in the cookie jar there because they simply could not get it back. They tried every whatever angle have you, but they were all doing solo peeks and solo plays, so it simply was not to be for them. They're gonna have to, once again, like in the last round, we saw them actually attempt to go for the site instead of, wasting so much time on roam clear, right? And while there was a very amicable attempt made, it simply wasn't enough. They simply could not get those defenders out of second floor, and that becomes a problem, right? Oh, looks like that first Kiba barrier didn't really go where Jittery might have wanted that to. A little unfortunate, but it is what it is. Shots fired, and Beat will go down first this time. That's the first time a body has gone in favor of the attackers here. Sandy's also DBNO, and the grenade will find him. There we go. Taha gets the kill, and there's another defender down. Hasib finds Rattler. Very aggressive from Mercenaries, but also very good because they're finding bodies left, right, and center, leaving only Sparko and Jittery, the last two standing.
Definitely just went in, and there you have it, folks. Jittery also taking down Ayan. Spark comes with a flag, but almost misses it. Almost down to 40% HP. Tahopi gets Sparko. That's going to be double kill coming in, but Tahopi finds another one. Triple kill coming in for the side of this guy, and the boy, oh boy. You know what just happened? They just like, man, we are down to 0-4. It's just our last two attacking round. We just go in. Let's just drone it out. Let's just try to find the Romas, and we will go all in. So there you have it, folks. Mercenaries now have the answer. You gotta go in aggressive, try to take down Hunters LFO here and there, try to just caught them off, try to just catch them off guard, and there you have it. They have their answer. You gotta go in very, very aggressive. You're gonna just stop Hunters LFO run. And 1-4, still there's a lot of space to be just conquered and make it a 4-4. And definitely it's gonna be the last attacking round for the side of Mercenaries. But I feel in a way, Blackjack, how after the rework, the attacking on the side of Skyscraper, from my extent, is very hard. And when Mercenaries will go onto the side of defense, we might see a tables turning into the favor of Mercenaries. But how have just, we saw Hunters LFO picking up Skyscraper, and then they went in 4-0. We can expect something else. But for now, 1-4 is the scoreline. Round number 6 going in. Sandy also again going for the Womai Jittery on Azami, the operator. Overall, the operator component looks very much the same because they are just able to win it specifically. But this time around, talking about the side of attackers, we are still getting picked. Of course, it was on the last round also. But Hasim going in for the knock pick. Of course, we have the attacker re-pick coming into play. It was introduced in Year 7, Season 1, the Ultimate Whale. So it's very, very, I would say, very very fruitful for the side of the attackers when just you are droning up the side in the prep phase. You can just decide and communicate with your teammates to what attackers you want to have into the play and try to just break through the defense of the defending team.
I mean, absolutely. A Nook with a play, an unorthodox play, as it were. That's what the Nook is usually used for. And a couple of grenades as well doesn't really hurt. The FMG might not be the best SMG in the world, but it's very reliable, very stable. And the overall damage it outputs is about average as well. So things, that you can, hope for in an SMG is in there, as Hasib will actually find one that's beat down. And once again, the first kill going to Mercenaries. They seem to have found something or the other about this Hunter's defense that they can take advantage of. Meanwhile, Sparko
nice.
doing a lot of distraction work right now, but just about slips away down the back stairs, and that's going to allow for the Jaeger to live longer in the round. Sparko's all the way down on the first floor, but there's somebody by that kitchen balcony, and that's Hasib. Jumps in, but wait, Hasib doesn't know where Sparko is, and Sparko doesn't know where Hasib is. He probably heard the jump in, but is not willing to peek that. The drone will have seen him though, and he's now going to have to evacuate. Shots are fired. Hasib trying to find the Jaeger, still unable to. Time is being wasted. That's what that's what Sparko's trying to do. Just take away time, but he's being surrounded left, right, and center, and shots are about to be fired towards him any second now. Ayan taking damage, but so does Rattler. Grenades are going out. Ayan taking damage once again. The Jaeger peeks and goes down, but Rattler finds MI7 on the other side. That's going to be the Twitch off the board. Rattler finds another. That's Ayan. The Ying is off the board. Fatar comes in, gets a trade. Jittery now down. Minute 10, and this is going to be a very close round, I feel like. Ooh, beautifully done, Rattler. Once again, Taha on the floor. He's single-handedly holding down drums, and the next one to come up is going to be Hasib in just a second here, as soon as he decides to peek this.
Boy, but Rattler just holding out with the SMG-11. The last 3 kills coming in. All from the side, I guess 2 kills coming in, sorry, from the side of Rattler. 44 seconds left on the clock. It's equalized 2v2 scenario. Right up here, see making his way slowly towards side of the executive area. Is already into the side of exhibition room. I guess Vomai doesn't know that there's somebody coming in from the side of back, like flanking him right now. There you have it. He takes a lot of damage, almost right on 10% HP, and there you have it, folks. 1v2 scenario. It all comes down to Rattler to clutch it out. He has the he can get it out. He can definitely try to go in for a clutch, but Fatar on AK-12 and Hasib on FMP, that's gonna make it very hard for them. Like, he gets one. Go for a shotgun. He can go for a monster. He can go. It's actually quad. He can go for the kill. A very good round coming in from the side of Hunters LFO. Very good effort being made. So actually, it was almost ace clutch coming in from the side of Rattler. But what a hold, man. What a play coming in from this guy with the SMG-11. With that C4, I would say that was a very, very clever plant coming in from the side of Mercenaries. That common plant is always there, but he went for a very different plant, I would say, space area. So almost if even Rattler had the sound, maybe he could have gone for a shotgun pre-fire, like just to go in. But in the end, it was just AK-12 guy to just clutch it out. For now, the scoreline will be 4-2. Man, oh man, that particular round just turned things like it is getting heated up now. The cylinders are getting fired from both the sides, I would say. Blackjack, how the round was so close. Now, of course, as the pro league rule applies, now we have the attackers and defenders swapping sides. Mercenaries will be defending for the next round. Hunters LFO, boy oh boy, they have made it 4-2. The last 2 rounds coming in from the side of Mercenary. The first round with King of Black, of course, it was a very, very beautiful push coming in from the side of Mercenary. But how the last round went in, that says a lot that they are slowly adapting to what Hunters are doing right now. But for now, as the top has been made, this can go towards the favor of Mercenaries because, like I said, man, attacking on the side of Skyscraper is kind of like very risky. You have to play a very classic siege, but of course, when you have the verticality plays onto your favor, some of the grenades can be very viable. but
5
not
seconds
really
remaining.
sure what's going to happen when Hunters LFO will take the approach on round number 7.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
See, the thing I liked most about Mercenaries is that they were like, once they had sort of an idea of what Hunters were bringing out,
Yeah.
what they did was they just had 2 players on any given part of the map going aggressive as all heavy, right? They did not let Hunters settle. And that was the biggest, most important part of it, because Hunters, we saw in the first 3 rounds, first 4 even, the more of them lived in the round, the more longer they had advantage of sight and hold over the map for, the more settled they were, the more comfortable they were taking, gunfights. The less time Mercenaries had, they got antsy, they started jumping all over the place, and they started losing the rounds. So that is definitely something Mercenaries picked up on, and they decided, you know what, we are going to play as aggressive as possible, and we are not going to stop no matter what. You're going to have to try and adapt to this, Hunters, and Hunters were just not able to. I mean, 2 rounds, not really the most time in the world to adapt to a sudden change of game plan. However, they're now on the attack. And this attack will need to be very, very good because Hunters have the defense. They have that advantage for Skyscraper and taking damage on one side. That's towards Geisha because the beach has now been taken care of, probably from the window. He's trying to peek somewhere, maybe. The Ace Selma, of course, allows a line of sight before the full breach. So that's something that Hunters would have tried to counteract. Oh, is that a jump in? Yes, it is. And somehow Rattler wins that? 1 HP. Sandy finds another, goes down. That's a refract from MI7, but he knows now that there's an Iana who has, who has gotten into, exhibition office. So that site is compromised. He has to fall back.
Of course, he needs to fall back. They know for a fact that they are down to the body count. You gotta play safe for now because there's a lot of time for the attackers to just converge upon them. Still, Raptor trying to find some of the intels where these guys are playing. Oh, Jittery comes up with a very, very fine shot. He knows for the fact that there's gonna be a guy, and he gets caught out. MI7 gets caught out from the hands of Pete. He knows for that. Velocity's playing on the stage. But with that LMG, and definitely going into the favor of Monkey Hunters LFO. Round number 7 also going in. Boy, oh boy, that approach. So this was a very, very similar approach to what we saw from the side of Mercenaries on round number 1. So I guess there's a statement being made from the side of Monkey Hunters LFO. Boy, oh boy, we show how the exhibition push is being done. Because the Rattler, how this Rattler got the kill by just vaulting in, that was some commendable play coming in from the side of overall Hunters LFO as a team. How the round just quickly turned in towards the favor of Hunters LFO. Mercenaries need to focus upon, like this happened on the previous attacking round as well, Blackjack. The bodies are getting outgunned, I would say, a little bit early and going into the favor of Hunters LFO. They need to just focus upon on just, wasting time of the attackers for now. Not sure because I'm not the guy playing onto the T. I'm just a caster trying to read things out over here. Yeah, of course, man. Like I said, it's very hard to predict frequency to sitting it out because you never really know what's going on to the mind of the player. Because anything can change. Yeah. How we saw Rattler. Yes.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. It's really hard to say what will even happen, right? Even the next 10 seconds, anything can happen. That's just the beauty of the game that is Rainbow Six, right? So yeah, that's really all I was trying to say there. Don't worry.
Yeah, so coming back to the part, how we saw Rattler, the last clutch, almost on the center, not the clutch, almost clutching it. It was in the end someone from the side of Hunters LFO to step up and try to clutch it. In the end, it was Mercenaries, but for the side of Mercenaries, yeah, this can be one particular map. They might lose, but not really sure what's going to happen on Clubhouse. Still, we are on to the 5-2 scoreline. If Monkey Hunters LFO get this one up in their bag, they will be going match point on the side of Skyscraper and boy. Now looking on to the overall play as we are on round number 8, it looks pretty sure anyone could read it out that Monkey Hunters LFO wanted to get it on the first map. कि पहला पैप हमारा पिक हो और हम उस पे विक्ट्री भी निकालें और जिस तरीके से यहाँ पे खेला जा रहा है, I'm pretty much sure that they just want it in their bag and make it a 1-0 or just try to get the first map and try to build the pressure upon to the side of second map. Because on the clubhouse we have seen how Mercenaries is very, very much effectful on to the other teams. Not really sure what's going to happen up against Hunters LFO, but for now, Mercenary needs to just step up their game a little bit. Try to just get some more rounds into the bag as they approach the side of Keisha into the round number 8.
Well, we have the utility dump happening towards Geisha. There we go. Grenades out as well. That should take care of any utility and scare off any of the defenders sitting in that room. But MI7 is still here in exhibition. He's still got support from the Warden, Fatar, which is very interesting to me. The fact that they're playing a Warden, you know, fully expecting, I think, sense and maybe smoke grenades and what have you. But none of that, of course, is in play here. Upside down repel from the Ace as the as a little bit of a line of sight, I believe, is being made by the Maverick elsewhere. Sandy going in, grenades out, but Fatar is still undeterred. MI7's gonna find one. Sandy's now down. Fatar finds another. That's Rattler. Two big drops right here through the breach as well. That Hunters themselves made time. So much time has been wasted by this defense of Mercenaries extending out towards exhibition themselves this time around, as we have only 3 players of the Hunters remaining. Jittery does find one. That's Taha off the board. Sparko repelling in. That's a big sound cue given away. But no one ADSing at the worst possible time. MI7 just so happened to peek that. And that is diffuser drop as well. Jittery and Beat have 50 seconds remaining to try and get themselves in a position of power, of some sort of power here, because it is very much in Mercenaries' hands right now as Aeon finds Beat, and it's all now down to Jittery, the last one standing in the round. The Finca does find one. So much damage done, mind you, very low on HP. There's one around the back stairs. There's a little bit of potential verticality coming in from these defenders as well. Shots fired again, but Jittery is just healing himself up nice and easy. Grenade will be thrown. A little damage onto a Sieve, not much. That grenade was just a little bit too far off. But yeah, Jittery just kind of sitting here, you know, just letting the time pass, letting the clock run its course, and letting the team that is Hunters, you know, get a little bit of time to talk about exactly what went wrong. Hasib will put him out of his misery, and with that, you know, Mercenaries with a much better defense. Once again, more aggressive defense as well, especially on the exhibition extension. They will be the ones to come and win another round. 5-3. 2 rounds from an equalizer. Mercenaries, if they keep fighting like this, there is definitely a good chance of them pushing for overtime here. However, Hunters, well, they would want that to not happen, as they will once again have to step it up to attack exhibition and office.
Definitely, this time around they're definitely going for the hold where these all of the attackers are coming in. Whether it was the side of Mercenaries or even if it's the side of Monkey Hunters LFO, they're pushing in, taking the entry point towards side of exhibition area. And when we are seeing the push on towards the side of the first floor, we are seeing some of the push coming towards the bathroom, maybe also going towards side of delivery room. So I would say both of the attacking teams are kind of like reading each other out. So if you are coming up from this place, I want to place one of my defenders to just stop you, try to just waste your time. So more like both of the teams are doing their part. Of course, Monkey Hunters still have the lead. It more feels like yes, Mercenaries can make it a 5-5, but that will be just Monkey Hunters LFO not letting them to just allow that to happen, because Monkey Hunters LFO for a reason, man. How this team just got them 3-0 on the last edition of the series. That makes a lot of big, I would say, a very big statement. Just a very big shocker for me also as well. Because last time around, if you remember Blackjack, I said it can be either side. It can be Mercenaries also, it can be Hunters LFO also. But when I saw how the matches were being played, how both of the teams were just trying to they were very close, of course. For the especially map number 2 was very close onto the last edition of some Rainbow Six Pro Series. But this time around, how the matches are going on, how overall this particular skyscraper is going on. Of course, it's the Monkey Hunters LFO pick, but still I think that Mercenaries will be able to read out how Monkey Hunters LFO are just approaching the objective, approaching the overall map, taking the overall the control of some of the particular regions. Of course, we can see some of the aggressive plays that needs to be there, because of course you need to have that to happen. And there you have it, folks. Like I said, MI7 goes for aggressive P, takes out B, takes out B, was going for a downside grapple. This time around, MI7 will be left to play towards side of Flom.
And that's the thing I like a lot about Mercenaries, is that you wouldn't really find players who will peek upside down rappel like that, right? But when it comes to these two teams, that is fully expected. That stuff will happen 9 times out of 10 all the way to Sunday, and that is something that unfortunately I don't think Beat was quite expecting. Shots fired, but Jittery, not having a clear line of sight there towards Taha, could not quite get the shot in. Taha, of course, also just really wasting time and looking to scare the attacker here. Jittery hunting him down, but the drone in front of him, does it know where Taha went? I don't think so. He needs to check that area. There we go, sees the Malusi, but not quite. Taha's gonna, just walk back up the stairs, allow himself back to the site. And once again, time has been wasted. So much time has been wasted. There's a lateral push coming in towards the drum side, as finally Sparkle will take that. Taha does go down, but MSO finds Sparkle. That's the refrag immediately. That's the thing, right? You have all of these MRCC players all over the map taking refrags, taking trades as soon as they possibly can, leaving no quarter against Hunters, and that is the thing that you need to do. Jittery will find one, but gotta be careful. Oh, Hasib with the SMG is gonna get that kill, and Sandy, no idea where Ian is, will get taken down as well. Mercenaries are definitely bringing themselves back into the play here after being, 2-5-1-4 down not too long ago. But Hunters are losing the plot slowly but surely as Mercenaries adapts and gets more aggressive in the best possible situations. Hunters are losing themselves. They're losing their composure. They're making mistakes now. And that's exactly what Mercenaries is hoping for. If they're able to take this first map, then boy howdy, we will be very, very excited for Clubhouse, because that is a Mercenaries pick. And both teams are very good on Clubhouse, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, MRCZ, my goodness, they are definitely mounting what could amount to a huge comeback right here.
Yeah, I want to appreciate Taha over there. How he just saw one guy coming in. He knew for a fact that maybe that could have been a very very risky angle to just push, just purify a ball, even just make the effort to go in. I like how he just pull back, like going back and try to retreat over there from there. I like the fact that he just came up with the intel. Eventually, he got caught out. I guess that was a miscommunication between the team. That particular common breach is open, but how Mercy is able to just adapt to the overall push of Hunters LFO. It's more of like what we saw onto the first half, right, Blackjack? Because we saw Hunters LFO just I would say, I can say like dominating in their particular half. But this time around, I see Mercenaries, just reading out, adapting very well, like very well. When the Hunters LFO are taking the approach right now for the last two rounds. For now, there'll be a pause in coming in from the side of Monkey Hunters LFO. It's going to be Sparko with an unfortunate disconnect, or maybe he has gone to restart his game. Not really sure, but definitely we are going in for a pause, trying to just talk about what's gonna be the whole narration for this game, because how just we saw in the initial first half, the first four rounds going into straight towards the side of Monkey Hunters LFO. Of course, it was the side of defense, and after the rework, definitely I feel Skyscraper is a very very complex map to attack. You gotta take some of these very very orthodox operators. You gotta have that LMGs, anything that just being in the meta that can provide you the vantage point. But you gotta appreciate the Mercenaries' effort, how they have just pulled it off in a 5-4 right now, and slowly and steadily they are just getting over there, just getting try to equalize things. And if that happens, boy oh boy, we are definitely going to see over time in this particular map. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. Overtime is very, very possible here in this matchup, because I mean, at the end of the day, when you really think about it, the way that Mercenaries have been playing these last two rounds, like you talked about, just a little while ago, yeah, it's very, very, very possible that overtime happens right here, right now. Map 1 OT, that's definitely something Mercenaries are very familiar with. Looking even back at the matches that they have played historically, even internationally, right, with wider APAC, they have pushed some of the big teams to overtime as well, even if they've not really made wins the same way that we would have expected. They've really pushed themselves, and they have really, really grown as a team from those experiences as well. So have Hunters, mind you, and both of these teams here and now are looking once again to stamp themselves into APAC, well, South Asia history, as it were, with a match like this. Now, we're just waiting for the reconnection from Spark. I think either his game might have crashed, or maybe a power outage. We have been seeing, the region that Sparko comes from, they've been having a lot of power outages lately, and they have this whole schedule of when power is going to go out and what's going to happen, this and that. You get the point, right? It's been a whole thing. We do hope for all of those issues to be fixed, as it were, because they make us go into these pauses and Rios, and then it gets a little boring, and then we get the point. Sitting here at the caster's desk, trust us folks, it can get quite annoying if these things happen. And I know that the players are definitely they're definitely feeling it as well because they want to get back into the action. There was such a nice flow for both teams,
Exactly.
especially Mercenaries, right? And now it's disrupted because of this issue. But the problem is the issue isn't even in any player's hands. It's just an infrastructural issue that nobody can really influence per se. So it gets even more frustrating because of that. And we just have to wait and see how long it takes for Sparko to reconnect. Shouldn't be too long. And as soon as he does, we'll go straight back into the match. Don't worry. As for what we could see, well, the site that we were seeing being selected by Mercenaries was Barbecue and Kitchen once again. They've won both first floor sites, so they have this one round to lay over before they can pick the second floor sites again. So I feel like for Hunters, this is probably the best time for them to try and take a round because if they do so, they'll be map point. And by going to map point, that's even more pressure on Mercenaries, right? And MRCZ, they play well under pressure, but against Hunters on Skyscraper, which is a map that they have shown that they are very familiar with, is going to be very difficult once map point is achieved. MRCZ will try their hardest to not let them go any further than that, but the question is, are they going to be able to? That is what we're here to find out. Again, from 1-4 to 4-5 now, one round away from equalizing. Mercenaries have played very, very well these last 5 rounds. However, there's still more to do, more to go. And all of that will depend on how Mercenaries plays this round in Barbecue. And, that will, of course, impact the rest of the round. I feel like Hunters, while, Sparko gets reconnected into the match, will have this excuse me, the Hunters will just be taking this time to talk about what went wrong, right? Talk about exactly why they've been losing these rounds on the attack. I mean, I get it. Skyscraper really does feel like a defender's side of map these days. I will agree with you on that, but I need to look at the stats first. I believe Skyscraper's been played a fair bit as well in wider APAC, CN, and CS. So we'll go back, get a hold of those later on. But the point notwithstanding, right now, it's going to be all about this site, round number 10 on first floor Barbecue. How does Hunters approach this? Because they've lost a lot of the momentum that they had earlier, right? They had a 4-0 lead. They lost 2 rounds. Okay, fine. That happens. They still have plenty of momentum going into the second half. As we go back into the match, it seems that everyone has loaded back in. Yes, Sparko is also back. So we'll be going back into the match right now, folks. And like I said, the first floor Barbecue side is going to be extremely important here for Hunters LFO because they have lost a lot of momentum. They won a round in the second half, made it 5-2, but then they lost 2 more rounds again. And Mercenaries are once again looking very strong here as they adapt more and more to the Hunters' playstyle. So, Hunters' response here will matter a lot. If it becomes 5-5, then this map is pretty much up in the air and anyone could take it. But if it becomes a 6-4, then Mercenaries will be feeling a lot of pressure.
Definitely, Hunters LFO are just one round away from bringing to, I would say, match point. Overall, sorry, map point, and Mercenaries just one round away from equalizing the scoreline. So any of the teams, just need to play a little cooler now. No aggressive peaks here and there. Not enough to risk the things up. But talking about the overall play, how you just described it very beautifully, Blackjack. How Mercenaries are able to do from 1-4 up to now 4-5. It makes a lot of statement right there. Like they can definitely are adapting well to some of these plays coming in inside of Hunters LFO. For now, but to the side of down the 10, definitely we get some of the drone while going in. Definitely got to take out the roamers onto the side of second floor. But there you have it. Prattler trying to go for the specific nade, but he used that drone instead. For now, try to go for a little intel hunt. But not really sure how the side of Mercenaries are able to just scope up this one. But last time we saw Taha OP, almost getting caught out by the nade, but he got a very, I would say, a good angle towards the side of the particular window, trying to just take out the Hunters LFO guy over there. But no one's not really sure where are the defenders are. They are just taking their whole time, because of course they have a lot of time in their hands still to just try to just catch any of them off guard. But they have the Rattler going down to the side of Hunters LFO. Now this can impact the overall push of the team, I would say, very much. This time can see it one side of Mesni. MSN goes for a little bit of free fire with the damage force round to the side of B, but not really sure who got the damage. Definitely both of them did not any damage. Papo wrapping it one side of this exterior balcony. There's always here. Definitely we can see B taking up the injury. Sandy also gets an opening again, taking on Hasib. Definitely they have the vertical control for now. GT goes up yet again for once. Beat. Almost. We calm down, my friend. GT also trying to go to catch the man in the crossfire. MI7 gets one. Fatar also gets one. Takes out Papo beat, but it's gonna be Sandy on Ayan. GT comes with the MI7. Loss of trade happening over here. Now it's gonna be yet again Fatar left in a 1v2 spot, but GT coming with the final kill. A very good and neat push, I would say, coming in from the side of Monkey Hunters LFO. How did they just take their whole time to just analyze things? How we can isolate each and every guy? With that opening coming into the play from the side of Hasib, boy oh boy. Onto the Hasib from the side of Monkey Hunters, boy oh boy. That was some, I would say, very, very clean and I would say very, very efficient. I'm running out of words, I'm really sorry, but a good push, I would say, overall from the side of Hunters LFO. Because they know for a fact that we also defended in a very, very similar way. That they place their 2 of 3 defenders onto the side of second floor. Then they go on to take out some of the guys playing on the second floor. They use their nades in the initial start of the round. They do there a lot of utilities to just do a little bit of damage, and then they try to isolate the defenders, and then they went in for an overall one-on-one gunfight. And definitely they went into the favor of Hunters LFO. Map point coming in from the side of Hunters LFO. And Mercenaries need to rethink what did they exactly do wrong. Because on to match point, you get pressurized really well, especially because it's the upper bracket finale. This is not the finale. We are not like ठीक है हम फिनाले में आ गए हैं, एक आप आधा हिस्सा हम रख लेते हैं प्राइस पूल का, एक आधा हिस्सा आप रख लीजिए. ऐसा नहीं होने वाला है. If Hunters LFO loses this one, they are going straight up elimination. If Mercenary is going to lose this one, they are going straight into the deciders. So yeah, you have a chance, but you are into the upper brackets. You know for a fact that both of the teams are definitely the top 2 lions in our SA region. So definitely a battle of titans going up here. Not really sure what's going to happen, but Blackjack, this is match point, I would say, and map point coming into the favor of Hunters LFO. And if the match overall goes into the favor of Hunters LFO, we know for a fact that yes, Mercenaries they did really tried well, but it was in the end, I would say, overall whole game plan coming in from the side of Hunters LFO. They want to pick Skyscraper and they want to win it also.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered right now, Hunters would like to close it out here. But, again, Mercenaries, they are just not going to let them get away with it that easily now, are they? That is, of course, their plan here, to take it to 6-6, make it overtime, and then push for a round winner. 2 Sandys come in, but completely unaware of Fatar's position towards the bar side. Gets taken down. Attempted aggression from Sandy, but with no backup, and the drone in front reacting too late to the position of the Wamai over there. That's going to be a dead Iana. Really unfortunate right there for Hunters, losing the Iana so early. More than that, losing Sandy this early. Trailing third right now behind Jittery and Rattler, but Taha just completely unperturbed in kitchen. Does get taken down. Rattler does take the kill, but not before they lose the Finca. I'm not sure how Jittery could have lost that, but it doesn't matter now because that is a defender down. But unfortunately, that's 1 down for the price of 2 whole attackers. And not just that, both of them, the ones with the grenades, are gone. Rattler is the only one who's got any grenades remaining, trying to get the breach set up towards exhibition. And it's at the minute 25 mark that they're getting the exhibition room open. They've got the breach in Geisha, but again, there's a big run out right there. MI7 knowing full well that there's somebody who's gonna be opening that door and gonna relax for just a second, let their guard down, and oh boy, that was a big punish. Fatar on the floor for the minute, but no kill, no confirmation just yet. Has he coming in for a potential revive? So is gonna go for a run once again. Finds Sparko at that too. Just so good. Mercenaries just so good as you have everything going their way. A potential team kill could have happened right there on the smoke. Hasib somehow surviving the shots to his back, but that isn't, of course, of any consequence here. They have the diffuser. They've got control over it, and there's only so much Beat can do here. So he's just going to opt to hang around the balcony, try and waste some time, take it away from the attackers, from the defenders, as it were, and allow the team to really talk about what went wrong. Does get a beautiful shot onto Fathar, but Ayan will shut him down very, very quickly as well. Hunters, again, there was an attempt made at being more aggressive than they probably are normally. However, it still didn't work. Map point is still in play. However, Mercenaries, they can now go to exhibition, another site that they won very cleanly over the Hunters before. And this is very much looking like an OT map here.
Definitely, man, definitely. When the overall map started, I felt for a second how Hunters LFO are just winning up the defense. Like I said, man, when the defense, the swap is going to be made, definitely it feels like I have played a lot of Skyscraper, not competitively, but Skyscraper feels like an defender's map still, like after the rework. But definitely after the rework, there are some of the line of sights, but having smoke in play, having mute in play, having some of the trap operators laid their traps utility over here and there. So I would
Defenders,
say
protect your
it's
bombs from
good.
being defused
I
by
just want to
attackers.
confirm Hasib, as we saw in the chat, Assassin today, our lovely producer is not joining us today. We have someone else. So, yeah, there's the information right there. But still, coming back to our map talk, Mercenaries still have their share, I would say, good amount of share, like how they have made their approach, how they are able to read out the Hunters LFO approach, try to retaliate to that, trying to overall just perform a reversal on every I would say strat coming in from the side of Hunters LFO. 6-5 in this score line, one round away from the side of Mercenaries to just equalize and go towards side of map OT, but Hunters
5 seconds
LFO
to go.
definitely they will be looking to just shut this down on a 7-5. Definitely, because
Attackers'
you picked this
objective
map.
is
You know
locate
for
a
a
bomb
fact that
and
you
defuse
went
it.
in 4-0 when it was the side of defense. Of course, things are looking a little bit, I would say,
Attackers drop the
hard
diffuser.
when we are seeing Mercenaries just going all out ham, going for those aggressive plays, and if they are coming into their favor. But this time it's going to be Rattler taking a very aggressive push coming onto the side of this particular toilet area. Nobody's not really sure, as we see Taha only now for now having the information that there's somebody in towards the side of this particular stairs, which connects the back stairs to the Gisha room. But there you have it. He finds a lion. He gets one rat in a very unfortunate situation. Makes it a 5v4 very early. So I would say, yeah, right. Like you could have just waited out a little bit, try to just do the drone work here and there, try to just wait for the teammates to do the intel work for you. But Taha in the end gets Rattler and makes it a 5v4.
That's the thing, right? We had Sandy do this in the last round. This time it's Rattler. They go in, planning to be all aggressive and some such, but unfortunately they get caught out because, they either don't drone it in or they don't have backup in the place where it should be. Sandy is just watching from the geisha room hallway, into the hallway that is towards drum. There is a shield here that is, watching that exact line of sight, as you have now Sparko and Beat coming in from the other side as well. Fathar taking a bit of damage from an explosion. That was probably a grenade. No! Sandy reacting to Sparko, who came into T room, but just could not, just could not control his trigger, and unfortunately did down him, as Sandy will go down in the meanwhile as well. Fathar takes one, Ayan takes another. That's Jittery now off the board. You have the ace approaching through that same doorway. Will go down. Beat will take that kill. It's now all down to Sparko, and yes, folks, this is definitely going to OT. The way that this map has gone, Mercenaries shutting them down, not even letting them close to drum or karaoke, just shutting them down in the karaoke tea room area. And man, given that it is 6-6, well then, folks, I think you know what time it is. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? Overtime is in play.
And boy, with that lovely introduction of the overtime in play, let's get ready for the overtime, folks. Because how just Mercenaries have made a comeback, man. I gotta appreciate how the Mercenaries are able to just read out the overall play from the side of Hunters LFO. Just being Mercenaries, I would say. I'm not gonna use any kind of adjectives to describe the overall play coming from the side of Mercenaries. Mercenaries just being Mercenaries right now, because we saw even in the attacking when they won their first round blackjack, the aggressiveness is just going into the favor. They're just taking those early frags, trying to just
Attackers
peek
need
over
to
here and
locate
there.
and defuse
But for the
as
side
many
of
bombs
Hunters
as they
LFO,
can.
definitely things are gonna look a little bit shaky, because In the overtime, we have Hunters LFO onto the side of attack as the rules are applied. And Mercenaries with that momentum in, I would say this can go over to the side of Mercenaries, but of course, can really I can just not just say that Mercenaries are gonna win it. Of course, it's gonna be Hunters LFO trying to push in from the other side of the entry points, try to just take the map control better and try to drop the bodies on the floor. But Blackjack,
10 seconds
I guess.
insertion.
What happened before the overtime, you gotta appreciate the side of Mercenaries, but it's the overall a very, I would say, a new stage. Both of the teams now need to think upon. It's the last 3 rounds we need to focus upon. Oh, Rattler, what just happened? Okay, okay. Oh, that was a visual. Somebody saw.
But no, I do have to agree with you. You know, Mercenaries, I mean, they'll be very happy, right? They'll be over the moon that they had a 4-2 second half to push to overtime, and they know full well that the job isn't done. This is, you know, now the true fight between these two teams. And Hunters, in the meanwhile, they will very much be, you know, kicking themselves that they even let it go this far. How did they lose so many rounds? They have to bring out every single play that they have in their playbook right here, because if they don't, then they will continue to lose rounds. That simply is how it is when it comes to the map of Skyscraper. Sure, we don't see Mercenaries go here too much, but when we do, we have seen them come here a while ago. I think earlier towards the qualifying stages, when we saw them play, they did go Skyscraper. We did see them take Skyscraper pretty damn well. So Hunters, they know full well, or at least should know full well, that Mercenaries are no slouches on this map. We were all surprised seeing them, you know, be taken here because of the fact that Hunters probably had a plan, and their plan was working. It, you know, credit where credit is due. But that plan seems to have fallen by the wayside now. And that means MercenarieZ have definitely achieved one of their bigger goals, which is to get inside the Hunters' heads and stop them from playing at optimal capacity.
True, true. Definitely, you have to agree upon that. The fact how you just described beautifully. They are definitely like one thing, like how Hunters LFO will be definitely rethinking how they even happened, because you were 4-0, 5-0, then 5-3 happened. We saw 5-4 happening, and then Mercenary just coming in just to be able to read out pretty well. But for now, we are into the map point OT, taking a little bit of damage. Search comes into the play. Rattler pushing himself up back of the side, back of the door, but Jittery gets Ion, makes it a 4v5 very, I would say, efficient. 50 seconds left on the clock. There's a lot of work needs to be done from the board. I hope he gets a beat into the course of time. Spargo gets up MI7. A lot of retrades happening. Fatar gets a Rattler, makes it a 3v3. Important guy going down. Fatar holding down the Shrines area. He has that my ability to play any of these flashbangs can come in, but Fatar gets one more. It takes out Sparkle as he wants to get Jittery, and it's a boy oh boy 1v3 scenario coming in, falling down to the side of no, Sandy, please, no, the grenade. Oh, but at the end it was Hasib to shut him down. I guess that 1v3 got into the head of Sandy, and almost I would say an unfortunate, I would say, suicide would have been coming into play. That the grenade would have just you know got the kill towards the side of Sandy. But Mercenaries, boy oh boy, from 0-4, 0-5, I would say, how this is just getting in, even 0-4, I'm really sorry. But up till 7-6, like I said, Mercenaries, I have to put that meme from the popular movie, I'm the Vengeance, who is coming in to get you. You destroyed me 0-3 on the last edition, bro, I'm Vengeance. I'm just coming in for you. And Hunters LFO, I'm sorry to say that, but you had this in your plate right there when you got it to 0-4. But man, in the end, two of these teams are just titans of our region. They are just some of the best players, some of the best teams. And in fact, there are a lot of guys who have played themselves in the previous roster, as far as I know. We have seen some of these guys playing opposite to each other, together with each other. So they know for a fact that they are going to read you pretty well. So some of these guys need to like find some new place, just find to just, you know, destroy each other mental game of how able to get inside of their head. But unfortunately, this is coming in. Definitely a ball will come in any time. So of course we see a rehost coming in on overtime match point. So we know for a fact that that's going to be long blackjack, because it's the 7-6 scoreline. Let me remind you folks, overtime match point to the favor of Mercenaries, and if Hunters LFO is not able to get this one.
5 seconds left.
And boy, oh boy, you gotta appreciate the efforts being laid down from the side of mercenaries. And
Attackers are moving
boy,
to
oh boy,
defuse
this
the
this
bomb.
whole course of event, I'm just trying to process it out. Like what happened onto the all of these rounds. Just mercenaries being mercenaries and Hunters LFO. I have to say this, man. They had this in their plate. 0-4, and and up till then, like I said, man. After the swap, this can go in because I feel like Skyscraper is a very, I would say, and defenders favored map overall, because you had those LMGs, even you had the, I would say, the utilities in your bag. You had those Yana replicators, you had those drones, but still, man, I would say that was a very close game coming in. But right now, 7-6 will be the score, and we are in for a rehost. And Blackjack, what do you think of the overall map which is going on?
I mean, I gotta say, I really like what I'm seeing. It's so close on map one. Man, map two and map three. If we go map three,
Absolutely.
well, they are going to be absolutely powerhouses of games, that is for sure. Now, as for the Rios,
Yeah.
we just saw Rattler disconnect. That's why the Rios has been taken. It was already into the round, so it is what it is. Sometimes it happens. It's South Asia after all. But that part notwithstanding, Hunters, I am not sure what went wrong, but they are definitely staring down the barrel for map one right now. Their map Skyscraper, they brought mercenaries here and they had an 0-4 lead, a 4-0 lead to start us off in the first four rounds. In round five and six, mercenaries won it back with 2 rounds. They started bringing themselves back. In the second half, we had, Hunters take another round. It was 5-2. Very winnable from there, you would say, right? But then mercenaries started firing back, winning 2 rounds and then putting themselves on a 4-5. Hunters won another. It was 6-4. Map point again, a point where Hunters really should have won, but then mercenaries brought it back. 2 more rounds, overtime, and in OT they win round 13. So going into round 14, they have taken the lead for the first time in this game. They've taken the lead, and when did they do it? For overtime match point as well, overtime map point, I should say. And I mean, better late than never, right? Fighting it back, clawing their way back to the top right now. They have given themselves once again what could be now a win situation for them. They've unlocked what seems like a win condition here for their team. All they have to do now is win this next round, and they are done with Skyscraper. However, they're going to be attacked. So that's going to be,
Yeah.
really difficult. As we've seen today, attack on Skyscraper today just simply has not been panning out for either team. But mind you, mercenaries in those last 2 rounds of the first half, they actually had pretty clean attacks. Aggressive, but not too aggressive. Just enough to keep hunters on their toes and throw them off, but not so much that they get caught off guard left, right, and center like we've seen happen to the hunters. So overall, I gotta say, MRCZ, they're now looking like favorites to win Skyscraper here and now. And if they are able to, folks, then yeah, that Hunters camp is gonna be very nervous going into Clubhouse. I mean, like we said before, right? After the 3-0 loss to the Hunters in the grand finals of the Spring Edition, Mercenaries will have had the chip on their shoulder waiting for revenge. And you can see that this is definitely them taking that revenge here and now. They 100% want to win this match, go into the BO5 finals early, give themselves a couple of days, really see what the Hunters do in the decider match, and plan accordingly once again. Because the Hunters, they will have a second chance should, of course, they go to the decider match. Should they lose this match, decider is still there, a second chance for the Hunters. But in the meanwhile, you also have MRCZ. Mind you, this is just map one. Clubhouse is still there, and if Hunters do still somehow win Skyscraper and bring it back on a Clubhouse, then things are going to be very difficult for them. They will have to go to Decider. And mind you, whoever goes to Decider will have to fight the winners between Kid Esports and Retrograde from later tonight. So, all that considered, there is a lot in play here for and against all four teams, because whoever wins this match goes straight to the grand finals. Of course, best position you could possibly be. You've guaranteed yourself a minimum of second place. That means 8 SA Nationals points and $600 already guaranteed for you. Now
Yeah.
you have to fight for first. But those who go to second to the decider map, those who lose right this match right here, and those who win the second match from later tonight, they are going to have a much more difficult time because third spot. I mean, nobody really wants to lose out on third spot after having come this far. So whoever goes there, they'll be fighting at their absolute hardest. So that match, which is tomorrow, mind you, decider match will be tomorrow, is going to be one to watch out for all of our viewers at home. We hope that you have this weekend bookmarked for some Siege, folks, because the Siege that's coming up is going to be absolutely ecstatic between all the teams. We're just waiting on the players to come back in. It is a rehost after all. Usually takes a little longer than a pause. After all, you have to remake the lobby, then re-invite all the players. They have to join in slowly but surely. Depends on each player loading in when they do this and that, network and blah. You get the point. We're going to be into the match very, very soon indeed. I know. Funny facial expressions. You should see me with Baba sometimes. I mean, we're not always on caster cam, right? But
always.
yeah, but like you
Respect
should whenever we're off caster cam, right? Usually what I do is just lean back, right? And it's like I was just leaning back and letting my neck rest and whatever. Sometimes I just put my feet up like, like
Okay.
yeah. And I'm just really glad we don't come to caster cam then because
I
we all
I remember that one pic that came from Foxy by the head by just like this. I guess that went into some one of the Twitter pages. Like I guess Kuntal used to run that meme page. I'm not really sure, but I saw that pic. Like right, like a Foxy after 29 or 69 years. You get my joke. What I'm trying to say. So yeah, we have seen like what we like. I have to like appreciate the side of mercenaries and also for the side of Hunters LFO. I guess Sparko was part of mercenaries, if I'm not wrong. Blackjack, please correct me if I'm
yeah,
wrong.
like a
Back in
long
the
a
day.
long while
Yeah,
ago,
a
yeah.
long while. So both of these, I would say, teammates, some of these opponents, they know even they, I would say, what the opponent's gonna think. If Sparko was a part of mercenaries, if there are some of the common plays here and there, they are gonna able to read it out pretty well. But how mercenaries are able to just get this and make a comeback and then took it to overtime match point. I'm short. Falling short on words to describe their plays, man. I'm falling really short of how to appreciate them because we know for a fact it was 0-4 and then to like to the overtime match point. Is this some incredible comeback coming into play? Also, like I want to talk about how these players are dedicated towards the game. We had a discussion with Hasib onto a place. We also had a discussion with Sparko where Blackjack was also a part. Even Baba was also a part. We also have had CCV on towards that discussion. And like how just Sparko just described that how he had the love for a game. He has also represented the entire region onto the international stage. And Blackjack, definitely you and Baba definitely have witnessed it on the first time, being as a casters and just casting narration, analyzing all of their gameplay, so you know what's going wrong onto the play and what's going into the favor of their plays.
I mean, yeah, all things considered, at this minute, right? Knowing hunters and having casted some of the matches before, I think overall we can agree on the one thing. Huh?
Casting a lot of matches of them, a lot.
I mean, they win so much. How would we,
Yeah.
how would we not, right? Them, Mercenaries, and Kira, they've been top three for so long now. And sure, we do sometimes lament the fact that there are no new teams that have been able to really penetrate to the top, but it is what it
Yeah.
is. I will definitely say, though, that. We will see what this match has to offer. We are just waiting for the players, and we'll be taking a quick break to get rid of some
Oh,
technical difficulties and
okay.
whatnot happening in the back end. So as soon as we're done with that, we'll be right back, folks. Don't go anywhere. We're taking a quick break. Stay tuned. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner logo. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Bullet, as, yes, we did speed through the introduction because, well, that was a long wait, wasn't it? We
Yeah,
apologize
of
profusely
course.
for the difficulties
Yeah,
on the back end, player
yeah.
disconnections, there's that, technicalities, you get the point. It's South Asia, things happen. However, we have received news that the players are back in the lobby, so we will not be taking too much of your time anymore, and we'll be going straight back into the match. It's been a while coming, and once again, we apologize for the long delay, especially since it's 7-6, right? And the match will end, or the map at least will end very quickly. This is just map 1. We still have map
Map
2
one
and
directly.
potentially map 3 to go as well. So before we head back into the match, Bullet, one last time, it is now the comeback for Mercenaries. You know,
Mercedes, yeah.
04 to 7-6. What do you think? Can they win Skyscraper?
Definitely, man. I feel like how just like both of the teams are not able to win like the attacking rounds very, I would say, extensively, even though approaches are getting changes here and there. It feels like, yeah, Mercenaries are onto the side of defense and they definitely have the chance to shut this down on like making it 8-6. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Mercenaries are on attack and Hunters LFO are right now on the defense. So I feel around, yes, this can go 7-7. Like I take my words back. I'm really sorry. Man, it's a long rehost, and I just turned my pages here and there. So, yeah, it feels like yeah, Hunters LFO can make the 7-7 because both other teams blackjack in this particular map. I know for a fact that we have a long rehost, things, strats, discussion, everything would be
10
going
seconds
upon at
remaining.
this particular course of time. But for now, we are seeing a
5 seconds
4v5
left before
apparently.
insertion.
So
Hmm.
this can affect a lot
Attackers
for the
must
side
locate
of
and defuse
Mercenaries,
the bomb.
like a lot, especially on
Yeah.
overtime.
Yeah. Something must have happened right there. One of the players is just not present, which is really unfortunate for MRCZ. They probably weren't able to get them back again. Like we know, and we have talked about before, power difficulties, issues with electricity and power have been a thing for especially the eastern side of the South Asian region. And a lot of Mercenaries players are, in fact, from that area. So, something must have happened and they couldn't get him back. They need to get the match started, so they agreed to the 4v5, as it were. Really unfortunate for MRCZ, but the way that they have fought in this matchup so far, I would not be surprised that if they still somehow manage to win it out from here, they are just that strong of a team. Even in a 4v5, even against Hunters LFO, they are a team that will look to take every single advantage, excuse me, right there, every single advantage that they possibly can. Now, horizontal take once again on the second floor. No presence towards exhibition from the side of Hunters. Interestingly enough, shots are about to be fired. Hasib barely dodging the shots to his head from the castle. Just a second ago, there is beat as well inside of the tea room. Excuse me. But no, the prone pig will not be seen. Sandy takes that kill. Welcome kill at that too, as Hunters start off by taking the first blood.
Yep. Just they are already a 4v5, and now Finga getting down side of Mercenaries. This can go a little bit harsh towards the side of the attack. We know for a fact, though, there comes Victory, takes down MI7, makes the 2v5 already pushed down on the side of Drums. He can use those in Candela, just blind alibi right there. I don't know what is not going on, but eventually he will take out Victory, makes the 2v4, but finally it's going to be beat. You the shotgun on the Thorn makes it a 1v4. There you have it, folks. Like I said, definitely the man advantage is getting viable. It's getting profitable towards the side of Hunters LFO, but how just the defense is just so much, I would say, beneficial
Ooh.
to the defending team is just something you cannot deny. Like both of the teams are not able to win the attacking rounds. Like talking about the side of Hunters LFO, they were 5-0 in a 4-0 in the starting, and then it was Mercenaries to just after the swap to get to that comeback. Of course, it was two of the attacking rounds here and there to the both sides. But for now, soon gonna come up to the overtime match point, 7-7. But it's gonna be a little bit of a tactical timeout coming in from the side of Mercenaries. In the meanwhile, we'll be going back to the caster's desk. And Blackjack, what do you think? What happened into the last round? 7-7. Boy, oh boy, definitely, man. 4v5 in the overtime match point. That's gonna affect a lot.
Yeah, really unfortunate for the side of
Very
MRCZ,
unfortunate.
right? I mean, Oh, sorry, I had to check if my mic was muted. I sometimes forget that. Sometimes I put my mic on mute, then I forget to unmute it. It happens. Don't worry about it. But for Hunters, of course, they'll be taking the win in that round. That is, it's not over yet. One final round remains. Round 15, a maximum overtime, the final possible round for pro play of Siege, unless of course infinite overtime is allowed. It's not in these BO3, so you don't have to worry about that. Given these two teams, I'm pretty sure if it were infinite overtime, then we'd be here for even longer than we already have. And this is only map 1. However, one more round remains, and a tactical timeout has been taken. That's a new thing, by the way. It was introduced, I think, this season only, where teams can, in fact, pause. Yes, teams can, in fact, pause the match itself in the pick phase, for 2 minutes, I think, per side. And they have 2 of them per game as well, per map, that is. And if it's a BO1, then per game. It's a BO5, then per map. You get the point. So MercenarieZ taking 1, they definitely needed to decide on what strat to go for, what site to go for, and how to adapt it for the 4v5 that they are currently facing against Hunters LFO. They will need every bit of advantage, every bit of intel, every bit of, anything that they can get, a leg up over Hunters LFO, they will definitely need it. They're missing Ayan right now. I was having a look at the roster that's playing. You've got Fatar, you've got MS7, you've got Hasib. Everyone's there except for Ayan. So really unfortunate. I believe Ayan has been having a few disconnection issues over the course of the tournament as well, which is really unfortunate as it were. But the tactical timeout has come to an end, and we're going to be going straight back to round 15, maximum overtime now, 7-7 to both sides. And with MercenarieZ on the defense, they're going to choose to go to second floor karaoke in tea room for this final site.
Of course, man. And let me remind you guys, Ayan is having the highest player rating, 1.47, thanks to Leo once again in the overall summer edition of Rainbow-Six-Siege Pro Series presented by the Esports Club, supported by Ubisoft, with powered by Zotac Gaming, also with our broadcast partner Loco. Like Ayan, absence in the last crucial rounds, man. I know I'm saying this a lot, but man, you cannot deny this fact that in overtime match point 4v5, definitely Hunters LFO have a advantage over there on the map onto the man count. But even I would say they are on the side of defense, and how we are seeing the defense getting so much into the side of the defenders, whether it's Hunters LFO, whether it's MercenarieZ. He's like, yes, they have a chance to make it an 8-7 onto their favor. MercenarieZ, talking about the MercenarieZ, but how the map is just coursing towards it, somewhere going into the part. The ball is going somewhere around the side of MercenarieZ, as we saw, and then going on to the match point, then into the overtime, and then we have a small pause. So it's been a roller coaster ride in the map number 1. So imagine what would be going on to map number 2. That's going to be MercenarieZ picked onto the map of Clubhouse. Not really sure what's going to happen, but for one thing that's going to be sure that we are seeing a Monty play coming in from the side of Hunters LFO. Interesting. They want to play safe. I guess they want to go for, some attackers can just line them up behind points. That could be Sparko. But this time around, I'm seeing Sparko is going solo to make an entry. So not really sure if that's wise or not.
Yeah, I am definitely questioning the idea here to leave Sparko alone on the balcony. There we go. Beat's going to join him for support from the back, and that's going to allow for the Monty to play safely at the door, because there is the balcony window right behind him towards Dragon Terrace that you can jump out from, the shrine window, whatever have you call it. But that jump out is very dangerous, but Hasib's going to find Beat anyway. That's big. That is, of course, the ace who came to support that Monty just a few seconds ago as well. And with the ace now off the board, Sparko's going to have to try and take the initiative, try and take a couple of kills here, maybe potentially. Rattler, in the meanwhile, doing whatever he can on the karaoke window, but unable to find a kill here. That's the problem for, Hunters. They have not gotten a single body. Fatar's got a prone peek here, thanks to this little, foot level hole that's been opened up. Hasib's going to go down onto the floor. Not a DBNO, he's just going to prone, that is, inside of the site. Again, they're just saving themselves from the shots that will be fired by Hunters LFO. Less than 60 seconds remain in the map right now, in this round, in this final round, as Sparko's position will now be given away. But the Monty's presence is pressure in and of itself. because how do you deal with that, right? There's going to be attackers
Yeah.
coming from other angles, as evidenced by Sandy now trying to come up the back stairs here. Position of the alibi given away, and he can't contest because the Monty's there. Sandy's going to find
Oh,
one. That's
no.
Fathar down, making it once again an advantage for Hunters LFO. One body taken. Taha, however, finds Rattler. That's a big drop right there. The Zofia is off the board. Sparkle's taking damage.
Oh,
Jittery from
gee.
below with the grenade finds a C. Beautifully done right there.
Located.
2v3 now. They need to get that Monty out of there. Sparko, so much damage done. That's a C4, but Sandy will find Taha nonetheless.
MI7.
MI7 canceling the reload. Beautifully done. Finds the shot on 2-1. Got to be
10
careful of
seconds
that
left.
foot level hold. Sparko's going for the plant. In the meanwhile, there's somebody covering from the hallway. He's going to walk right by. This could be big right now, but
that's
no
alright.
covering the rotate. Sandy through those lines of sight that were made by the defenders not long ago. We are going to be going with a first map win for Hunters LFO. It was a very hard-fought victory, and it
Lovely.
took them so long to get here. After all, they were 4-0 up not too long ago.
Yeah.
They will finally close it out after a fantastic attempted comeback by MercenarieZ. Again, very unfortunate that Ayan couldn't be there. That last round, had Ayan been there, I'm pretty sure MercenarieZ would have taken it. Ayan has definitely been one of those factors for them in this matchup. I mean, Taha's done well. MI7's done well. Everyone has done well. Fathar, even Hasib, they've all done really, really well. They've played their roles very well. However, Ayan really was one of those players who was also doing their best to hold it all together, right? But unfortunately, with the disconnection, can't quite bring it home, as it were, for MRCZ. But they shouldn't be disheartened because they still were so close. They were so close for so long in the map, and not just in close every round, but losing it nonetheless. No. It's an
It was a
8-7.
very
Hunters
8-7.
had to fight for this, folks. And definitely the fact that this map went on for as long as it did, the action in this map, that is, will, impact how map 2 is approached. MercenarieZ will definitely try to take as many rounds as possible on Clubhouse. That is for sure. However, Hunters, on the other hand, they will try to recuperate some energy as well, because they would have spent a long time really racking their brains and bringing out everything possible to try and beat MercenarieZ here and now. But again, the question is, how will Clubhouse fare? We've asked this question a lot over the course of the match so far. And we'll be asking that question only a couple more times, actually, because, well, there is a little bit of time before we go into map number 2. I mean, we're going to have the highlights and so on and so forth. You get the point. The usual stuff that we normally do around here at the Pro Series Summer Edition. But I do have to say, well played to both sides. And again, MercenarieZ really hurting the loss of their 5th right there. Once they get their 5th back for map number 2, it will definitely be much more even between the two teams. And I mean, you hate to see a 4v5 at the end of the day, right? Regardless of if it's a T1 team, a T3 team, 4v5s just are not all that great. But let's not talk about that. Let's focus on the positives as we go into the highlights of the match that we had just now, going live on your screens right here. And Bullet, whatever the ending may have been, the match overall, 90% of it was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, definitely beautiful. Retrade is happening here and there, but you have to put that one fact, man. But that the defense, the side of defense, we're getting it. Of course, we saw 2 of those rounds. Getting one was the MercenarieZ. I guess that was round number 5, right? Yeah, that was round number 5 to going towards the favor of MercenarieZ. I guess. Yeah, the aggressive push which came to the favor of attackers, but in the end, like I said in the starting, Skyscraper is a very, I would say, complex map after the rework for a attacker. Especially, I am seeing after 2 of the Titans in our region are struggling so much. Of course, they are up against each other. That's one reason. But Skyscraper definitely not very, I would say, favorable for the side of attackers for now. How some of the players coming in from the side of Rattler were so close. Also coming in the players from the side of MI7. There was somewhere around, I would say, Hasib getting kills here and there. Because also some of the nade kills coming in from the side of Taha. Individual plays on point. I would say team coordination on point. The only thing I would say lacking from the side of both of the teams was one-on-one individual gunfights where somewhere tossing around here and there. Sometimes it was some of the players from the side of MercenarieZ or somewhere around from the side of Monkey Hunters LFO. For now, this was it, folks. The map number 1 going into the favor of Monkey Hunters LFO, 8-7. individual plays were so good. I would say, especially like some of the, I would say, the unusual picks we saw. Ian going for the Ying, he got some three kills over there. We saw Hasi picking up knock. Of course, that was one favorable round, but particularly this round, how just Rattler got a quad kill, almost clutching it up. I would say ace clutch would have been there, but yeah, so far so good. We'll be waiting for the map number second, boys and girls. The second map will be the clubhouse, and it is a pick from the side of mercenaries. And we have seen how a mercenary is, I would say, I will, talking about the not the community cup. I would say, sorry, talking about the even the last pro series, we have seen some quite some dominating plays coming in from the side of mercenaries. So yeah, they are in for Avengers. I have like tried to put up that meme like in my narration, like man, they are in here for vengeance if you ask for it, because they lost 3-0 in a best of 5 in the last finale. And let me remind you guys, this is not the finale. This is still the upper bracket finale. They still have one decider. Whoever lose will go on to the decider bracket and wait for the winning team from the side of Retrograde and Kira Esports. So they still have a chance, but every team will be trying to just secure that spot pretty early. So yeah, there were some really good kills. How you saw the runner coming in from Mayan, some of the, I would say, from MI7. There were some like I would say also very, I would say, close calls where we saw Taha, or there was someone I guess beat when he had that opportunity to grab onto that kill, but decided to fall back. So there were some good decisions overall in some of those roamers roaming into the second floor, or even trying to hunt down the solo attacking attackers push coming in from the side of first floor.
Yeah, at the end of the day, there was just a lot happening between both sides, right? And mercenaries, while they had such a, I would say, like a prolific and successful time in the second half, particularly, unfortunately, in overtime, it wasn't all there. A bit of a player issue and a technical issue, this and that. You get the point. And at the end of the day, it is unfortunate, but it is what it is. The rounds have ended, and map number one has gone in favor of Hunters LFO. It's an 8-7 victory right at the end of it all. Just looking at the map summary, right? Just the
Yeah.
scoreboard is very indicative of everything that has happened so far. Look at that MRCZ lineup. 4 players are double digits right there. And had Ion been there for those last 2 rounds, I'm pretty sure Ion would have also
I
probably
would be
gone close to double
definitely,
digits, 9 kills,
definitely.
10 kills easily. And that just shows you the strength of this MRCZ lineup. All of them can fit each other's roles to a level of with a level of, like, assurance, right? That say Hasib is playing the unorthodox operators, Fatar can pick that up in a couple of rounds if he's not feeling like playing the ace. MI7 can pick up the ace, Taha can play the finka, so on and so forth. Hasib can play the finka as well every now and again.
Yeah.
It is possible, so to speak. And on the other side, of course, Hunters LFO, 3 players with double digits, but that, of course, Jittery is going to be the focus. 18-11 with 2 entry kills and a 1.41 rating. Clearly the standout performance of the match, followed closely by Rattler and Sandy, and Beat and Sparko having more quiet maps as it was. But yeah, all things considered, not bad from the side of. Excuse me, there. Not bad from the side of Hunters LFO. Not bad from MRCZ. Again, very well played by both teams. And we'll have to wait and see how they perform on map number 2. That is, of course, Clubhouse. Map number 1 has ended. It is an 8-7. And just really well played to both.
Yeah, man. And also, like, rules are rules for everyone. Like, the apparently 4v5 was, just going in. So, yeah, you gotta respect to that. But Rattler, also, like, coming in from some of the individual plays, how we saw Hold coming in from the particular term area. Sparko, also playing onto the side of support, we can see going in 3-9. He was playing a lot of support, I would say, going into doing a lot of the drone work. But talking about the side of MRCZ mercenaries, how just Taha was getting in. Even we can see the first of the first frags into the favor of Rattler, shows that both of the teams are very close. There's some of those very minute mistakes here and there. Some of like you can't even like nail it down and just point it out, because two of these teams are just playing so brilliant. Like how MRCG just even got to just to phrase on the front foot, like man, we can equalize things and go on overtime match point. So that's the case apparently, like how eventually Hunters LFO got their win. Of course, it was their map pick, but it was so much close. For now, we will be waiting for the map of Clubhouse. And Blackjack, I really want to ask you, you have seen a lot of Clubhouse plays from some of these South Asian teams. So what do you think, I like the smile when I ask questions to Blackjack. I like the smile. So yeah, coming back to the point, I really want to ask you, like, what do you think, like, how over the course of time, how has Clubhouse, like, you gone through few of those changes? I guess it was in the Operation Parabellum we were having the discussion off camera. So what do you think, like, how has changes the approach of some of these teams right there? Like overall in the meta, also we see a lot of garage push when the objective, especially towards the side of CCTV and cash. We see a lot of logistics push or construction push, especially when there's gym or bedroom. So what do you think about that?
I mean, all things considered, with Hunters, right? I am actually kind of expecting a round to go, at least for one round, for them to go into bar stage, right? They are the
Okay.
kind of team, Hunters are the kind of team to,
Okay.
go into that first floor bar stage. No one does that. No one does that. But then again, no one on Villa goes to first floor living room library, right? And I wouldn't have
Correct.
been
Correct.
surprised if
Correct.
here on Skyscraper had they gone towards bedroom as well. They didn't go there, probably because they probably don't have that site fully prepared yet. But once they do, my goodness. But regardless, folks, all of that speculation and the discussions will have to wait. We'll be taking once again a short break, and we'll keep it short this time. Don't worry. We'll be
Yeah.
right back with Map 2 Clubhouse. Until then, stay tuned.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition, supported by Ubisoft and powered by Zotac Gaming, with our broadcast partner logo. With me joining alongside will be another time Blackjack. And Blackjack, we have seen the last matchup going in ham. Of course, it was 8-7. Of course, it was unfortunate 4v5 in the end, like disfavoring the side of mercenaries. So definitely, I'm pretty much sure that Mercenary will be again looking for vengeance on map number two.
Absolutely. I mean, now that they are 0-1 down on the map count, they'll be looking for another map to go their way, push it all the way to map number 3, and try to win the match itself. They're going to need to do go from here on out because Hunters have taken map number 1. To recap, all of our viewers, excuse me, who will be joining us right about now. Map 1 we just ended. Excuse me, right there. Just ended map number 1. It was an 8-7 victory to Hunters LFO. Mercenaries put up a great fight, going from 0-4 to 7-6, all the way to 7-7. But unfortunately, the last 2 rounds, due to a power cut and some sort of technical issue, they ended up having to play a 4v5. Now we'll be moving on to map number 2, Clubhouse, without too much of a delay. And we're going to be going straight into the second map. That is the bans for map number 2. Hunters LFO on the attack and excuse me, the Hunters LFO on the attack and Mercenaries on the defense. Yes, that is in fact correct. I am the one who has it written down wrong here, like like the big dummy that I am sometimes. Thatcher will be the first ban coming out from the Mercenaries side of things. Hunters have the second ban of the map.
Definitely, I feel like there will be a ban coming in. Probably how the plays are going in. We might see a Kaid ban. Not really sure, but we can't see. Oh, Hunters LFO actually banning Hibana. Very much interesting. So yeah, they have to rely a lot on thermite, secondary breach charges, ace, because the banner is down. Also, like Hibana's type 819 is a very very beautiful weapon. I really like that weapon, like personally a lot. How the fire rate is such brilliant and like the gun is so much powerful. Of course, it's low in magazine. I would say overall amount, but it's fine. Like Valve also getting banned from the side of Hunters LFO. Pretty usual with the Valve ban. Not really surprising. I will be very, very much surprised if there's a mute ban or probably we see a smoke ban. How just Rattler is going for those plays, but let's see. What will be the operator? Of course, we can see a Mira. Who knows? But there you have it. Kaid, of course.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Kaid is not banned while Thatcher is taken off the board, right, it will be very difficult to navigate Clubhouse the way that you would want to, because Clubhouse is just one of those maps, right, where you absolutely want to have as much map control as you possibly can. I mean, that stands true for every map in the competitive pool, yes. However, it also stands true for, of course, Clubhouse particularly. I mean, on Oregon, you can really play a site-centric push and get away with it, but Clubhouse, you're going to want to start... excuse me, you're going to want to have a couple of players going for a different push somewhere else to try and pressure. You're going to want vertical pressure as well from below or from above, because there's a lot of area, right, that is soft floor, soft ceilings, all of the like. And with all that being said, folks, we're not going to be waiting too long now. Second floor CCTV and cash room is the site of choice on round number 1. And we are a go for this first match. MI7 bringing in the Tachanka. You love to see it, of course, as Tachanka, after his rework, has seen a significant rise in play, thanks to the fact that he can soft breach with his now mobile LMG and his Shumika launchers. Basically, they have the same functionality as smoke, right? Wherein they deny area and deny entry for a significant amount of time. He gets 14 of those fire grenades, the equivalent to a Molotov, right, in Rainbow Six. So
Yeah.
that's a pretty strong operator. The only weakness being that, unlike Smoke, who just throws and activates, he has to actively hold a second gun that won't do him much good on a head-to-head gunfight. So he becomes slightly more situational than Smoke in that regard. But other than that, you do also have the Smoke in play from Hasib. So you've got both kinds of denial here. I'm honestly surprised they didn't bring a Goyo, but you do want the Yigamai and Meat combo here as well. Clubhouse, this combo is served very well on this map. With all that out of the way, round 1 is now in its action phase. The breach will be set up by Hunters. There we go. Very quick, as is to be expected for CCTV. And the round is now a go.
Definitely, man. And we will see the amount of, we have Rattler playing a base, we have Sparkle, Thermite, with B going from Alex. So there's a lot of, the emphasis on to opening con breach, or you can just also pushing towards the side of construction, try to open up the logistics wall. Talking about MI7 playing up Prachanka, like you described it beautifully, I feel like MI7, especially on the map of Clubhouse, we have seen a lot of Prachanka plays here and there. Even in the Community Cup, I saw MI7 playing in a few of those matches with Prachanka. Even in the last Hunters LFO game, I remember it was MI7 to go up on the, I guess it was round number 8 or round number 9 to just close it out. So we have, like, MI7 is very confident with these Prachanka gun, and overall, like, how after the rework, it's the nades work. So yeah, I kind of feels like it's the answer of Capitals. Like it's the improved Capitao in the defense, but still, like how you described it, it can be a second version of Smoke as well. Of course, it will be Taha to go down towards the side of the Garage Draft. Not apparently a lot of heavy push going in, but still it's going to be Raptor to beat down upon. But Pete's trying to open up, I guess, a good angle over it. It's going to be Sandy to push up towards the side of Cannons, as we can see. Can go towards the side of Storage. Maybe going for an aggressive peak, but his seat trying to hold down to the side of CCTV. Still, no garage push being made as of now, and still it's 1 minute left on the clock. We want to see what the action holds for now towards the side of Garage Buster. And, oh, they are actually going in for the ball to open up the angle with that particular bomb. Not really sure why. Actually, there are 4 guys pushing in toward the side of Taha, trying to make a pressure. So there's a lot of, I would say, a pressure going in, trying to build that pressure towards the side of Garage Rafter. So MI7 and Hasib definitely, being the smoke player and Tachanka player, can do a lot of things if all of these, guys just pushing towards the side of Garage.
Absolutely. Frag grenades are out, but there's ADSs and Magnus to deny those, but not bullets though. Sparker's going to get a beautiful kill. Well played. A good peek onto Taha. And then meanwhile, Fatar will be denied from that main stage door because Jiri was watching that for, that area for a lounge peek for so long. Sparko does go down. The refrag is taken, but the diffuser is still in the hands of Beat. Damage dealt. Rattler is going to get in there. Sandy's going to get in there as well. Finds one. The plant is going down. Rattler's on the floor. In the meanwhile, Sandy needs to find this player. Can he? The plant is about to go down, but no, all the defenders will go down before that. It took a couple of seconds there, but it was still done. It was a little messy from Hunters, though. I will agree on that front. A little bit cleaner could have been possible had they taken Garage a little earlier, establishing that Garage control. And no one really tried for construction, right? I think Hunters, they were just experimenting with how hard they could push Breach and Garage and get away with it. Well, they got away with it pretty well, all things considered. So they'll take round number 1, and we will now be moving on to round 2 with MercenarieZ shifting things up instantly, as is to be expected from these top-tier teams. We're going to second floor gym and bedroom, the other side of the top floor map.
Protect your bombs from being defused by
Yeah,
attackers.
definitely the amount of time getting wasted to just take out one guy in the end. Definitely, I feel like after the second kill was, I would say, very, very beneficial to the side of Hunters LFO, how they got the round. But I thought for a second how Hasib is, gonna use those smoke canisters, and there was one guy pushing it for side on Reach. MI7 was playing up Tachanka. I felt for a second that, of course, it's gonna be MRCZ in the end. And of course, tables turns in no time. Comes to Rainbow-Six-Siege. There you have it, Hunters LFO taking down the moment. But now, of course, like my friend over here, I would say my brother over here, tried to describe it, and they will be going other side with the side of gym bedroom. We don't have any Mira play coming in. Of course, we have a castle being played. So as Mira is not banned, they should have gone for Mira. What do you think, right there? Like, why not?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, right? If you are going to have an operator that can give you the kind of advantage that Mira does, and if she is available in play, why not bring that operator to play? However, MercenarieZ might have something else to say. They do have the Bandit, interestingly enough. I mean, cover on Jacuzzi Wall. Thatcher is, banned for the time being, but they are going to play the Maverick, like any attacking team here would play the Maverick. So, and you also have the Sledge to take care of those castle barricades within seconds. So that's another place that the Bandit will be vulnerable from. That's evil. Come on. Just gets the ping, instant MI7 headshot. He's down. Beat's gonna find one more. Hasib. Wait, the smoke died. Okay, because of the castle barricades that were opened out towards the bedroom windows. Meanwhile, the breach on CCTV has been taken care of as well. This is a quick take from the Hunters, as 2 very important bodies have been dropped very early into the round. Sparko's coming in for the breach, but he's going to get tricked. There we go. This is why you want the Maverick here, right? to deny bandit tricking by throwing in a couple of grenades, and the thermite who would have flashbangs can burn out the ADSs. Standard stuff, what you would expect from these teams, but hey, they've gotten
Yeah.
2 bodies and full headway towards CCTV, so I guess taking their time on Jacuzzi Breach is fine for the time being.
Definitely, we just want to come up with that particular spot to open up. C4
Oh,
goes down, maybe
oh.
find one, but no, he gets a flashbang instead. Grenades also going, not trying to open up this particular space, and definitely 4 of these guys are just brute forcing their way in. Selma, expert charge also going, almost getting caught out. You just found another day to live on for this particular round, but almost that was a kill on Taha. But hey, Taha comes up, finds a very nice shot on Rata, but Sparko gets it. Makes it a 44. Makes it 2v4. I'm really sorry, 56 seconds left on the clock as of now. Sandy finds one more. Ayad goes down. It all comes to the Fatar being left, but it's going to be Sparko to, in the end, shut down Fatar, make it a 2-0. But what a round, man. What a retrades happening here and there. And Taha just like getting the save, taking out that particular guy into the right hand corner. That was very, very beautiful. But in the end, of course, the man advantage was in favor of Hunters LFO. And MercenarieZ like, what's going wrong, man? I felt for a second. Round number 1, okay, no problem. It was the first round. Definitely after a long pause, I would say after the rehost now, it gets in there. But round number 2, I would say a little bit shaky. As of now, in round number 3, they are going for the church and arsenal room. For now, definitely there will be Hibana getting banned, so definitely we can see Thermite getting picked by Sparko and Ace getting picked by Rattler. I have like how we see Fatar playing up the AK-12 gun, even like we see him play Fuse a lot. I have to say, like, Rattler also enjoys playing AK-12 a lot. I have seen him playing AK-12, also loving to play smoke. He just goes insane with that smoke plays. So yeah, like I love to see these players sticking to one operator and just going for the kills with that particular operator.
I mean, that's kind of a given, right? With several
Yeah.
of these players, they love certain operators. Like, look at Sparko, right? The Thermite player for the team, also a very, very good Thermite player at that as well. Whenever possible, he brings out this operator, gets the hard breach done, and gets the ball rolling, as well as beat now on the Maverick. Jittery, in the meanwhile, is going to take an interesting 6-pick right there out of the Zofia into the Flores. Now, that's an op that I'm going to want to see when it comes to this particular site, which is, of course, Basement Church and Arsenal Room. Flores, I can see coming in from dirt, doing a lot of utility destruction towards that dirt tunnel entry into Arsenal. Excuse me, right there, into Arsenal boxes, and of course, deep Arsenal as well. At the same time, ooh, did the sled see a couple of feet there towards that club area? I don't think so, not quite yet. Taha's going to be hanging around the bathrooms now inside of bar. The door being broken, the sound should go, and the alibi should hear this, as the breach is, a small breach is done towards the top floor jacuzzi wall. Taha very nearly finding the head of the sledge right there, but not quite. Will just back away and will just, hold on. Again, taking the time to, just distract the operators on the attack. That's what your roam really is for. And if you get a couple of bodies on the way back, well, all the better for it. But that was not what happened. So now we're going to be going towards the verticality section of the round. Means hatches will be opened, and more floorboards will also be opened as Hunters LFO set up for the execute.
Yeah, they're taking quite a bit of time to just read out, trying to just do the drone work here and there. Especially when you take a lot of time, you gotta rely on these end game meta, which back in year 4, year 5, after year 6, then let's calling it the Rainbow-Six-Siege meta. I used to love. I used to love when I was used to like get a chance to cast, and just the end meta of this game is just too good. So I mean, you have to get your retrades right. You have to get your team coordination very up going. But after some of the operating profession like Flores, Osa, many of these, some of the end game meta just not getting in too much. As if one piece gets one, picks out Sandy with that vertical shot. So apparently it was the line of sight getting made by the attacker, but the defenders were just getting in there. But MI7 also get out by the side of Beat. So definitely there's a push happening in from the side of Blue also, if I'm not wrong. So a double in push. Oh, sorry, church hatch. So there's a double, entry point getting executed from the side of Hunters LFO. Now this is what exactly you want. Qatar in a very public situation. Gotta focus upon the church gate as well as the kitchen hatch. 25 seconds left on the clock as of now. Man advantage towards the side of MRC. 20 seconds left. Still no aggressive push from either sides, but we can see a hatch drop down. And if that happens, this might be a very troublesome for the side of Hunters LFO. This can be one. Hasi 1-5-1. Beat gets for Thor, makes it 3v2. Defil still drop down. And I guess he has to go for a kill. But no, Hasi on piece gets one, and Taha in the end to take down Rattler. Rattler also gets the trade, but the play into the side of this particular tunnel benefited the side of MRCZ very much. Hasi wants speed with the MX4 Storm. I guess he found 2 kills, right? Yeah, he found 2 kills in the last round. And I would say, yeah, good one coming in from the side of Mercenaries in the end.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it was, I think, mostly like, especially towards the end of the round, it was a very turtle-esque hold with all the players inside of the site at all times. We had the alibi roaming on first floor for a significant portion, yes, but that was in the early game to maybe take a couple of bodies. But as soon as the drone spotted where the alibi was, they fell back into the site and just waited by the boxes and dirt area. I think they specifically the alibi went into dirt, set up a shield and everything. And that's the thing, right? Hunters didn't really try for dirt. I think because the excuse me right there. I think that's because they sent a drone into dirt and saw that there's really no shield or preparation towards there in the early round, right? So they thought, yeah, no, dirt, they're probably baiting us towards dirt, so let's not go there. Let's, instead focus on the hatches, on the main stairs, stuff like that, maybe towards the, church moto side, but let's not, put ourselves down to dirt and get taken out left, right, and center, because that's probably exactly what they're expecting. And, credit where credit is due, that's probably what Mercenaries were playing for earlier, but as soon as they realized that it's going to be a hatch take / main stairs take, they pivoted and reconfigured their defenders in the proper positions for that. And at the end of the day, it was like shooting fish in a barrel when it came to the hatch drop downs. And the round ended up going to Mercenaries. So well played. Again, standard defensive takes when it comes to the clubhouse basement, because it's just been the first 3 rounds, right? We're not going to see anything too special from either side just yet, I feel like. However, Mercenaries are defense first on Clubhouse, and this is something that we have talked about here at the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition. Well, just in general with Rainbow-Six matches for Clubhouse, so much that Clubhouse is a defender-sided map. Even if only slightly, it is defender-sided, and that is something that all the teams will be very, very aware of at the minute. Because it's a defender-sided map, you want to take as many rounds as possible on the defense, and the more rounds you take, the more chances you stand of winning, even if you are attacking in the second half. Breach will be done nice and quickly, 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock, and here you have Azami bringing in the tech that is most expected of her. That is breaches, hatches, or any other lines of sight that she can shut down, she will do so. Drone has spotted somebody towards the bar side. Fatah's going to go down in the meanwhile. Sandy's going to take that kill. There we go. The Jaeger on first floor is on the floor, literally, and that's the first blood for Hunters LFO.
Yeah, I would say that was a very good drone. Just didn't on the side of Spark was spotted. But almost Spark getting caught out. Takes a little bit of damage. It's going to be Beat to try to open up the angle towards the side of Taha. Yet again, a lot of the push being made from the side of Hunters LFO. And that was not needed. Nonetheless,
Okay.
Makes it a 3v4. It's going to be Hasib to take out Chitri. Good exchange of bodies right there, but still. MI7 is still alive, playing up the Zotac yet again. But this time around, it's going to be Taha also to support the entire team in a 3v4 situation. Taha still left out in the side of Raptors, trying to waste down the time as much as possible. The Rattler play towards the side of common breach, the common wall breach, is just too important. And if Rattler goes down, this can be going in towards the side of Mercenary. But you go, pretty much usual push. Stanley takes out Taha, makes it a 4v2. 45 seconds left on the clock. There you have it, folks. Smoke rifle going in, MI7, Tachanka, grenades going in. I really don't know what's going to happen because in the end it's a 4v2 and both of these defenders are in a very tight spot.
Yep, very, very tight spot indeed. There's a down on Sparko. That should be a kill. Gas grenade is thrown out. Rattler's going to go for the plant, and he is safe for the looks of it. Oh, dear me. Sandy finding Hasib while trying to throw out one more gas canister, and the spray through the wall. Sandy will get the Tachanka as well. I mean, they knew that there's only one place the Tachanka could really be, and that's inside of the cash room. Nobody was on red, and the player in construction that was, of course, well, not construction per se, but around the construction cash store. That was, of course, the smoke already gone. Where else can that Russian operator finally be? Well, inside of the site itself. Spray through the wall, get the kill, and that'll be another round to Hunters LFO. Once again, they have made it impossible for MercenarieZ to get a round advantage going into the first half, since it is now 3-1. Second floor gym bedroom, once again the site of choice. Mercenaries trying whatever they can to see what sticks, as it were. And MercenarieZ, there we go. We were talking about this in round 2. If you have the Mira available, why not bring her out to play? Well, we are going to be seeing the Mira in play this
Attackers
round.
need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
It feels like, Hunters LFO, how the pattern is emerging in. Last time it was defense. Of course, how the map of Skyscraper just went into the favor of the Hunters LFO. Of course, it was a very well fought out round from the side of Mercenaries also. But Hunters LFO, they're trying not to just let Mercenaries get that advantage in the first half. So definitely Blackjack, they're just playing that games. Mind game is to just not let the confidence, just not let get the momentum get in the favor of Mercenaries. That's the answer for you. Why Mercenaries still lagging behind at number 3? Because I have seen Mercenaries in defense on Clubhouse. They are just way too good. But as of now, it's going to be Hunters LFO to take that advantage. And on to round number 5, they have again went up for the side of gym and bedroom to defend upon.
Well, we're going to see what I think is going to be the usual stuff from Hunters LFO. We're going to have CCTV be breached. We're going to have somebody watching Garage to make sure that, nobody gets any bright ideas about going up from the catwalk side to try and go for some roam plays, as it were. Rattler and Beat currently by the jacuzzi wall. They're trying to see if there is, in fact, a, bandit. And yes, there is. So here we have the utilities coming in. C4's out. Will that find anyone? No, it does not. I think it got shot out this time. Grenade comes out. Another. No, okay, they're just throwing everything at the wall right about now. And they're going to get it open as well. Selma will be destroyed, unfortunately, because of the Thermite 6 atomic shard. That explosion range is huge, as it were. But still, the wall is open pretty nice and early. CCTV side should be opened as well. That's what Rattler is going to go and do now at the very least. Sandy's towards that side as well. Jittery, I think Jittery wants to come up through catwalk, which will be an interesting decision for that, horizontal push, as it were. Ayan being very careful of the hatch in logistics, because of course you have to be right. Anyone could go there at any point and get the drop on you. As we have a breach on CC and the push through Garage coming in, Sandy will now get the castle barricades taken care of, and CC will slowly be put under the control of the Hunters. The bodies will start to fall in just a second here. And oh my goodness, what? Okay, that worked as well. MI7, so close to where the Sledge was playing, actually gets that Sandy's off the board.
Definitely, I would say just survive that one, because apparently the Sledge was on the Hamlet animation. He almost would have got in that one, because MI7 just didn't took any damage. So pretty much enough to do is that the headfire didn't successfully just profitable with the side of Sandy. But Jittery, there you go, that's a Fatar. But eventually it's gonna be Fatar just down a bit for a second. So we rather to pick up MI7 yet again. Things are looking a bit, I would say, a lot shaky from the side of CC. 26 seconds left on the clock. Still, no, I would say, like, C was still alive. But and guess what? There you have it. Finally, the media play coming into the favor of the side of MercenarieZ. Like I said, when the last time they took the media, I didn't took the media. I had a question in my mind. They're trying to approach the side of the balcony, goes in, finds no one. It's not actually Hasib. It takes some Taha left in. Oh, actually, there's a plant going on. Ayan takes a shooting, makes it a 1v2. A Sparko with the
Wait, what?
successful plant, and the plant is there. First one situation finds the leg of Mira, almost getting a kill,
Oh
but
my
he drops
goodness.
down. Oh my god, the vertical play is getting into the play, and if they can't go for the defuse, I guess Sparko won't be able to land his shots properly. You gotta find head, Sparko. You gotta
Come on,
find
the head, the
You
head,
find
the head.
No!
Win.
Oh, very unfortunate for the side of Monkey Hunters LFO, but I would say what a lovely plant, what a lovely way to just try things up. You're going to see the things in the instant replay. Hasiva's waiting for a beat. Sandy, Sparko find the chance, find the right spot. I guess it was an intentional drop. Not really sure to drop down, try to go in towards the side of main stairs, but when he heard the sound, he came back. He almost find the head. Was that a non-register shot? Because I saw him going for the head. I'm confusion.
I don't know. I think in that moment, where it was already so close, right? Even if he got in the
Yeah,
head, there's a good chance that the defuse would have finished, right, by the time everything would have happened. But even then, like, I feel like it wasn't really like a non-register, as it were, but I think it was just more
As
like
many bombs as they
he,
can.
he panicked for a second. You saw the mouse move, right? Like his aim really shuddered for a second, right? And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that Sparko, someone as experienced as he is in the game, a veteran of the game, would panic in that moment. But if there's enough people going off in your ears, and all the situations very tense like that, things do tend to happen that you never expect. But at the end of the day, we did see the the aim going all over the place at the end, and even on the Mira, Sparko missed a lot of shots right there, and it is unfortunate. He should have had the Mira right there. Had he done that, it would have been a 1v1, and a very winnable 1v1 at that as well. But it is what it is, and the round will still go the way of Mercenaries, only barely though. They did have the body trade, however, they just did not have overall an idea of what the plant was, where it was, and all that stuff. Hunters, of course, the players were distracting so that Sparko could get the plant down. However, I think if Jittery had survived the gunfights that he was taking, then that round definitely would have gone their way a little bit more easier. As it were, it didn't, and now it is a 3-2, as it were. Mercenaries one round away from equalizing.
yeah. We saw how the first round went to the favor side of Hunters LFO, but this time around, things I would say like how on the round first snap it was very much into LFO, when it was the first 6 rounds of the defense, but right now it was very much balanced overall. Classic Siege, I would say. Of course, it was Classic Siege when it comes to the side of defense, but overall Classic Siege play coming in. A few rounds for you, a few rounds for us. That's happening right now. But now it's going to be beat if you to one side of players area. Maybe go in, try to open up the blue hatch. But now it's going to be Sandy to hunt down the roamers, and he spots a blue jammer up on the second floor. So definitely he's pretty much sure that somebody's going to play up on towards side of logistics. Rattler also making sure there's no one around with the drones here and there, try to get some intel. But I see actually two of the attacking players, the players of Hunters LFO, just pushing in towards the side of second floor. They're also just trying to get in the intel, so it's a very much, I would say, an usual push coming in. The usual push coming in from side of Hunters LFO. They wait, they indicate, they try to note this thing down, how we can execute the defenders, and then try to execute it as far as possible, as good as possible.
That is surely the case, but for the time being, we're going to have a bunch of explosions going off. C4s, that is, being blown left, right, and center, specifically Fatar C4, to no avail, though. We have the breaches coming in, slowly but surely, on kitchen hatch. Impacts have been used up. Ayan is probably going to go for an impact trick on that any second now, as Roteros are now coming in, denying utility. 40 seconds, no, less than 40 remain, as Sparkos find the first kill. That's Ayan. The Azami gone. MI7 taking damage. Hatch will finally be breached. It took a while to get here, but they're finally doing that. But now the smokes are coming out. Sandy finds Fatar. That's a big drop right there on the mute, but they need to get the smoke out of dirt if they want this execute to happen, and that is going to be be exceptionally difficult. You have players coming down blue. Sandy's grenade finds a Seep, and this is looking like a much better basement take right about now. Taha so low, he finds one, but goes down to Sparko instantly, leaving the final player, MI7, just outside of Moto in the hallway, found and taken down by Rattler as, excuse me right there, as Hunters LFO will win out Basement Church. They lost Jim, but they are not perturbed by that, not in the slightest. Basement Church goes their way. A beautiful take right there. Very clean, very solid, and well paced out as well. And now they are 4-2 up, going defense second half. MercenarieZ is going to be quite difficult from here on out.
You know what? Blackjack. I'm sorry, I'm calling you Baba. I'm really sorry. So that's just like what 3 rounds away to make the 7-2. And trust me, when I say 3 rounds, because we have seen how they suppressed mercenaries. Of course, there was Skyscraper. I said for a fact that Skyscraper is a very defenders-based attacking, very much complex, but it's Clubhouse. I'm very much surprised to find that mercenaries were not able to just get ahead of Hunters LFO, try to make it a 4-2 on their side. I don't know. My brain has stopped working for now. But all I know is the fact that Hunters LFO will be looking to shut down this as soon as possible, like as fast as possible, because both of the teams have a very good defense. I would say on the map of Clubhouse. I would say overall the map of Clubhouse after the smaller rework that we saw onto the previous year of Rainbow-Six-Siege have made the map overall a little bit balanced, but still favorable towards the side of defenders. But the last round we saw mercenaries, just changing their way to defend the whole. I would say the objective. We saw one guy going in for the garage hole, 2 guys holding up into the cache. I know the classic strats, but I guess when you are using one for or more rounds, just one after another, you should change the way how you use the set up your defense, try to go for different type of operators. This time around, it's going to be very to attack for the next 6 rounds, and of course, boy oh boy, when does Leopard do this 6-5, 6-2, what happens to be even just going into the favor of Hunters LFO by any score mercenaries upon. So, yeah, I have to put up a statement right there. Hunters LFO, they are just here to win, but cannot deny mercenaries who are here for vengeance.
Well, whether or not that vengeance is on the cards today or in the grand finals, that is, of course, the question. And that is to say, of course, if, excuse me there, if mercenaries are actually able to get to the grand finals, first they have to win here, or should they get sent down to deciders, then they have to win the decider match. And that's going to be another one, difficult one, that is, for them, because the team they go up against will definitely be fighting at their maximum, as Ayan's going to find Sandy in the meanwhile. Bathroom setup not really working out for the Azami, unfortunately, as the clash on second floor is now left. I think, no, Beat is here to support. Okay, there's actually, wait, is that 3 more defenders on second floor? Yes, there seems to be.
Yes,
the clash has found Taha as the grenade is thrown, but that is, Sparko nearly getting turned around because of that. Another grenade is thrown in front of him, but it will not work. Hasib does find Jittery in the meanwhile. That's another big drop. And there goes Sparko. Everybody on second floor is getting taken down, but Beat is here. 2 huge kills. Needs to find a third. Can't do so. And Fatar will find Rattler as well. All of that action on second floor. Just nothing towards basement. The site is basement, but it did not matter. Hunters committed so hard to the extension into second floor to the point where they literally made second floor the site, and mercenaries were more than up to the challenge to bring the round around for themselves. 4-3 now. Hunters still in the lead, but mercenaries 1 round away from equalizing.
Yeah, man, and if mercenaries equalize it, it's pretty much honest to say that in the map of Skyscraper, it was the defense was just getting in the round, but on the map of Border, it's quite the opposite. Both of the teams are just able to outplay each other on the side of when they are going into attack. So that's one point to definitely notice upon. Like it's good that you are able to outplay their own opponent's team. Strats, their own strats, how they able to just converge upon. And that means that we definitely are in for a long show. And this whole map can also go in for overtime with how these trades are happening in one round for you, one round for me. But I really want to see how Monkey Hunters LFO defends the side of CCTV and cache area, because last time around Mercenaries, like they took some good operators, but in the end it was pretty much rebel from the side of Hunters LFO to just retaliate, just reverse upon towards the side of Mercenaries. Even they had Kachinka, even they had operators like Smoke. This time around, Beat has gone for Mira, Sparko, on Diego. We are seeing Smoke play coming in from the side of Rattler. Even in we can see Sandy going up for the new play. Definitely, Mercenaries will try to go and take up the Raptor side to push in from the garage. But I would be very much surprised if they take on another kind of approach.
I mean, they could go, excuse me, for the construction side and, really change things up, as a Mira window will be popped as well. That had to be from the inside. I'm not seeing a twitch on the attacking team. So unless Beat popped it by himself, I'm not exactly sure what happened there. Probably did towards the breach to really scare the attackers, right? That, hey, someone's watching through this. You guys had better be careful about how you try and approach this breach, that is to say. Logistics Ash will be blown wide open, and Beat setting up a window on a soft wall towards the bathroom region, and there's some rotates being made there as well. He's safely going to make his way back towards the site. So who's going to be holding towards the bedroom area to begin with? You have that Mira there, right? But okay, Rattler goes down. That's just Smoke off the board. Rattler was the one playing here. But I have questions about why that would be, because such a quick take has happened from the bedroom. Now inside of construction is the sledge, and logistics can be taken as well pretty quickly. So I'm not entirely sure what Hunters decided to go for there. Whatever it was really did not go all that well, at least so far, as logistics will now be taken over. There we go. The sledge will open up a new line of sight, a new entry. Ooh, Sandy with the C4 from below, though. Gets the call, gets the kill as well. Okay, that's a play that I can fully support right there. Beat will take damage, peeking, and okay, Ying's just not going to wait. Ayan went straight in for the kill, gets that as well. Taha finds Jittery, and it's suddenly a 2v4.
Only a 2v4 coming into the favorable side of Mercenary. They are looking to equalize things up. Unnecessary spark with us. Very much unnecessary to just peek down to the side of the Conbrawl breach. And it's going to be Sandy left alone in a 1v4 spot. Here comes Ayan. Shut him down, and Sandy shut down to shut down Sandy. I get overcome with my flow. But there you have it, folks. Hunters LFO just trying not to. Mercenaries just trying their best to equalize, and they have equalized. I feel like how Ayan was not there in the last 4v5. It feels like he is here for a ride. He knows for a fact that I was missing out. I could have been there. उसके दिमाग में चल रहा होगा कि अगर मैं उस टाइम रहता तो शायद चीजें का जो आउटकम है 0-1 का, like 0-1 score line का on the map score, this could have been vice versa. But this time around, we saw how Ayan just rushed in. Not rushed in, we just get in, got 2 beautiful kills, and the round. For now, we'll be going on round number 9, and this time around, we can see Hunters LFO picking up Church and Arsenal. But I feel like that was very unnecessary. A push, or I would say a peak, to just from coming in from Sparko to just get in, and
Defenders
I think that was very much unnecessary. Just not needed.
Yeah, like some of the plays that they were making, right, or attempting to make anyway. The soft Mira placed in, the bathroom of bedroom side, right, bedroom gym. That I'm not entirely sure what that was for. The fact that the smoke, right, an operator is so important to waste time towards the end of the round and take away area for the attackers and take away, time from the attackers. Again, not sure what Rattler would have been doing towards Gym Bedroom other than opening out some things that, the Mute could have done instead. Because, Mute with a shotgun SMG is probably more equipped to do a bit of lurking roaming than Smoke is because of Smoke's gadget. Mute's gadget works passively. It works even if the Mute is dead. But not for Smoke. Smoke needs to be active. And once again, you can see Hunters have 4 players on top floor. They have extended out once again this hard onto top floor. They really believe in this in this strategy of theirs, whatever that is, and they're probably trying to play for site retake, but mercenaries are just not letting them. You have the can openers being used this time. Ion getting construction single wall blown open. That's a line of sight that they now have to worry about. Logistics will be harder to hold, so will construction. You have grenades that will be thrown very, very soon as well. And you deal with the clash, and that's pretty much it. That second floor defense is going to be very dicey. Rattler holding around the oil pit area. No one's in the site. Again, I'm very interested in how this push goes. Whatever the idea here is. MI7 is on first floor. As Hasib's push is not going to be denied. He's just going to run right through, and because of the Finka, he's going to be healed a little bit. Fatah's going for the plant. They've just rushed the site. This is exactly what I was saying. Site is completely empty, and now they're all in here. Ayan gets one, but Hasib is going to go down to Sandy. In the meanwhile, it's a 3v2, mind you. Only one defender remains. It's just a clash, and Clash is down as well. Hunters, what are you doing? Leaving the site wide open for practically no reason. All Mercenaries had to do was drone it out and see that, hey, site is empty. We can just go in. And they just did. They just rushed in the site.
Yeah,
that's all they had to do.
Rattler, I guess, why did he place up the canister? I thought, I'm really sorry, but I couldn't look clearly. My monitors are kind of far away, but that's another thing. But I thought for a second, Rattler is looking down towards the side of tunnel. And I'm like, if Rattler could have got that kill, it could have been something another. Some other outcome, but I'm kind of speechless because man, it's Hunters LFO. Like, you cannot expect this kind of I would say mistake. Definitely, that was a mistake. You just leave a site all alone to living on just one single defender. That's not the thing you need to do, man.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
more than just that, if you're going to extending all the way to top floor with 4 defenders, having no one on first floor for maybe a potential main stairs rush, nothing like that, and leaving the smoke all alone in the side, I'm not sure what they're thinking, because whatever it is clearly not working. They have tried they've tried CCTV with a weird Mira play potential and odd swings left and right. Didn't work. They tried Basement Church twice with that same overextension into top floor, and they first time they got punished on the play itself. Mercenaries were like, okay, yeah, fine, we'll play your game, we'll go for the clear on second floor and watch us take you down one by one by one. They did that, and now we have CCTV coming out, not CCTV, Jim Bedroom, I think, coming out from the side of Hunters with what is, I think, a more standard take. Okay, then. Ow, Jittery. That's so unfortunate. He couldn't get the kill. He's been downed. He's off the board. And the shots are being fired back towards the sea, but it doesn't matter. A big play towards the catwalk of Garage will allow them to take care of the Azami even before Hunters could get set up. Sandy does find Ayan, though, and that is a trade back. That's the ying of the board.
Reading of the board, I see, but there are 2 administrators still left out in the play, and that can result in that just you can approach some way or another. You don't need to necessarily push from the side of CCTV room because you're already a 1-man down. It's going to be some defenders playing up here and there. So maybe we change up your approach, but the main problem is I guess there's no problem. I'm really sorry. Myself still have the nades. Hasib still has 2 missiles left in the arsenal, but run out coming in from the side of Sandy gets off Taha, and Taha, meanwhile I was just reading it out, it was the side of Spargo getting outplayed from the side of Taha, so definitely a very well made call. I would say just the sheer game sense these guys have, man. You see your teammate going down, you hear the gunshot that came for, you went for a run out, and that was a little bit risky, but in the end favored towards the side of Monkey Hunters LFO. Trade-off happening in 3v3, manpower equalized. We see everyone from the side of Mercenary just pushing in from the side of CCTV room, and this puts me in a doubt that you can go in from some other way, because you are just 3-man. They have a mute, they have apparently 2 C4s, and they have still one of these for my gadgets, for my magnets left, and at least 2 of them for sure. So even if you put your nades in, that's going to be just 1 left from the side of Hasib. That's not going to work out. Oh, there you go.
Ooh. Beautiful
Oh,
C4 right there from
definitely.
Rattler. He's going to find Hasib as well. That's from down below. Yeah, Rattler's just going, everywhere on the map. Well played by that mute player. B's going to find Fatar as well, and Sandy gets the last one. Again, this is what I'm talking about, right? Now, Hunters played this round really well. There was enough aggression to keep MercenarieZ on the back foot. And, the jump out definitely helped, right? The jump out from the Wamai that caught Taha. And that, of course, was well organized, well played, whatever have you. Where is this for the rest of the rounds? Why is every other round, you know, uh, just this weird amalgamation of potential strategies that just does not pan out the way they wanted to? They're going second for CCTV again, and they've got the meter through beat once again. Mute is there, the smoke is there again, Azami and Jaeger. No Wamai. So that's an interesting decision right there. Holding Garage Catwalk will be a little difficult, protecting those Azami barriers, the Kiba barriers, as it were, and of course, protecting the player who will be on the catwalk area. Because even if you give him 2 ADSs, right, that's only 2 flashbangs. That's all it'll take to burn it out, and a grenade will take care of everything else. So you got to be very careful when it comes to Garage. But what I'm most interested in is where Beat puts down those black mirrors, because the last time we saw, one was on the main wall, right? And we've seen that before from Hunters. I wasn't really surprised to see that. That's like it's going to get popped sometime in the round to really scare anyone coming for the breach, because hey, there's someone watching this window that's now open, so you guys might want to be careful if you do attempt and execute from here. So I'm okay with that. What I wasn't okay with was what they tried with the bathroom mirror on the gym side, and Rattler. Okay, this time, this time, once again, they're going for a little bit of extensions that are to be expected towards gym bedroom, right? Rattler is making these rotates, but as soon as he's done, he should run back to the site. Wait, is that a soft wall mirror?
Yeah.
Is that a soft wall mirror on main CCD breach? Okay.
Not sure that it's short, but that's definitely a mirror onto that comment.
I mean, if it's reinforced, okay, it's gonna be popped as well. Yeah, it's definitely reinforced. It has to be.
So I guess they're just providing I would say, a very viable line of sight and very viable entry point for the side of attackers. And they will just get in. Eventually, it's going to be a 5v5. Just onto one side of trades, but you should just make things easier for the side of attackers, right?
Ooh. Okay, that's going to go down, though. That's going to be the first blood right here. Jittery will take that kill happily. So I think the Fees were going for cluster charges around the CCTV wall and got punished because of it. Rattler, the drop is there, but he was busy with the drone, used up a few bullets there, had to go for the reload, and had to fall back as a result. Could have punished Hasib otherwise, or Hasib could have punished him as well. So the decision to fall back was a wise one, as logistics control will now go towards MercenarieZ. They've lost a body, though, so they're playing with a man disadvantage. They have to be careful there.
Definitely. And for now, trying to just rotate quickly towards the side of bomb B, trying to pick up towards the side of the bomb window. Sparko makes a little bit of damage. Probably it was the side of Ying to deliver the damage. It's going to be Ayan to just take out Rattler, a very important man going on. It's going to be Fatar to take up down Chitri. 4v3 happening real quick soon. It's going to be Sparko left out, Beat left out. It's going to be a nade coming in from the side of Hasib possibly. But not sure what's going to happen. Let's see. A common push coming in. It's going to be Sparko to take down Fatar with a common window spot. And there you have it, folks. It's going to be Ayan to go down. Ayan to take down Sparko. Kindle charge is going in. It's going to be a quick action coming in. 54 seconds left on the clock. Still, he's just to go, but then Kindle aa rahe hain. But take a nade. Lagega to definitely we can see a kill. Oh, the nade almost off of the grenade stop from the side of the yes. Back on makes it start. MI7 is going to be Ayan to take down Sandy. Triple kill coming in from the hand of Ayan. Hasib wants Speeds is down, makes it a 1v1. He takes down and Beat to shut down Ayan. In the end, I almost forgot that I am spectating Mira, but boy oh boy, that was some defense coming in from the side of Hunters LFO. Even though that was a very much risky approach, how the Sparko got caught out in the end, but. Man, oh man, a very good push in the end from the side of Ayan as well. A very good overall, efforts being made from the side of MercenarieZ. Because Everyone is just pushing in from the side of construction, and they have it for tactical timeout getting requested from the side of mercenaries. Because right now it's going to be Monkey Hunters LFO going in on match point. Sorry, I can say match point. Yeah, because
It
they
is
have
match point this time. Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, 6-5.
They've already won. Yeah, they won the first map, right? And they're one round away from winning this one, so it's now match
Yeah.
point. Yeah.
Yeah, so it put me in a question that even though last time, if you could you with blackjack and real CCV, last time around also in both, like I remember the last two, the middle two maps, the map number two and map number three, they were really close, but in the end it was Hunters LFO. But even though I felt in the starting because it was Clubhouse, Mercy will get in, but the leads, the overall, I would say, like how we mentioned Blackjack, the extensions are definitely getting caught, getting outgunned by the side of Mercenaries. But even though after that, they're coming with some very good plays in the end, and they are on match point.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what they need, right? In this round, we saw much more standard setup from them overall. And
Yeah,
the CCTV wall mirror window, I will say I've seen that before from them
yeah.
and from, other international teams. So I'm not really surprised on that front. I was just, the reason I was like bemused for a second was like, because of the way, the wall looks, right, from a
Oh,
distance. I thought that wasn't reinforced. I thought I was looking directly into CCTV right on top of that mirror window. I got scared for a second. Like, why would you do that? Right. That would have been another very odd play for them. But they didn't. They reverted back to a more standard play for CCTV, and they were able to win out the round. Mind it got very close for a middle there because MRCZ's aggression was catching up to them pretty quickly, despite getting Taha out of the play early. What I do like about MRCZ, and this is more of like a personal thing, not really about the match. I do like that they're also now picking up a lot of Fuse, as it were. Hey, Fuse main since day one. I love when people play my
I
operator.
love
Okay,
Fuse too.
but hey, there we go. But that point notwithstanding, right? I do like what I've seen from MRCZ. I really like what they've done on Clubhouse so far. But as things stand, they are one round away from getting sent into decider match or to go to overtime again, and they will have to push for OT once again. If they are not able to, then things will become very dicey because going to decider means that's only one final chance. MRCZ has had an undefeated run in the top 8 of the summer series, but so have Hunters LFO. Both are looking to end this here and now between the two of them and get a one up, as it were, a leg up in their rivalry once again. If Hunters win this, they'll be going 2-0 up after the spring series, that is. They won, of course, the finals, and they would win here should they, finish off this match here and now. If not, if MRCZ, say, pulls back and goes to map 3, wins it out, then it'll be a 1-1, and that grand finals, folks, would be even more exciting. I'll tell you what. But Hunters, they will have to, you know, play a solid round of Siege to deny MRCZ here and now, because MRCZ's attacks have been solid. Regardless of how you look
Solid,
at them,
yeah,
they have been
yeah,
very solid. They have been
yeah.
aggressive, they have been in their face, and they have never let go for even a single second of any advantage that they got. Any moment that they had to punish Hunters LFO for whatever weird, wacky play they were going for, they did it. And they did it properly. So, with all that being said, the tactical timeout should be coming to an end in just a few seconds here, and we'll be going right back into the match. Mind you, a reminder for all of our viewers at home, since tactical timeouts aren't really taken all that often in South Asia, it's a thing that's been introduced this year, a new addition to the Pro League, as it were, Champions Games, Pro Games, as it were, for Rainbow Six, where each team gets 2 tactical timeouts, each timeout lasting 2 minutes. And as soon as those timeouts are taken, they can only be taken in the pick phase, mind you, not in prep phase, obviously not in action phase. That would be weird. But in the pick phase, when you're getting all of your operators, that's when you can pick the tactical timeout, and thus you can, really talk to your team about what went wrong, why were you losing those rounds, things like that. Mind you, I don't think it's available for ranked and unranked just yet. I don't know if there's plans for that. Obviously, I don't know. I'm just the messenger here. But, it is here in Pro Play, and it's a nice addition, I will say. I do wish more SA teams used it, as it were. But Yeah, all things considered, this match has been very, very interesting indeed. Wouldn't you say, Bullet?
Yeah, this has been very much interesting that, with the tactical timeout coming in, we'll be also taking a real short break. Don't go anywhere, guys. Make sure to share the stream. Make sure to like the stream. Make sure to share anywhere possible because, man, it's a match that every Siege fan in South Asia should witness. Like two of the titles battling it out on definitely in a match point, yet again on the second map. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break.
Alrighty
Hello,
then,
ladies
ladies
and
and gentlemen,
gentlemen.
welcome back. Oh,
Back to
oh, okay. I don't
Okay,
think.
okay.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know who. Someone was supposed
That
to make the
happened.
intro. I'm sorry.
That
I'm sorry
happened.
about that. I don't think I heard you then. My
That
bad.
happened. No problem.
Anyhow,
No
welcome
issues.
back everyone to the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition for Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft and our broadcast partner Loco, and powered by Zotac Gaming. I'm your host Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host Bullet, as we had a very weird intro right there, as it were. But don't worry,
Technical
we
issues
are
in between
here,
casters.
and yeah, some technical issues, as it were. As you can see, my camera was also fritzing out in the middle there. So yeah, it is what it is. Anyhow, folks, we are back, and if you're wondering what happened, because we were talking about a tactical timeout, and then suddenly we took a break.
Yeah.
Well, that's because the lobby had to be re-hosted because of other technical issues in the back end. The rehost has happened, and we're going right back into the mat. So we have match point for Hunters LFO. They are 1-0 up on the map count, and they are now 6-5 up, one round away from a full victory. 2-0 over MRCZ. MRCZ, on the other hand, one round away from OT, the second OT of tonight, and if they're able to push into it, and if they're able to win, then map 3 will very much be in play. Basement Church and Arsenal, the site of choice, as a round 12. This round, that is definitely going to be an important one, is now going to be underway.
Boy, oh boy. Like, I really don't know whether this will go 6-6 because how, like, we saw some loopholes here and there on towards the side of Hunters LFO defense. But talking about the side of Mercenaries, their overall, I would say, team composition, overall team, overall, even how the team is able to, just retaliate in some of the plays coming in here and there. It's pretty much, I would say, very well compared to the side of Hunters LFO. One thing I have noticed, yeah, on towards the side of Skyscraper, it was the defensive team to just grab onto the lead, but this time around, it's kind of vice versa. One round here and there, but in the end, overall, we see more of the attacking rounds getting played, getting won by the either side. For now, it's going to be Hunters LFO to just, make it a 6-5, and we are waiting for, I guess the timer has been paused out, if I'm not wrong. Uh, yeah,
No, I think someone's having trouble loading. Usually, like,
loading.
when something like this happens,
Yeah,
it's
yeah, the
because
lobby.
there's a loading issue. Yeah, because
Yeah,
the timer
yeah.
above is like infinite, right? So if
Oh,
you
yeah.
pause it, it'll just show the time when it was
Attackers need to
paused. But
locate
instead, if
and
it's
defuse
My
infinite,
the
bad.
someone
bomb.
was having trouble loading in. But we are now in. The round has begun, and Hunters LFO, I hope that, yeah, there's no clash this time around. As you can see, they've got the Warden instead, fully expecting some sort of smoke ying play style, as it were. Understandably so, Mercenaries have brought in the ying, so the Warden will actually be in play. Okay, excuse me. The timeout has been requested by Hunters LFO, but that timeout will only happen in the pick phase of the next round. So it is what it is, Hunters. If you needed a
10 seconds
timeout,
left
should have
before
requested
insertion.
it earlier. Will not be in play, but they're going to be setting up inside
5
the
seconds
site
left
this time,
before insertion.
actually inside the site, instead of everywhere but the site.
Attackers
I'm
objective
allowed
is
to make that
locate a
joke.
bomb.
Okay, the last 2 rounds they
Yeah,
tried that,
there you
it
are.
did not work. But Beat with a spawn peak is going to find her C. Big drop. And that is not going to be good for Mercenaries.
Definitely, definitely. And see a player like this, player like him, was very, very important to the team. Overall, team is just playing way too brilliant. But talking about Hasib, we have seen how individual plays he won, the gunfights we have seen from the last two. I would say the last map on the Lunar Skyscraper also. A lot of plays coming from the side of Finca. We saw a lot of plays coming in from the Sledge. We even saw no plays onto the map number 1. Getting in favor towards him. For now, it will be a very, very early 4v5, which should have not been the case. But even though, like when these early picks happen from both of the sides, the team who goes onto the map, man disadvantage, takes a slow bit of approach. There can be more of the roamers here and there looking for kills. But right now, everybody from the side of the Hunters LFO, except one guy, if I'm not wrong, that's going to be Rattler holding on to the side of tunnel, is right now the objective. And this says a lot from the side of Monkey Hunters LFO. This says that they are just want to end things up on 7-5. Don't want to give out any stupid picks. Don't want to do some any weird strat. Just want to play the classic game of holding angles and
A
end
bomb has
this
been located.
here right now on this particular round.
Well, that is definitely going to be the play that they try to go for. C4 will be blown up, but it will not do too much. The cluster charge will also be denied, but there we go. The secondary breach being used. Taha will still get jittery though Mai going for the impact trick does manage to stop the breach from happening temporarily, but it will still go through as Ayan uses a can opener elsewhere on the map to get rid of another hatch. As for the time being, is that okay? A Ying charge trying, like, they're gonna try and put a Ying charge through the floor. Not sure what the idea is. Maybe to clear out deep arsenal. As Yan comes down the main stairs, they should be seen. Beats taking a bit of damage in the meanwhile. Not sure exactly what's going on there, as they're all just waiting in the wings, waiting for something. Dirt, there we go. A push has been seen. Rattler trying to go for a peek. SMG-11 and everything in hand, but grenades will be thrown. But no, you have things to stop, those grenades from going in. MI7 does not want to use up the final grenade there. Could be useful elsewhere. Candelas are going out all over the place, but Ayan still hasn't pushed into the site yet. They're afraid of the warden, understandably so. Sandy has a shield looking from outside of blue into the site.
Warden.
There we go. Went into the smart goggles, went out of it as well. Big peek does find one. The Ying has no idea. Gets taken down. MI7 found Spark in the meanwhile, but it's a 2v3 right now. Make that 1v3 as Rattler finds MI7. Coming around from the back as the Fuse gets a kill. That is the warden, but no time remains in the hands of MercenarieZ. They took so long to get into the site. They took so long to execute, and they used up all of their utilities to get into the site. And even then, the push wasn't there because they were afraid of the warden. And understandably so, warden in these situations is actually really strong, but only in these situations. So it's a very situational pick that happened to work. That doesn't necessarily mean Warden's the strongest operator in the block, folks. It's just Warden's really strong against the way that MRCZ decided to play the round. Once again, good pick right there by Hunters. Good pickup and good confirmation, and they will be the ones to win out the match. We know long rehost into one round finish, a little anticlimactic for a match that is Hunters versus MercenarieZ, the top two of the region. But hey, it is what it is. They'll be the ones to win it out here and now. 2-0 on the map count, sending MRCZ down to the decider match as Hunters will go up to the grand finals. 8-7 and then 7-5 are their victories on Skyscraper and Clubhouse respectively. And at the end of the day, sure, we saw some wacky play attempts from them a couple of times,
Definitely.
but they still played really, really well.
In the end, when you win the entire round, when you win the entire series, win the entire map, it doesn't really matter. But when you just went for a wacky play, lost some rounds here and there, but just one thing kept in my mind. You saw the opening. Ayan saw the opening right there on the blue. I guess he had the idea, but when he just peeked onto the left side, it just made me scream on the mic that, bro, what are you doing? But it is what it is, and it's going to be a 2-0 shutdown, like on the map score, because eventually that's not a 2-1, 2-0 shutdown on Skyscraper onto the map of Clubhouse. Of course, not going to lie, a very, very close calls coming in from side of MercenarieZ as well. That's going to be actually, actually that was only one time they went in for an overtime match point. This time around, they went in for overtime match point onto the favor of Hunters LFO. And vice versa. Like Skyscraper was the pick of Hunters LFO. They won it, and Clubhouse was the pick of MercenarieZ, and they won it. They didn't want it. But talking about how the attackers and defend got into the play, man, oh man, like onto the map of Skyscraper, no, I would say nobody, even like Hunters LFO were not looking much confident as they were looking onto the map of Clubhouse, like with their plays, with their overall approach. They were losing bodies here and there, and MercenarieZ were to get that comeback and eventually go on overtime. But yes, the some rehost, some some trades happening here and there. Eventually, MercenarieZ having a bad run, I can say, overall in the both of the maps. But yeah, I was expecting to go map number 3, but it is what it is, my friends. It is what it is.
I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, things happen. You can't really help it sometimes. But hey, Mercenaries, it's not over just yet. Let's go into the highlights, talk about what happened on a Clubhouse before we close it out here, folks. But Mercenaries, it's not over yet. They still have the decider match to
Yeah.
go through. And whoever wins tonight's second game, that is Kira Esports versus Retrograde, that will be the winner of that, excuse me, will be the ones to face Mercenaries, a very angry Mercenaries at that, in the decider match. I'm pretty sure, yeah, Mercenaries are definitely not going to be having some of the shenanigans that ended up happening today. It is what it is, like Bullet said, but sometimes you can't really help it. I will say, though, Hunters in the second half, I have no idea what some of their thought processes were, because they were making weird plays like right on your screens, right? Round 7 and then round 9. They went basement church as the site selection, but the actual site was top floor. I can almost guarantee you that one. Mercenaries did take CCTV as well on round 8. Again, just good plays over on this one. Like, there's only a smoke in the site. All Hasib has to do is push him and kill him. And that's exactly what he did. And in the side retake, Hunters just completely fell apart. It was after that that Hunters decided, okay, we've goofed around for long enough. Let's finish it off here now. Mercenaries are a couple rounds away from taking us to map number 3, as it were, and we don't want to go there. So let us finish it off here now. And that clutch from Beat, mind you, was actually kind of good play overall. Again, good plays, just some weird decisions being made. And right there, I'm not sure how Sandy got away with that. The Ying should have peeked him, but didn't. And both of them ended up going down to the
Sandy.
Warden
Oh,
anyhow. And look at that, folks. Sandy,
29.
my goodness. 20-9 with a 75% KOSD.
Oh boy.
2-3 entry. Okay, died a couple times on entry, but hey, it is what it is. And finally, a 1.66 rating. Clearly, by far, the standout performance on all sides. Out fragging, not only the entirety of Hunters LFO, but also, you look at MRCZ, you have 3 players in double digits, Taha, Ayan, and Hasib. And even then, Sandy clearly was head and shoulders above everyone. Hasib, in fact, having a really, really good map too. Actually, 10-11 and a 4-1 entry. But not too much else for that team right there, as they will lose 7-5. Unfortunate for MRCZ, but it ain't over just yet. They still can go into decider, win that, and come back to face Hunters once again. But first of all, they will want to see who their opponents are. Is it going to be Kira Esports, or is it going to be Retrograde? Folks, that second match of tonight is definitely going to be a very, very interesting one. We saw exactly how strong Kira Esports are with their entire lineup, with the return of a Turv in the match yesterday, or actually day before yesterday, that they played. And while they were struggling the entirety of the Pro Series against Won't Stop Peaking, they got a Turf back in the lobby, and it was a 7-2-7-0. That's how strong Kid Esports are with the Turf in that lobby. That's not even like me saying that. Assassin posted about it. Like our producer Assassin posted about that on Twitter that same night, and Music J was talking about it in the chat as well. I mean, it's pretty much a given that with the Turf, Kira is complete, and they would like for that completion to stay for tonight. Retrograde have a very tough fight ahead of them, as did MRCZ today. But MRCZ put up a really, really good fight, and they will need to put up another really good fight in the decider match tomorrow. But like we said before that, Kid Esports versus Retrograde, that's going to be a really interesting one, isn't it, Bullet?
Definitely, man. With no, don't get me wrong here, guys. Talking about the last matchup of Retrograde and Team Flanks, I thought yeah, we can see Team Flanks going ahead of Retrograde, but it was in the end Retrograde, just secured that victory. I'm talking about the results of the overall map score. See how when close it was, like 8-7. Monkey Hunters winning up on Skyscraper. Definitely the defensive and attacking, some of those round getting here and there. But talking about Clubhouse. regardless of trying some experimental strats, Monkey Hunters LFO, you got the win eventually, 7-5 on Clubhouse. But boy oh boy, that both of the maps were really close. Monkey Hunters played really well. Even Mercenaries tried their very very best. But like I said, like Blackjack, explained it up beautifully, that they are still not out. They still have one chance remaining in to qualify for the finale of the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition, powered by Zotac Gaming, supported by Ubisoft, and with our lovely broadcast partner Loco. They have one single chance, and जो उस चांस के दावेदार हैं वो आज रात ही डिसाइड होने वाले हैं, एंड वो दोनों के बीच में like the Retrograde versus Kira Esports, because it's a low bracket finale, they have to go up against Mercenaries tomorrow. Either it's going to be one of these teams, but we are going to soon about to find out in a lovely best of three. And of course, boy, that's also going to be very, very interesting. Not really sure whether it's be 2-1 or 2-0 from either side, or 1-2 from either side. But we'll be taking a look at the brackets updated after the Monkey Hunters win over Mercenaries right now. After we can see how Mercenaries battle their way out, just getting one stop picking 2-0, even defeating Team Flanks. But finally, I would say how I was, just telling in the guys, the vengeance is getting in. But the vengeance play is still right there. They still have a chance at the deciders. But there you have it. Retrograde and Kira Esports up next in the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition, supported by Ubisoft or by Zotac Gaming, broadcast partner Loco. I gotta, just say very much thank you from bottom of my heart to all these sponsors, just getting and supporting the Rainbow-Six-Siege so much. And, it, really affects the overall ecosystem in our SA region. They are the reasons why even the scene is alive till date. And special thanks goes to the Esports Club, just supporting the scene since the starting.
I mean, absolutely. TEC has been working for a while at this, and they've had some really, really nice tournaments. I mean, everything has its up and downs eventually, and it is what it is, right? But overall, I think over the last couple of years, it's been a fantastic, fantastic ride. And now, well, one of those rides, the summer series of the Pro, summer edition of the Pro, summer edition of the Pro Series, there we go, thank you, it's actually very close to ending. Only 3 matches to go, but that doesn't mean it's over. There will be, after all, a Community Cup, and after that there will be the 3rd edition of the Pro Series, and let's not forget the SA Nationals. Oh boy, there's a lot of Siege coming for the next few months, but there's also Siege happening just very, very soon indeed, as we will be coming live with the Kira Esports versus Retrograde game, folks. Until then, we have had a fantastic match. That is, of course, Hunters. Now moving on to the grand finals. Now, who will Mercenaries fight in the decider match? We'll find out in just a short while. Until then, stay tuned.
chase. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner Loco here with me and myself, Augusta, with my co-caster Bullet, and we are here to cast off the second lower bracket matchup. It's Kira Esports versus Team Retrograde. Only
Yeah.
one has a spot, and in the lower bracket finals, this is where a lot of sadness comes into mind, Bullet. We've already had our first match of the upper brackets done and dusted. It's Hunters LFO who will have a spot on the grand finals. They've secured first place and also on second place. But for MercenarieZ, though, they still have a chance on the lower brackets. And now they need to see whether which team do they have to go up against. Will it be Kira or will it be Retrograde? We'll be able to find out on the second match itself. Bullet,
Yeah.
how are you doing? And what do you think about the match that is going to happen right now?
Yeah, man, we know for a fact that after the addition of a third, Kira went just all out. But we're taking a look at the map veto of this matchup between Retrograde and Kira Esports. Oregon will be the pick. Oh, interesting bans. Villa getting banned from the side of Retrograde. Hey, I predicted it yesterday. No Villa plays coming in tomorrow. Hey, just clapping myself on the back for the prediction. But nonetheless, jokes apart, Clubhouse will be the pick from the side of Retrograde, like I said, and Retrograde also banning up Skyscraper. So interesting bans, but decider map on Chalet, very much I would say, it can be favorable for both the teams if they get a win on their own picks. But as we know for a fact, it's a BO3. If eventually, if any team just secure the first two map victories straight away, they will be winning the entire matchup. Kira Esports picking up Oregon, Retrogate picking up Clubhouse, and if I'm not wrong, Clubhouse will be the first matchup where Retrogate will be attacking first, and Kira Esports will be defending first on the map of Clubhouse. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mama.
Yeah, you're right. The first,
Okay.
the first map that we're going to see will be Retrograde going up on map Clubhouse. So Clubhouse will be the first map, and
Yeah.
Oregon will be the second map, which is picked by Kira Esports. You could say that this is a standard map pick. There's not a lot of changes that's been seen on the lower brackets end. But if you think about the deciders map, if you think about the decider map Chalet, this is where most of the changes, unless and until Retrogrades decide to force Kira Esports on deciders, which we've seen time and time again. We've seen them in the first qualifiers, and last time I remember Retrograde. The main reason why they got qualified is that they defeated Kira Esports on a decider, getting the spot on the first qualifiers. Kira Esports had to do the same thing on the second quals too, but this time something has happened, and that magic that Kira Esports has might be able to help them proceed into the next phase, or maybe Retrograde can break the
Yeah.
curse. We might be able to see that everything in this lower brackets matchup, and some of the information that it's been given around from Camper's end. Again, on the back end side, you got props to all the admins and the production team who's been working hard a lot for this tournament to be success, to ensure that none of the problems would happen. So according to the information that Camper has, Jimmy has the most plants, 7 plants in total in the summer edition. He's been rated as the fourth best player currently, having a total of 1.14 KD ratio, I believe. And then second, we have Shrisha on the side of Team
Yeah.
Retrograde. Third best entry kills, 18 kills. 18 was the maximum kill per match that we've seen Shisha, made an attempt. And last but not the least, we have on the side of Kira Esports, Atharv, highest rated player. We did get to see that on the previous matchup, right? Up when the Kira went up against Team Won't Stop Peaking. What an It's just a dominating matchup, both on border as well as on Oregon. The things didn't quite work out well in Won't Stop Peaking's favor, and eventually they had to, bar down.
Yeah.
1.23 KD ratio. That is a lot. And now, since this is a lower brackets, one final chance. Kira Esports can proceed into the next phase, and you could say that Retrograde, if they lose this, they will succeed fourth position. They did
Yeah.
the same thing on Spring Edition, which means that they have 4 points in total. So if they lose this, they'll have 8 points. They have secured fourth place. Now, what's more, the main question that I have to ask is, all three titans of this region, MercenarieZ, Hunters LFO,
Yeah.
and Kira Esports, all three teams are still in the game. The only difference are the changes in the
The
placements.
change in the
Which will it be
point.
changing?
Yeah.
When it
Yeah.
comes to the changes, I'm talking about the SA National Qualifier points. So
Hmm.
Kira Esports, if they win this, they'll secure third place. But say, for an example, if Kira does succeed in defeating Mercenaries and they go to the grand finals in which they head up against Hunters LFO, you'd instantly see the huge changes in the standing itself.
I say.
It can happen, or it might be the same result as we'd expected it to see on the spring edition. So there's a lot of questions that we have to ask, and I have to say, Bullet, do you really think that Kira Esports can fling back up and have a spot on the grand finals, defeating Mercenaries and Retrograde both at the same time, or will Retrograde do the same thing?
Man, Kira Esports is Kira Esports. We have seen them, defeating some of the, I guess that was up against CAG that they won a particular map
Mhm.
in an international league. I'm really sorry, I'm not correct, recalling it right. If you can just name it out, Baba, which tournament it was? They were up against CAG. It was, I guess, the
It
Rainbow
was,
Six A-Pack.
yeah, I believe it was the playoffs. I still remember in the SA
Yeah,
Nationals, both Kira Esports and Mercenaries had a spot on the playoffs.
yeah,
Um, it was a best of one. It was Map Chalet. Kira Esports had succeeded in overtime match point up against CAG, securing 8-7. Now that was huge
yeah,
because in the SA region, Kira Esports are the first team that have made a victory in the
yeah,
international
yeah,
stages. But
yeah.
if you have to talk about the near future changes, there's not a lot we can say at the moment. Although the previous international match that Kira went up against was Rafflecopter, I believe. Rafflecopter, it was a best of three matchup. Unfortunately, they didn't get to win a lot in that process, nor did they got the chance to proceed even further on the playoffs. So that
Yeah,
was the long story short in the playoffs' end. And I could
yeah,
say I have to agree for the fact that as a region, we have a lot to improve. But if you look at the summer series, Bullet, if you've seen the way how Hunters and Mercenaries operated, right? The amount of strategies
yeah,
that they've changed, the amount of
yeah,
experimental sites that you've seen from Hunters LFO,
yeah.
they are ready. They're ready, right? So if there's any,
Hmm.
future international events that might or might not come out at this point, I have no idea. But if it does, then I could say that MRCZ and Hunters, whatever chance that they have, they need to
Yeah.
put their level best. And that's
Hmm.
all I have to say at this point. I don't know whether if it's possible or not, but this is the only history I have regarding the playoffs, the amount of international teams that these teams have got. Kira, MRCZ, and Hunters did go up against. And I also realized Hunters LFO did go up against Damwon Kia. Do you remember that,
Damn.
Bullet? Hunters LFO
I
had to go
guess.
up against Damon Kia, and I don't know for the fact that DWM gave a huge reality check towards Hunters LFO. They're like, yeah, maybe you are a good team, but there is a lot that you need to learn about, and that's the reason why they're still in the league, right? They're here because they want to improve a lot. Same thing can be said to
Yeah.
MRCZ, Kira Esports, Retrograde, and the rest of the teams who have just competed in the summer edition. They are improving, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And
Hmm. True.
I know that Bullet's wanted to say something, so I'll just let Bullet
No, it's
take his point of view accordingly.
it's just a matter of fact that Kira Esports are like single-handedly one of the teams without like they have went in for some of the roster changes, but like most of the players, like see talk about Kira Esports, talk about Mercenaries, talk about Hunters LFO. Of course, there are some roster changes here and there. Most of the like the team players are just there. The chemistry is still bonded. What I meant to say is like the overall coordination still remains the same, right? Like if Kira Esports, like three of the main roster players decides to go on another team and form another team, that's gonna impact a lot on the overall performance. Coming back to the orbital bans between Kira Esports and Retrogate, and there you have it, folks. Retrogate banning up Thatcher. Kira Esports going for Hibana ban. Nonetheless, this is going to be the map of Clubhouse. So why not ban Thatcher and Hibana? There you have to then emphasize a lot on the Ace Plays, Thermite, Jaeger, Secondary Heart Breach, operators when you have Fuse and etc. and etc. Hibana and Valkyrie, pretty usual bans. But Hibana ban is just to more of like to just stop the overall I would say like I'm repeating often, but I'm really sorry. What I wanted to say is ki when Hibana is just completely banned off a single map, it more of like ki, just the opponent team is about on the defense or about to just attack whoever has banned Hibana. More of like they want to stop the usual, I would say, some of these particular horizontal line of sights, mostly I would say, and then the usual fast opening of hatches. Because with Hibana carrier spell, it just you need what 0.5 seconds just fire it on and R1 to hit the ability button, and then just you get the hatch open. So it feels like they haven't for that particular ban, but I can be wrong. But they have it from the side of Retrograde as well. They haven't in for Thatcher and Mira. Talking about Mira, man, the last matchup on the map of Clubhouse as well. The entire, I would say, the play kind of like 50%, 40% dependent on Mira. Somewhere around some of the teams where some of the players were picking on Mira from either side or someone from the side of Hunters LFO. But it was an overall very good matchup. Talking about this particular matchup, we see some of the players going for Azami. That's going to be Retrograde
Attackers
picking
need
up
to locate
Azami.
and defuse
Shisha,
as many
of course,
bombs
will
as
be
they
going
can.
for Azami. But it feels like, man, Kira Esports, Death Hammer, Dark Lord, Curve. Even I have seen Vortex lately playing a lot. They're just like some of the players I have experiencing first half of the finale. Like I would say a semi-finale or quarter finale like this. But for now, let me remind you guys, this is going to be the lower bracket finale. यहाँ से कोई भी अगर एलिमिनेट होते हैं उनके लिए कोई और मौका नहीं है. So this is the last chance. You do or die in this kind of situation. In every single round, you got to give you 100%. Every minute mistake you make, your opponent is going to capitalize on that and make you pay for it.
Yeah, there you have it, folks. It is the lower brackets finals. Kira Esports and Retrograde
Attackers are moving
are
out
here to
locate
start
a
it
bomb
off
and
with the
defuse it.
action phase, round number 1. And the operators are present. They are ready to make their move. Now all they have to do is to figure out a way on whether the attackers gets the advantage on map Clubhouse, or will Retrograde decides to hold their ground just like they usually do. And if I have to say that Retrograde is always an expert when it comes to tricking walls, we've seen that multiple examples on map Clubhouse, especially on Basement Church Execute when they went up against Team Retrograde. And now, when you know that it is Kira Esports, a curve is back in the game, which means that all things might not be as easy as Retrograde will expect on this round number 1. Kira Esports are destined to push to the next phase. So does Team Retrograde, but only one will have the spot. They want to rack up a lot of points for the SA National qualifiers. It's a huge thing. Talk about the information gains though. Hatches has still been present. They'll open a bar hatch. There isn't any. Both of the electric claws haven't been placed to take out the hatch, which means that the entire kitchen hatch will be a bit difficult for Kira Esports to proceed. But they will succeed in breaching one of the hatches, and I'm guessing that should be into as a stock's hand. Sledge's hammer to open up lines of sight, which means that there will be a lot of problems. Kira Esports are now in the position. And Retrograde, how will they answer to this?
Definitely, man. Retrograde, talking about the old team composition, they played phenomenally well compared to the last time of the previous matches. If you talk about their last matchup against Team Thailand, where I was casting and experienced it in first hand, I saw a lot of improvement coming in from the side of Srisha, coming in from the side of Nexus. Overall, some beautiful plays, man. Also, support player when you talk about Jimmy, not I would say exactly support player. The plants were going in straight to very coordinately. So yeah, that was, and I saw entire new Retrograde coming into the play. Of course, some of these players are very old. They have been playing the game for quite a long trying to just to get a team get along to play some of the competitive enter the competitive tournaments well. We see a lot of drone work going in. Rocklord picks up the opening towards Sasaki, takes a headshot, AK-12 on point, and this can be a great kill coming in from the side of Athar. Oh boy, you need to get out, but he gets the kill. He gets right out of the spot at the right time. Srisha takes out, Srisha goes smooth. That's going to be Vortex going down for the plant. Not really sure if the defense knows about it. And there you have it, folks. The plant going down securely onto the side of home A. C4 going down, not pretty sure that's going to connect. Definitely not going to connect. There you have it. The Thama picking up the pile kill, takes out Nexus. Yeah, Retrograde looking very clueless, I would say, in the round number 1 itself. ज़्यादा तारीफ कर दी मैंने शायद. Just kidding.
I to be honest, I agree, Bullet. The way how Jimmy went in to reposition himself from the blue stairs, not quite sure if it was necessary. I can understand dirt tunnel's been compromised, so did the hatches in towards kitchen. When you want to reposition, the only way where you can go ahead would either be on the main stairs hallway or at the basement church side. But all of that was being watched. Basement church was opened up. Basement church was the place where they had to go in for a post plant. Next thing you know,
Attackers
they
need
were
to locate
cornered.
and
All
defuse
of
as
the
many
angles
bombs as
that
they
you
can.
saw from Kira Esports was played to perfection, and you could say that Retrograde had no idea where it hit them. Right? Not a single player was taken down at the hands of Kira Esports. Right? Not a single kill was at the hands. Yeah, there was one kill from Shrisha's end, but immediately it did ended up being a trade. When it comes to the early pick, it's back again at the hands of a third. 2 kills from that man right here. Even playing as the operator of the Maverick, the grenades, even though if it did get caught out from the magnet
10
nades, he
seconds
did
left before
ensure
insertion.
that none of those presents should be available on the blues end. And
5
this
seconds
kind
left.
of, attack coordination is what I want to see from
Attackers must
every other
locate and
teams.
defuse a bomb.
Because most of the matches we've seen from Retrogade's end, or maybe from others, from Phalanx, or any other teams that we've seen in the community series or also on summer series, they always head for a single simple push, and that is just opening up the kitchen hatch, opening up bar,
Yeah.
and just see whether if they can brute force their way by gaining control on the tunnel. But Kira Esports, they have done a
Bomb
split
located
push,
by
and
attackers.
that split push was so successful, it rendered Retrograde clueless. So for Retrograde in round number 2, this will also be a same repeat, and I'm pretty much sure that Retrograde, if they don't succeed in holding out their defensive ground, then I can say that Kira Esports will be on a tremendous lead in the second round as well.
To stop this, we can see Shisha picking up Banshee. We can also see him going for those new jammers. Just two C4. I feel like there should be like three C4s, like how Kira Esports is actually approaching it. They're kind of like, if you see the overall, hey, Shira already on towards our bedroom hallway. Where are the defenders right now? Society does the right time to make the flank. There you have it, folks. Shira goes move. Will try to go for the individual surge as soon as the Banshee comes up. He's going to destroy out with the flower opens itself up. But right now, it feels like a very, very confident, a very, very aggressive. I can add that aggressive plays because it's just 130 seconds. I know it's almost half the round, but the amount of drone work is going in, the amount of push that's going in, that's going to be real good. As Srisha gets the first kill on a third, a real, I would say, damage going in towards the side of Kira Esports, and Salma charge is getting denied, but there's going to be, I guess there's going to be Kai's in play. The play from the side of Nexus, but eventually the wall will be open. And Nexus, boy, oh boy, you gotta be aware of the fact that it should be somewhere around picking somewhere to the door. And the push is usually good, but still, I don't know. Sasaki is still trying to hold it down. Why not going for the flank? There you have it. Shinra goes move picks outside. Outlaw gets one. It's going to be Shinra goes move to get out from the hands of Shisha gets out hand from the side. Shisha gets out, takes out Shinra goes move. I'm really sorry with the flow right there. Jimmy holding out for the side of Eastern Stairs. Very low on HP. That's going to be Shisha. There you have it. Selma charges right at the spot. The game sense getting shown from the side of Kira Esports. Smoke needs to step up back more. For now, that's going to be actually mute. Sorry, what's happening with the flow. For now, Baba, why don't you have it?
Yeah, they're already heading in for the plant. Kira Esports, they're looking confident in the hold. And Retrograde, they are not looking too good. Shisha, aggressive attempt, but that ended up being as a failure. Both Vortex and Death Hammer are ensuring that this post plant will succeed. And Exter, unfortunately, he won't be able to do anything in that round. Kira Esports back again. It's round number 2 at their hands. You have to still think about this though. The way how Kira Esports have been
Yeah.
proceeding with their attack. They've opened a lot of lines of sight. They even opened up CCTV. They've made their presence in towards the construction side. What's even more devastating for Retrogade's end is that they've even Kira Esports got the control on Red Stairs Hallway 2 by opening up the walls of the Ace Salma Breeze with the help of Ace Salma Breeze charges. So everything went according to plan. Although that early peak that we saw from Shrisha taking on Atharv was so crucial that it was heavily necessary to ensure that none of those important line of sights that the attackers had will be opened up as quick as possible. So all in all, even though that there were
Attackers
some
need to locate
problems
and
that was
defuse as
being
many
made on
bombs
round
as they
number
can.
2, eventually they did get themselves back up. 3v2. Retrograde once again are so confused as to which angle do they need to focus on first, because
Yeah,
they
yeah,
are compromised on every single angles.
every
And
exactly.
unless and until if they don't have any information regarding all 5 players, it is confusing for Retrograde to choose which angle do they have to hold on to. And yes, they have C4s, yes, they have impact needs that they could use. Unless and until if they have a defensive hold, none of those
10
utilities
seconds remaining.
would be able to work if you are opened, if your cover has
5
been
seconds
blown
to
up.
insertion.
So it's difficult for Retrograde to succeed most of their
Yeah,
gunfights,
Attackers are moving out to
because
locate a
their
bomb and defuse it.
their cover is entirely gone. And
I
that's
really
what
want to say.
Retrograde needs to be mainly careful of in round number 3 itself.
I don't know whether should I say this or not, but Retrogate's hold was as good as was my flow. As my flow got I split on my words. I saw the boys from the side of Retrograde just going down. I felt like why exactly is this happening right there? So that was a joke I wanted to crack, but it got
Oh,
well away. But that's gonna be well away from the side of that. Hammer picks up Sasaki, already losing in her body count, which wasn't necessary, I can say, for that. And Kira Esports, yet again, very aggressive, very much promising, very much, I would say, confident about their push where they want to push in. And this is a very, very tight peak. Even I personally don't want to take this up. I always lose this particular round, particular peak when I just go and try to peek someone from this particular angle. Common ball breaches will be going down, but yet again, man. Last time around, if you remember, on the round number 1, Baba, there was one guy playing up here. I guess there was Sasaki. Where exactly there was, it's going to be Srisha goes move, where he picks up Srisha, and he was just right there. So, flank, you are at the very good flanking position. You can just go in, but they are not taking that step towards the flank. It feels
Attackers
like
have located a
they are
bomb.
not very much confident right now whether they should do it or not. There you have it. Chicago picks up the nade. He might want to go in, but hey, Extra comes with a double kill. That American Chicago's both going down from the hands of Extra. Make it a 3v3. Looks promising from the side of Retrograde as two of the main guys from the side of the Esports goes down. This time around, after the garage will try to make an entry point, try to take down the guy holding the garage rafters. Not really sure where a third is going to be right now. Oh, both of the guys at the main wall breach. So they are still trying to open up the main wall. A lot of time being wasted upon. Look for the nitro, not gonna connect. But one thing's for sure, Jimmy is very low on HP, has no C4. Better to hold off the eastern stairs rather than picking up the main breach or either just towards the side of the main wall. There you have it. Almost Vortex getting caught out, but it's gonna be the side of Extra to just be saved up. But the Vortex in the end to take out Nexus, and there's gonna be Bandit going down. 41 seconds left on the clock. Execution slow down from the side of attackers, but it's still a third gets Extra. It's gonna be shotgun coming up, but hey, nope. Vortex to on Jimmy and makes the 4-0. That was very
yeah,
clean
they.
and confident.
Mhm.
Yeah, please, Baba, sorry.
No, no, go ahead, go ahead. That was clean and.
Clean and just very confident from Kira Esports, man. Just clean and confident.
Mm,
And like,
yeah.
of course, there were that kill coming in from the side extra. That was some blunder between the Deathamar and Srinrago's move. The Srinrago's move had the chance to just throw the nade. I guess that was a miscommunication between Deathamar and Srinrago's move. That there's a guy coming in from the side of garage, but yeah, nonetheless they got the round. Doesn't really matter now.
Yep. I believe Kira Esports' main intentions from both Shinra and Death Armor was to use a cook nade to take out Nexus, because
Hmm, 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 hmm,
he's
hmm.
still in that CCTV wall, right? He
Yeah.
the attackers clearly knows that he's going to trick the wall to ensure that none of the Salma breach charges or exothermic charge would be opened up at quick succession. And I have to appreciate Nexus on what he did on that round. He did succeeded
Okay.
in wasting a lot of time for Kira Esports, which in fact it led to 30 seconds. When it was at 40 seconds left for Kira Esports, then and there itself, they've only succeeded in removing up the wall on CCTV when Atharv had to open it up by himself right from below. So they you could say that Kira Esports did take that sweet time on to figuring out exactly how to remove Nexus. because that was their main intention. They wanted to remove the player off, because not only do they get to open up the breach, they would also get the advantage. But turns out no protection or covers was being made, because Deathhammer and Shinra, both of them were focusing on the red stairs itself. And because of that distraction, they even forgot to gain control
Attackers need
on
to
Garage
locate and
Catwalk,
defuse
which
bombs.
eventually leaded to Retrograde having the upper hand in the first place. And because of that, Kira Esports was at a very difficult spot. They were like, you know what? We don't have control on launch. How about we just use the backup instead? We have the Maverick blowtorch. We'll just open up the sides of it a bit below to see, to figure out exactly where the bandit charges is. Remove that, open up CCTV, and ensure that none of us would get taken out. Even though Shinra and Deathhammer, both of them were down, Dark Lord, Atharv, and Vortex were still alive, and they've decided
5
to
seconds
ensure that we wouldn't make those mistakes. Even though lounge was a huge problem from Kira's end,
left. Attackers'
they
objective is to
recovered it
locate
back
bomb and defuse it.
and just took out Retrograde by surprise on round number 3. So you have to say, Kira Esports, they are in form. But although the same thing cannot be said to Retrograde in round number 4. A pause timer has been requested, so they did take their sweet time to understand what went wrong. And hopefully on a site like Basement Church and Arsenal Room, maybe we might see Retrograde come back with a new strategy that might have been applied from Retrograde's end.
Still, man, like Kira, like I say for a fact, Baba, Baba, you still right there, man? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm not going. I'm not going anywhere, Bullet. I'm not going anywhere.
Nah, bro, you are not gonna leave me right in the middle of a match.
Bomb located
Think
by
about
attackers.
it, like I say for a fact, mercenaries just be mercenaries. It feels like how Kira Esports won the first 3 rounds, even after Retrograde, especially taking out that Hammer and Struggles. My thought for a fact that they should go hold, and Extra should go probably take a rotate toward the side of Eastern, should go back towards the side. But despite that, just took the decision to stay on the garage rafter. This is what I feel like. They are being pretty, orthodox will be the right word, or maybe just to very much confident, but that might result being in a overconfident way of just not being to help those who just want to anchor it out. Because there were 2 guys holding on towards the side of common breach area from the side of Kira Esports, so it could have been a case of one guy pushing onto the side of garage, maybe one guy playing in going for aggressive or not, but that many outcomes can come. But right now, from the side of round number 4, oh, okay, Vortex to go down. Hey, where did this guy just went down from? Apparently, unfortunate. Maybe that was a C4, something like this. Not really sure, but it's gonna be a C4. Nexus, what just happened? What just happened?
I believe Nexus is using a C4 to take out players from the kitchen hatch, but he also got caught in that blast radius, so he did tag all by himself. So the explosion is what Nexus forced himself on 50 HP. Now Retrograde has somehow figured out a way to hold their ground, but it's still not enough. Dark Lord and Deathhammer back again with the response, and they think that the site is on Basement Church Execute. It's been heavily fortified with ADSs, bandit charges, everything is on the place. But you forgot that the Arsenal side has been entirely compromised, and Kira Esports, they are taking huge advantage of it. Look at that post plant. Not a single player has been downed, and what a way to end it off, Kira Esports. A flawless round on round number 4. They knew exactly what Retrogade's plans was. They thought that, hey, they did the push on Basement Church once again in round number 1. They might do the same thing again. So let's make some fortifications. Bandit charges. Electromagnetic electroclaws from Kai to hold out the kitchen hatch and even on bar hatch. We even have the ADSs, but turns out there was not a lot of defensive holes being made in the dirt. There wasn't a lot of protections being made on the Arsenal room, which eventually led to a weak point for Retrograde that Kira Esports gladly did take control of. And this is why Retrograde needs to be careful of. Although that they're an expert at tricking up walls from the walls on Basement Church, bandit tricking has been been introduced way before ban phase was invented, right? So bandit tricking, although it seems like it hasn't been brought into the scene for a very long time, But for an experienced team like Kira Esports, knowing that you will make a bandit trick, you would always find out another way, right? So, Retrograde, although you guys made the best attempts on Basement Church, you really got to be careful on the other sides too, because Kira Esports, whenever they get information from the attack drones, they are more likely be able to switch their course of action. And mainly because of that, you see Kira Esports be on a dominant lead here, folks. 4-0. Kira Esports are looking unstoppable on attack, and Retrograde are yet to make a statement.
It feels like Retrograde needs to think something very, very out of the box. Well, either way, go in for some of those spawn peaks. Either just try to surprise Kira Esports. You need to do something. I guess Athar has the call that somebody's going to come up from the side of Wingster. There you have Sinner goes move, push up, Sasaki goes down. Boy, oh boy, somebody stop this pin cover. Nexus with the C4. Sinner goes move, gonna go dies. 5 minutes ahead of Athar. Nexus, you almost had it, my friend, but it's going to be a third to take on Nexus with a headshot. Makes the 4v3. But that lovely C4 just connects and Pinka goes down very early, and there you have it, folks. 4v3 very early, and there you have it. Like the surprise factor needs to come up from the side of Retrograde. Do something about it. Take out any of the players. Surprise them with any kind of flank, any kind of kill. Right now, she's like spotted from the drone coming in from the side of logistics. There will be someone pushing into the side of construction. Boy, oh boy, you gotta be really, really careful. And I guess he's trying to go for a run out, but take a look what Skira is doing. Trying to isolate Srisha, and I guess he's going to be in a real bad spot right now.
He definitely will be. He's all by himself on second floor master bedroom, dazed and confused, and he will be hunted down at the hands of a Tharv. Jimmy and Exer are the only two defenders left for them to hold their ground. 2 smoke gas canisters are still available, but how will you guys handle the man count? Kira Esports are looking powerful on this execute, and Atharv is doing what he does best to try to open up the hatch from the help of his breaching torch. Electromagnetic claws were still active, which means that he's left on 30 HP. Kira Esports has all the time they need to focus on opening up the hatches, opening up the walls. Wait a minute, Atharv, what was that grenade? What exactly happened? This is not good. 2v2 equalizer, what just happened? Oh boy, that was a yikes moment from Atharv's end. He's not going to be too happy about that, and maybe on round number 5, this might have given a chance for Retrograde to come back. Smoke gas canisters, one of them are still alive. Now they're losing a lot of time. Even more so, Kira Esports, they just removed their own man-con advantage at their hands. Flashbangs being thrown around, and looks like one of the flashbangs will catch. One of them towards Exter, but no, he will win that gunfight. Vortex goes down, which means it's a 1v2. Dark Lord needs to clutch, and that huge mistake that one single grenade did might have been the end of their downfall. But is it though? 10 HP. Smoke gas canisters. Dark Lord needs to fall back, but no, he has to inhale the toxic fumes of the smoke gas canisters, and eventually it would lead to their downfall. Retrograde, they got lucky on round number 5. They got so lucky. An accidental team kill was more than enough for a Tharv to gain victory for Retrograde's defense. This was supposed to be 5-0. And we all know the way how Rainbow-Six-Siege works here, guys. Atharv, I wish I could have seen it in Atharv's perspective. Maybe he was at the hatch. He thought that
I just want to listen to the
that nade. Yeah, I wish I could. Even I had no idea what exactly happened though on that nade. Like, I mean, that was a certified yikes moment.
Attackers need to locate.
Oh boy!
One for the highlights. One for the highlights.
One for the highlights, but still, let's not think that Retrograde might have the upper hand on attack though, because Kira Esports, this is their only mistake. But if they continue to do so on round number 6, then things might not look too well from their hands, and Retrogrades might have a comeback in the first half itself.
So that particular nade, I guess that he was trying to throw in from one of the hatches, because last time when we saw his perspective, he was either on kitchen hatch or either he was on toward the side of blue hatch. Not sure, because there was an aerial view from our lovely observer, who is right now DC crew. So yeah, that's one thing. But like you said, Baba, जो चीज़ है कि मैंने बहुत बात कही कि थोड़ा आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स सोचना पड़ेगा बिकॉज यू आर फेसिंग वन ऑफ द आई वुड से टॉप टीम्स इन आवर ऐसे रीजन बट मैं स्टिल नॉट श्योर.
Retrograde, they know that they're going up against top tier teams, and they know what kind of executes that they're making off in the first half. Even Retrograde knows about this, and they're willing to make the decisions, or should I say, they're willing to make great plays, unexpected plays that Kira Esports might not even predict. They wanted to do that, but it's been denied every time from Kira Esports because their experience, they know the entire ins and outs of Map Clubhouse. Same thing can be said to Retrograde too, but it always comes down to the team who has mastered the site entirely. Previous round was a blunder for Kira Esports, but now on round number 6, this might be a slow pace. They've succeeded in opening up CCTV walls. Shinra is already in construction, and Chaos starts to soothe in with the LMG. Catches out Nexus. Still has a lot of bullets left. 49. I mean, make that 38. He'll get one. He'll happily fall back. He knows that they've made a lot of damage. That's the Kaid gone. No more C4s. You still need to worry about Jimmy because he has one more C4 left in his pocket. He could use that to change the game, and also Srisha from Cash. For a moment there, I thought that was a headshot, but unfortunately it isn't. Impact nades, good denial. That denial will eventually come to an end. They will make a line of sight, but on the entryway, even more so, Vortex will glad to get that kill off. 4v3, 3 players left. Atar has the angle from the garage catwalk that think of making an execute once again on the default plant. In towards construction. The pressure is on. But on the bright side, Sasaki has a good holding place. They haven't opened up or gained control on Red Stairs hallway. So there is high likely a chance that Retrograde can do something about this. They could salvage the round off on round number 6. They need to get the win. And Exter is waiting for that perfect moment. Cooked nade from Shinra. Not walking out once. Exter will reply back with the magnets. Soft push, and soft push will be denied from Shinra. Aggressive as always, triple kill. Jimmy and Sasaki goes bye-bye. And now it's Exter all by himself into his garage, and Shinra will bid goodbye as well. Man, this is Shinra at its peak, folks, for Kira Esports. What a way to end it off. 5-1. 2 more round wins is exactly what Kira wants to do on map number 1 Clubhouse. And let's keep that in mind, that this is Retrograde's map pick, and being at a 5-1 situation in first half is not a good place to be in.
So if we talk about the last, I would say, few of the defensive rounds coming in from the side of Retrograde, either they are like fully on objective play, like nobody's out of the site, or if somebody's out of the site, we see the guy is not flanking it up. Of course, there are not a lot of actions coming into place from side of Retrograde apart from that kill, double kill coming from side of Exterior. Also, I would say when specifically talking about the round where Athar, TK Death Hammer and killed himself too. So that was one round coming to favor Retrograde. So yeah, he needs to again I'm gonna say this. You need to think out of the box. You're facing Akira Esports, why exactly are you losing your rounds? Either it's going to be the gunfights. Okay, try to just play a little bit passive. Try to just go on some of those trap operators. Why not? It's a competitive siege round, man. There's nothing like that to hey, you're playing trap. Nah, it doesn't matter. So I have that one thing in my mind, but of course it's going to be the end of defensive round for the side of Retrograde and end of attacking round swap being made. And there you have it, Kira Esports 5-1. अगर अभी gonna wait बाबा until this goes up to 7-1, जो कि मुझे लग रहा है हो जाएगा. Not no disrespect to the side of Retrograde, as Kira Esports are looking way too confident, but can go either way. Because maybe who knows, we see some LMG plays here and there from the side of Retrograde. Retrograde. And why am I saying gate?
You could say it's almost similar to a drink that I'm not going to say it out loud. So maybe it might be because of that specific reason though. But look on the bright side, Sasaki gets to take out Death Armor right through that drone hole. Can you imagine? All it needs is a simple information, and when he gets opened out like that, that Amar really won't be happy. Shinra is still here. He'll reply back as well. Gets the confirmation on Shisha. He has information regarding one more player, and that is Zofia, but that is Exter. The trade games are looking so strong, and Retrograde wants to continue this. Both of the roamers have been eliminated for Kira Esports, which means that Retrograde have the advantage. They opened up the kitchen hatch. Now they just have to focus on the site, which means that they have to deal with Dark Lord Atharv and Vortex. Atharv, how did you get away with Nexus? And Dark Lord replies back, Jimmy as well is gone. Sasaki and Exter, they're just thinking, what exactly happened? How did Atharv get away with a kill like that? And at 1 minute and 29 seconds left, Retrograde, although they have all the time that they need, they still don't have control, or should I say, a plan of action. Lot of angles has been neutralized, which means that the only angle that Kira Esports needs to worry about has to be from the kitchen hatch and the main stairs. The entire tunnel has been reinforced, and I'm pretty much sure that they did breach the wall. But the main presence that's been showing around from Retrogade's end clearly says that they want to do the same execute, and this is easier for Kira Esports to handle it out. No C4s, not a single utility is in the hands of Kira Esports, which means that there is a chance for Retrograde to proceed with the post plant. And they just have to remove one player out of the equation. Cooked nade from the Maverick. He's not going to use it just now. Just ready for the perfect timing. There you go. 35 seconds. Dark Lord. Not for long. Atharv. He's here with the opening. And now Sasaki will be forced to fall down. And he will fall down indeed at the hands of Atharv. Kira Esports, despite their huge disadvantage that had happened on the early round in round number 7, they will fling back once again and confirm match point up against Team Retrograde. Map number 1, 6-1. This is where Retrograde needs to be careful, because this Kira Esports, they are on the pain train and they're not going to stop.
More like, I want to call it the victory train, because the amount of just round going into the favor, like they're just not stopping. Like especially the kill on Nexus, Atharv just went in and he himself be like, how I saw the movement, like okay, this happened, nice. So one round I TK myself, I TK my own teammate that someone, and then I just go in and hit fire Nexus. So yeah, that's being the case. Right. I thought for a second Nexus is gonna just melee, and we have a very weird reaction like what's happened, but that was apparently not the case. But nonetheless, match point coming in for this map of Clubhouse, and how we are seeing the events coming into the place from the side of Kira Esports. Not being wrong, not being just disrespectful to either side. This might go 7-1. All I have to say, man, like because it's not really happening in from the side of Retrograde. Like, of course, there are some plays like last time around. They got into an early man disadvantage. How just Srisha got the kill. Sasaki got the kill with that drone haul. But still, like when in a team in a defense or even in a team in an attacking active, when you are lost in the man advantage, gets an victory up against any kind of team. This says a lot about the team particularly. Of course, there are some mistakes here and there, and every round of Rainbow-Six-Siege, every game of Rainbow-Six-Siege, definitely there are some mistakes here and there, and there's when the opponent team capitalizes on. But the part is like Kira Esports is just being Kira Esports. All I have right now in my time is just this one particular line, and trust me on this one. And Kira Esports just being Kira Esports. Not really sure on next map, but it's Oregon. Oregon is such, I would say, I guess it's the most picked map in the summer edition of Pro Series, if I'm not wrong, 33 or 32%, I believe. So yeah, right there on top. So Kira Esports definitely they know the map so well. They know the game map. They know the game sense so well. So maybe we can see a 2-0 coming in from their side on the map score.
Maybe we'll be able to find that out in this round itself. Shinra back again doing the aggressive plays that he'd always loved to do, and this time he's actually a bit happy because it's working out well from his favor. Cooked nade from Sasaki. Back again to see whether if he can pick out players from the Stalks' end. Will deal a bit of damage towards Atharv's side, but Kira Esports also knows that stock control is isn't at their hands just yet. That's why you see Shinra, who wants to engage in towards talk, see whether if he can get an opening or not. But it just ends up being at a very disadvantaged state. 10 HP, still has a C4, so I'm guessing he'll just play it accordingly. Vortex finds the opening, but doesn't get the shot quite well. Deal a lot of damage towards Extra's end, and a third has been downed out from a second cooked grenade from the side of the attackers. Shrisha will succeed. He takes out Death Armor. Atharv is gone, but with the help of a revive being made from the defensive end, he will succeed. Sasaki, this is good. That's exactly what he needed. A peek to take out Shinra, and even more so Jimmy succeeding in taking out Vortex. This is more likely a Retrograde's round, and Kira Esports, they have been outnumbered.
Definitely outnumbered. There you go. Doctor picks up one. It's going to be Jimmy to take out Doctor, and left in going to be for Scenario. It's going to be just left off a third. It's going to be Sasaki to take out third. There you have it, pros. Retrograde finally with a very good round coming into their favor. Or even that on match point. So there's one thing that needs to be said from the side of Retrograde. Even though I'm saying lines like Kira Esports just being Kira Esports, that on the point of match point, on being on the verge of being down on a map score of 0-1, they're able to fight it off pretty well. That means that they're able to handle pressure pretty well. So it means that they just need to calm themselves a little bit, just need to rethink their approach, try to just coordinate a little bit well. Maybe they can have a chance to equalize. Like, why not? We saw how the map, we know for a fact, of course, that example I'm going to give. Of course, MercenarieZ is a very good team. Monkey Hunters LFO is one of the top teams now, I say region. But if that particular team can do it, why not? Why you cannot do it? Because, why cannot? I know there's a lack of, I would say a lot of experience. Maybe I could be wrong in that, because I remember Srisha's name. I guess he played some of the other tournaments back in 2020, I believe, even back in 2021, which I casted in the Rainbow Six South Asia circuit, which I casted. So some of the names are pretty old. Some of the names I definitely remember, but it's just a matter of the fact that they are just lacking the experience to go up against a team like Esports. This is what I believe. This is what I feel. Sorry.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Yeah, Shrisha used to be on Vanquish Paradox last time I remember. This is like the previous SA tournaments that I'm talking about. Shrisha used to be on that particular the team called as Vanquish Paradox, and now he's in a different team Retrograde. And when it comes to Retrograde's performance, they're pretty decent. Sasaki always good with cooked nades, Nexus, an expert at tricking walls. But now you know that they're going up against Kira Esports. Although yes, Shisha wouldn't have a lot of problems from his end because he's been in this situation before. But what about the rest of the players? What about Jimmy? What about Sasaki? Even more so, what about Nexus? Sure, Nexus and Exter might have been in this situation before, but this is a different state. They're in the lower brackets. Map number 1, this used to be their map pick, and then suddenly we see Kira Esports be on a humongous lead, 6-2, and this should have a lot of pressure on their shoulders. And Retrograde, winning that previous round will at least give some of their team a morale boost, so that they could at least perform even much more so in this round as well. Seeing whether the flashbangs and grenades would remove the electro claws, and they'll succeed in doing so. And another grenade confirmation to take out Shinra. This is huge. There goes your Vamai. No more magnets, no more utilities that the defenders can catch.
Definitely very important pick, and how this Shinra goes more is just being aggressive and able to take out some of the players. So taking out Shinra goes more, that's going to be very, very confident, very, very good. Extra Claymore gets the kill on that number, so I would say, and use that aggression coming in from the side of Kira Esports. There you have it, folks. Shisha taking out Vortex, being the 2v5. What's happening? Retrograde putting on this amount of pressure. Atharv gets one, Atharv gets double kill on toward the side of Shisha. Makes it a 2v3 with that concussion might exploded on him. Almost having no clue, no sound, but 10-3. One is the KDA, as you can see right now. But the matter of fact that Sasaki is having still, I guess, one adrenal surge left in. Atharv, no need, please, no need of that, Dark Lord. There you have it, folks. Retrograde taking down another one. So, yeah, I want to say this, this was a little bit of over aggression coming in from the side of Kira Esports, because I know for a fact that they might have took down a 2v3. Why there's a need of like going outside out of the hard breach? I know you are on match point, you want to have some fun, but this this moment of having fun can also let you down into 6-4, 6-5. Who knows? Like Retrograde, man, they are playing up pretty well. They are able to just capitalize on your mistakes, and 6-1, 6-2, 6-3. There you have it.
They've won 2 attack rounds. Retrograde. They can come back, but in order to succeed, they have to see whether if they can hold out Basement Church and Arsenal Room. Somehow you could say that Kira Esports got away by the skin of their teeth. Hello?
Yeah.
Did something
Yeah.
happen to that bullet? Yeah.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm able to hear you.
Okay, all right. I was actually a bit confused. Yeah, as I was trying to say, Basement Church and Arsenal Room is the side where Kira Esports has their higher succession in towards defense. And if Kira Esports, if they lose this and Retrograde decides to win Basement Church, then things will not look too good on Kira Esports' end. Second half, turns out Clubhouse has been entirely an attacker-sided map, which in fact is a bit ironic, because on Clubhouse usually it used to be a defender-sided map, but turns out it's quite the opposite. And look at the changes back again. They know that the site's on Basement Church. They'll bring in the fuse. We've seen a lot of fuse mains being brought up. I don't think that Electro Claw would stuck in from the hatch itself, so you need to place it on a different angle. But all in all, Kira Esports are on match point, and Retrograde are slowly announcing their comeback on attack. All Kira needs to do is just win basement site, and everything should be well and dandy in map number 1. But Retrograde, they're not going to give up that easily. They're going to give it their best fight, and their main focus has to be eliminating out Shinra and Death Amar, because they're both of the players are currently the one who needs to be taken care of, and that will be done and dusted. Exter back again, early peak. Shinra goes out, and now Retrograde, they have the control on first floor, but will they lose it back again?
Yeah, man. Like, Shinra goes move. I know he likes to play aggressive, but it's match point, man. You can't just shut this down pretty quick. No need to just, just being way too aggressive or just trying to, go for those cheeky plays or just try to, just. It's not needed, right? You are in a competitive lobby. You are in the Pro Series, one of the highest, stage right now in the competitive siege right now in our South Asia region. So it's better to be safe and to be sorry, right? Death picks out Jimmy, makes it a 4v4. Extra with the double kill coming up, picks out Death Amar, the return. So that is some play coming in from side of this guy. 8-9 will be the scoreline. It will be the KDA, as we can see on our screens. A third 10-4-1 man-oh-man. These are some of the players going in from the side of Kira Esports, really going hard when it comes down to the kills. Also running for the flank, so that's going to be a third going down back again from the side of blue stairs. All of the attackers, we can see a push coming from the side of main stairs as well. It's going to be Sasaki pushing up a third, and a third gets out, makes it a 2v4. Not sure it's going to be a kill. That Lord's left in a very tricky situation. We are going to burn out, my friend. And there you have it. Vortex left in a 1v4 scenario. Extra comes up, takes a Vortex, and like I said, better to be safe than sorry. And 6-4 apparently. Where I said it can be 7-1 and it's happening 6-4. Caster's Curse.
Caster's Curse can happen. Evidently so. 6-4. A beautiful execute from Shrisha's end, using the fireballs to remove out the players from the dummy spot, including in towards K9. Smokes was used from the rotation. And since Kira Esports had no idea what exactly happened wrong, maybe it had to do with the early pick. Shinra, who just got picked out from Exter, he needs to understand that Exter has been pushing towards the strip club plays for more than 2 rounds, and he succeeded in removing out the roamers. So Retrograde, early rounds on Basement Church, they've succeeded in removing out the roamers, and the same thing can be said to the same thing can be said to second for CCTV room too. Sasaki on point with the cooked nades. There's no contest being made from stock room, which means that Sasaki can just easily not go, don't have to worry about garage push, neither on the lounge push itself. Just cook a nade. They have the information from the drones. They have a lot of yellow pings being made. Cook a nade, take out the player from cash room, and see whether if they can get an opening pick or not. Even more so, see whether if they can deal a lot of damage from that explosive utility. And they've been doing that. CCTV Arsenal room, not a problem at all from Retrograde's end. But what if we see Kira Esports choose to defend on second floor gym if they fail to do so on basement church? Because this is a bit worrying. Interesting enough, we even see the changes of roles from Shinra's end. He's not going to be aggressive this time. He'll bring out the smoke gas canisters, and he'll choose to hold his ground from the tunnel side. Meanwhile, he just gives all the roaming capabilities towards Vortex end. Once again, we will see Extra do the same thing for the third time, and that is pushing towards strip club. And unfortunately, for his unfortunate events, Shinra wouldn't be playing at that same place. It's a bit of a change strategy that has been made from Kira's end, and they know exactly what Retrograde is trying to do. They have immediate control on first floor, which means that they don't have control on second floor just yet. And this is why we see Death Amar, who will see whether if he could make a distraction or not. See whether if the attackers would sorely main their try to see whether if they can get a focus towards on removing Death Amar out. But all in all, you could say that none of any peaks have been made, nor do we get to see any teams get their early pick, which means that they'll take their sweet time on opening up the hatches. C4, very good C4 from Dark Lord. Jimmy's gone, and so does the rest of the cluster charges at the hands of Fuse.
Of course, man, and Fuse can be a very good operator when it comes down to the side of CCTV. Sorry, Arsenal and Church area. My bad. I guess I'm really missing the real CCTV right now. Because looks apart, we can see Nixon trying to make up his way towards the side of logistic area, just making sure that Amazon comes up and takes the both of the attack of Sasaki and the guy by surprise with that vertical play. But right now, a lot of pressure being put upon towards side of Deep Armory. Athar just trying to be, just out of that particular angle. Oh, Shisha is having that the secondary heartbeat shot that's gonna open up the hatch. Now, with the Capitao in hand, will they able to decide to go in for a plant, or we may see, a very hard route push toward the side of main stairs? But also Sasaki is playing toward the side of tunnel, as we can see on the exterior construction site. Oh, goes back again to the side of kitchen. The amount of play, the amount of angles these guys are just going in for, it looks like maybe a hatch drop down. Definitely, yes, goes for the hatch route. Sasaki gets a third. Very beautiful kill. Shisha gets that tomorrow. Sasaki gets another one. It's going to be just two guys left on the side of defense. Watch takes in a lot of damage from the hands of Extra. Makes it a 1v, a 2v4. Plan goes down. Post-plan situation. Shisha gets another one. 1v4. Very bad spot to be in Vortex. Very bad. And boy, oh boy, this is going to be result in a 6-5 score line. Boy, oh boy, did that just happen, Kira Esports? Like, how are you allowing that to happen? I'm out of words right now, Baba. Trust me. I'm definitely out of words.
Me too.
Like, how? Athar was having such a good angle. Definitely that was unfortunate, but I don't know, man. Like, how did you allow them to plant when you had that particular lines of sight open toward the side of hallway? Of course, there was a guy, and Vortex was in a very bad spot, but you had Thunderbird, Konai stations too. Konai, not Kunai, Konai. So, I'm kind of speechless right now. Not gonna lie.
I am as well, because I did not expect Kira Esports to lose this hard. And maybe it had to do with Srisha bringing the Capitao. Fireballs, smoke balls, fireballs placed at K9 and dummy spot, just like it's the same execute that Retrograde did in the previous round, and they've won both of them. So I gotta ask for Kira Esports, was picking Jaeger a good idea? Surely, because Capitao can bypass Jaeger's ADSs, and mainly this has to be the main reason why we see Srisha bring in Capitao in the first place. They know that they don't bring Vomai, because Vomai is the only operator that can catch most of those boats.
5 seconds.
Rest of the utilities that you've seen, grenades, uh, ace summer breach charges, everything which relates to explosives always gets caught out from the Jaeger's ADSs, but not the Capitao asphyxiating bolts. And that's the reason why we don't get to see Capitao being brought out a lot more often. And since Srisha, knowing that Vomai wasn't available, using Capitao to its full extent really helped Retrograde fortify their execute from the basement arsenal side. Block lines of sight, fireballs, which immediately forced them to be in a different location. Even more so, the defenders were so low on HP, it was easier for them to get the confirmation. And now they are back on a round of ones. This is not looking good on Retrograde's end, and that's the main reason why we see them change the side on bedroom/gym. Too many times have they decided to hold their ground on both CCTV and basement arsenal room. They've decided, you know what, we've lost at both times. We failed to adapt. And now we need to see whether they can hold down second floor gym. And this kill that Atharv has made, taking out Exter, was huge. This had to be done for the past 3 rounds. He had been annoying for the side of Kira Esports because he was removing roamers one by one. And with him being out of the picture, Kira Esports can now gladly focus on the execute that Retrograde has been doing for the past 4 rounds.
Yeah, man, and third just going for that kill, the way he just popped off. But hey, he gets popped off too by the hands of Srisha. Let me complete my sentence, boys. But nonetheless, 4v4. Right now in a match situation, yet again for the side of Kira Esports. But this time around, if Retrograde wins this one up, we'll be going overtime for the map of Clubhouse. Not really sure what's going to happen. Hey, good C4 coming up. Almost taking out Shisha, but no, it's going to be Deathamar taking out Shisha. Vortex getting caught off, but it's Jimmy. Deathamar picks up Jimmy. And a very lovely turn of defense. It's going to be a 3v2 coming in. Sasaki going for the reserve coming next. Getting out from the hands of Chicago's move. Sasaki gets up close. Sasaki gets another one. Sasaki going in. It's a clutch coming in from the hands of Sasaki. Retrograde going in. Map point. Boy, oh boy, what a comeback.
What just happened? Sasaki! 3 kills! And would you look at that? Retrograde has come back. This gives me goosebumps. Goosebumps of Spring Edition. When they went up against Mahadi Esports, Theme Park, 1-5 in the first half. What happened in the second half? Retrograde just comes back immediately. 6-6. Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading off to overtime. Retrograde, they are not out of the game just yet, and we are resuming back. Round number 13, Kira Esports, what just happened on defense? They had everything under control, and next thing you know, Sasaki had just done the unthinkable back again. 3 kills, a 1v3 clutch.
Boy, oh boy.
Beautiful.
Just beautiful. Even though we know for a fact that yes, there are a lot of loopholes coming in from the side of Kira Esports when they're on defense, especially the last round, how this got Atharv got outplayed. But I gotta appreciate Retrograde efforts, like how they're able to capitalize on that one. And I thought, like, not gonna lie, as a caster, as an observer right now, I thought Kira Esports will shut this down. 7-5, 7-4, how the round are going in, but 6-6. Now Kira Esports should be worrying about. Trust me, they should worry about how they're gonna approach the overtime right now on map of Clubhouse. We can say like they are Kira Esports, but they should be 6-6. Like there are a lot of like mistakes coming from the side of Kira Esports.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
It's nice to, I'm actually sorry about that. It's nice to, it's nice for Retrograde to remind me that comeback can happen. And he made me remember that. Sasaki, 3 kills just like that, overtime. And now you see Kira Esports be on the deficit. Attack. Kira Esports won't have any more problems on a map like Clubhouse. But Retrograde, they've made so much work in the second half. Can they do the same thing in this overtime?
You know what?
Everything is on
I just want to say this. I'm really sorry to cut you off. The
Yeah, it's all right.
confidence, not the morale boost from the side of Retrograde, it's
Mhm.
over the limit right now. It's over the limit. And this can go either way. This can go either way now. This particular map can go either way. Not sure about Kira
Can.
Esports, but Retrograde can. They will make it very hard for Kira Esports right now.
Attackers have
Trust me.
located a
They'll
bomb.
make very hard.
Yeah, it is.
Bomb located by attackers.
And Retrograde choosing to be on the side basement chest and Arsenal room once again. They did had a chance to succeed, winning round number 5. And they choose to do it the same thing on overtime as well. Kira Esports, they are always stronger than ever on attack, but somehow something happened on defense second half, and that has to do with the Capitao. And here comes Shinra, angry as ever. Gets to take out Shrisha, and that huge bullet spraying around the red hallways. He doesn't want that defenders to move an inch. And Kaid is just making sure to hold. But it's too much for them to handle. Kira Esports back again. They want to execute into his construction. And look at Sasaki. Oh, he almost survives. 10 HP, but he needs to fall back because there's an angry Shinra who's just constantly using his LMG to just fire away. But they're still alive nonetheless. A lot of times being wasted around, and this time Kira Esports are having a lot of problems. Death Armor, cooked nade from stock. See whether if he can take out players, but unfortunately there isn't any player available from the stocks. They're safe at the red hallway. Shotgun close range. It's Jimmy with the mute. And it's Death Armor back again with the refrag. Extra goes down, which means that Kira Esports, they have to make the execute. Shendra takes out the player. This is good. This is huge. And Kira Esports won't have any more problems on the attack side because it's Nexus all by himself. 2 HP. He might be able to take out Shinra, but do they have the control? No, it does not. Atharv sprints in towards the CCTV door, gets the win, and now we are going to head off on round number 14 with Kira Esports securing round number 13 attack. But this is even more frightening, folks, because Kira Esports has the higher chances of failing on defense as well. Round number 14. And this pause timer being requested at the hands of Retrograde will be the deciding factor to see whether if Retrograde can come back or will they see them falter just like we get to see from Kira's end. Now, Kira needs to understand this. Shisha will bring in Capitao if they go on defense basement church. And Kira Esports are still going for it. They have to think about this. Bring in Vamai. Magnet nades. Magnet needs to catch the fireballs. This should happen. If I see Jaeger on defense, Jesus. If, like I'm trying to continue the conversation, if I see them not having a decision to bring in the Wamai, because I mean Atharv Aruni is also a good decision. Aruni is great. You could use it from the hatch itself, you can refresh it, but that's the main thing. If somehow Team Kira Esports, if they do not take out Shisha at the early round and Shisha is still alive at the execute rounds on basement kitchen, I am guaranteed to say that Retrograde will succeed this round. They will. You've already seen that example, right, Bullet?
Yeah, definitely.
They have to take care of Capitao. Fireballs are, it's just so perfectly placed. Smoke balls, fireballs. The entire Arsenal room, Kira Esports cannot handle it. And that's where Retrograde is thinking about this. They're like, look, they're going back to basement church. We'll do the same thing that we're doing. No changes. We have got this. And Kira Esports, man, see, I'm glad Vortex has changed the decision. I'm glad Vortex had to. Vamai has been brought out, which means that the fixating bolts might get captured from those magnets. And at least Kira Esport would have a bit of a fighting chance from the basement side itself. Keep that in mind. Even though Retrograde has made a decision to get their own pause time, this even includes for Kira Esports. Kira Esports also has their own time to understand what exactly happened. And with the ready confirmation being agreed on Retrograde's end, we just have to wait for Kira Esports to give the ready confirmation. And with it, we'll be able to proceed to round number 14.
Like, yes, eventually, if we see how Kira Esports initially got the first 6 rounds were something like very unexpected. Like not sorry, very expected. I'm really sorry, Kira Esports. So very much expected. So like after one, after two, after three, kind of felt like Retrograde were able to just step up, getting their morale boost, getting their confidence boost right up there. Even the clutch coming in from the side of Sasaki, that was just too much insane. Just too marvelous, man. Just too marvelous. But right now, overtime match point going to the favor of Kira Esports. They are on defense, and we know for a fact that defense is easier than attack. Take that basic fact right there. But the overall confidence boost, the overall right now, the morale boost coming into the favor of Retrograde, the momentum, especially the momentum. Yeah, I was my English vocab just sometimes just surprises me. Like, where is my vocab? Like trying to open up the dictionary in my mind. But
Attackers need to locate
jokes
and defuse
apart,
bombs.
if Retrograde is able to win this one, boy oh boy, whole community will be like, did that just happen, Kira Esports? And we can say for a fact that okay, Kira is having a little bit of fun, whatnot, here and there, but this shouldn't be like 7-6. Maximum, okay, 7-5, 7-4. Ended. Because I really don't know what's going wrong.
At this point, Bullet,
10
you could
seconds
say
left.
that this is Retrograde's trademark.
True.
They also did the same. They also did the same thing on Spring. Why not they do it the same thing on Summer Edition?
Attackers
Retrograde
locate and
is
defuse the bomb.
popularly known. Retrograde is popularly known for its unexpected comebacks. You see the same thing. We did get to see the same thing on Spring. Like I already talked about Mahdi Esports, that amazing 1v5 comeback that they did on second half. And Retrograde, they love to repeat the same thing. Back again is 7-6. Retrograde is not looking good because they lost on defense. But on attack, there is still a chance. Atharv is playing in towards the hallway side. They still need to figure out a way to take out Exter. Exter knows this. He knows exactly where Atharv is. And look at that. Information's been given. They knows exactly what's happening. And now they're falling back. Darklord is also prepped and ready with the C4s. But now, Fuse, on the other hand, is not going to be in the kitchen. He'll be at the kitchen window. Cluster charge has been placed, which means that hell will start to rain down towards basement arsenal room. I believe that's already been cleared out, some of it. They'll still be safe from the basement, from the arsenal room nonetheless. C4, Jimmy will survive, not for long. 2 C4s been expended, surprisingly enough. Actually, no, 1 C4 and 1 impact from Atharv. That will give them the confirmation. And also, another impact to ensure that Jimmy stays down. There goes the fuse. And Shrisha, I just realized he's not bringing the Capitao.
Yeah.
Cuz, man, why do you have to do this, bro? I've talked so much about Capitao. Next thing you know, Shrisha just brings in the ace instead. And Retrograde, they're not looking good on kitchen side. Not one bit. Exter is currently the one who needs to do something about this. And he's all the way from main stairs. He has good angle, but he's been met with a deployable shield. And that shield will determine whether if Exter can succeed in winning these gunfights or not. Even more so, Death Armor is still present with the MX4 Storm. 1.5x scope, and he's thinking of ending Extra's life once and for all, but no, turns out it's a different case scenario. Sasaki, headshot, Shinra is out, smoke gas canisters not available, which means Atharv needs to handle it out. No, it does not. Sasaki, he's on a new level. 2 kills, equalizer 3-3. Death Armor succeeds in taking out Extra. Main stairs control is at their hands. And now Shrisha needs to drop down from the kitchen hatch. Not quite sure if it is a good idea. Impact needs is still at the hands from their end, and Shrisha always finds an opening. Vortex goes out, but also Shrisha will be downed as well. The entire arsenal room has been downed out. They're not looking too good. Execute needs to happen. Retrograde has control on basement arsenal short. Even more so, Sasaki's doing so much damage. Triple kill. The plant is going out. Darklord, can he succeed this 1v3 clutch? Sasaki knows where the last player is. Can he succeed? No, it does not. 1v2. One more kill. It isn't enough. Shrisha succeeds once again. Round number 14. What a close round back at the hands of Team Retrograde. They are not going to give up that easily. But here comes the difficult part. It's round number 15, the final round. Kira Esports currently the one having the advantage because they're the ones going on attack, and Retrograde, this is a difficult case scenario. They will be heading off on second floor gym and bedroom. This might be it, their final attempt to see whether if Retrograde can succeed on claiming map number 1. And I have to say, everything I said about Capita's fixating bolts and Vermeil's magnet nades, everything just gets thrown out the window. It's just everything
No,
I say,
yeah.
it's just thrown out. I just like how
What?
the casters cuz loves to do it at the wrong time. But yeah, go ahead, Bullet, go ahead.
Yes. Baba, best part, there was no Finca last attacking round from the side of
Yep.
Retrograde. No Finca. They did it without the adrenal surge. That says a lot.
Defenders,
That
protect your bombs from
definitely
being
says a
defused by
lot.
attackers.
Boy, oh boy. Kira Esports. Uh, I really don't know what to say, man. But for now, it will be the overtime match point, extreme match point, the finale round. Whoever wins it will be taking the map into their bags. 1-0, straight up, 0-1 in their disadvantage. But the one thing's for sure, the map of Oregon will decide the fate of Kira Esports and Retrograde. In the starting you said Baba Gusta. I guess you only said, I said, Ricky, what if Kira Esports win this and will they able to win over Mercenaries? Now I'm gonna say this. Maybe I'll get a lot of banter like bullets like this, but I'm gonna say this. What if Retrograde wins this one up and goes against Mercenaries? What if? Like, what if? What if?
What if?
I
It's all
don't know, man.
conspiracy
It's
theories.
7-7.
Now, what if Kira Esports did complete 7-1? What if Retrogrades decides to make out of nowhere comeback? Just like we're seeing it right now on Map Clubhouse. Kira Esports, the pressure is on. I know that they have their higher chances of success on attack, but if you make a single mistake, if Shisha somehow gets away with the kill and runs away with that early peak advantage, then Retrograde might have this site under control. What's even more deadlier is that Retrograde, they haven't been on second floor gym in the first half, so this will be a bit concerning on Kira Esports' end because they haven't known any strategies that's been built around on their defensive hold. Holes being made from the Mavericks torches, and Srisha barely survives. He's just still holding on from the cash room. He needs to be worried about multiple angles. Construction is about to be breached. He still has his support from Sasaki. And now, all they have to do is just wait for Kira Esports to make their move, and it will be a deadly one. Unless and until Retrograde decides to pull out a miracle in the first map, everything is on the line. And they are here to make their fight. Sasaki, the man who's been making a lot of attempts, will be gone out, Dark Lord. This is exactly what they want. This is crucial because Sasaki was making a lot of plays for Retrograde. With him gone, things will be even much more tougher for Retrograde, knowing that they're slowly making their way into his construction.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
Definitely one of the more, I would say, the guy who's been causing a lot of trouble for the side of Kira Esports going down from the side of Retrograde. This time around, Syndra goes more again on the side of Finca. So just coming in here and there. The Thermot 10-9-5, look at their kills. They need to make sure they don't provide the control. The thing is, they already made their way to the side of cash room area. That's going to be really, really important and very crucial for the side of Retrograde to hold this one up. Easy, but there you have it, folks. Kira goes for the kill. Grenade lands at the perfect spot, making it a 4v3 right now. 5v3, I'm really sorry. Nexus almost getting caught out from the hands of Dark Lord, and there you have it. Hey, Nexus, you can't really do that, man. You just saw the guy coming in. Trisha, that's the trade next to 4v2. Atar going in for the hallway kill, but that's gonna happen. Jimmy gets Atar. Boy, oh boy, it's a 1v3 already. Shinra goes smooth, takes out Jimmy. Trisha left in the 1v3 spot, but no. LMG boy, Shinra comes in, makes it 8-7. Finally, Kira Esports winning map number 1. But none of the fact, you cannot deny that it was a very, very, very good try coming in on the side of Retrograde. From 6-1 to 8-7. And I have no words rather than just the words of appreciation for the side of Retrograde. Going up against Kira Esports, making those kind of insane clutches on match point, I can just imagine the amount of pressure right on their head. That's what I'm gonna say.
Pressure on their head. Absolutely. And for a moment, I thought Kira was about to lose that final round, round number 15. At least
Oh,
on the good part, they did
yeah,
they did eventually win it out. I mean, taking out Sasaki and Exter was the most important thing that Kira had to do, because the amount of
yeah,
dangers that they've proceeded on attack clearly shows that
yeah.
Retrograde, they are not out of the fight. Whatever it is, it was always these three players on the side of Retrograde: Shrisha, Exter, and Sasaki. You could say the other two players were doing a great job at anchoring the site. Just trying to find out exactly. Yeah, Nexus and Op. No, actually, just
Nexus,
Nexus and
Nexus,
Jimmy.
the last
Jimmy
one.
was doing a
Jimmy.
great job too. Now, Jimmy was doing an absolute banger of a job with the SMG-11. Shotgun in hand, he was just making sure that the attackers wouldn't think of gaining control on the side as far as you'd think. But this map on Clubhouse, it was so attacker sided somehow. It was 1 to 5. Next thing you know, I was like, you know what, Kira Esports wouldn't have any problems on defense, right? On the second half. Well, wrong. Retrograde just comes back. Round number 7. Match
Yeah,
point 6-1. I'm like, yeah, Kira Esports wouldn't have any problems. And then Retrograde decides to say, you know what, Baba, how about I just change? How about I just go back to another dimension and see whether if I can see Retrograde wins this match? And they almost did it.
yeah, they
Overtime,
almost.
6-6. I was like, man, Srisha is about to prove me wrong. What's going to happen next? And when I saw round number 15, Kira Esports on attack, then and there itself, I realized, oh boy, that is not good. Imagine if Imagine if on round number 15 Retrograde was on attack. I guarantee you Retrograde would have won map number 1 then and there itself. It's just that round number 15, it was the final round. We cannot go more than that. And since we can't end the match on 7-7 equalizer, it had to be done, right? So how about we just take a look at the highlights and talk about the most important moments that we've had on both the first half as well as the second half. Retrograde, amazing performance from them. They still have a chance on map number 2, but that will be their final chance if something bad happens to it, because on map number 2, Oregon, it is Kira Esports' map pick. So I hope that these guys are ready to give them a tough fight.
Yeah. On the first half, it was all over Kira Esports, man. Whether we look at some of the nicest kills, some of them everywhere, almost Nexus were having this particular kill on, see the Maverick, but he almost missed the shot. But when after that particular, I would say, a blunder coming in from the side of a turf, slowly started to getting slipped off from the side of Kira Esports. Nonetheless, in the end, it was Kira Esports. But like you said, man, if it could have been the attacking round from the side of Retrograde, maybe this could have been some other case. But yeah, they were often very aggressive push, like Shinra, Sasaki, जिसकी जरूरत नहीं थी. Like आपने एक राउंड पे कर लिया, 2 राउंड पे कर लिया, हर राउंड पे आपको aggressive होने की जरूरत नहीं है. That's my point. But ठीक है,
Mhm.
in the end you won the map number 1. That's gonna be map number 2 coming in from the side of Kira Esport, their own pick, the map of Oregon. And boy, oh boy, we have seen Oregon quite a few times. Like like on a daily basis, whether it's Community Cup, whether it's I would say our own Pro Series Summer Edition, which is happening right now. Even in the last Pro Series, I see Oregon quite often being played from our region's team. So, like, only thing that's left out is like Retrograde dominating the side of Kira Esports. Like, you know, we see a 5-0 into the favor of Retrograde. That will be very surprising. And with the morale boost and with the momentum coming in after the map of Clubhouse, I feel like, yes, they can do it. Not really sure how, but they have a chance to do it. Man, this clutch coming from the side of Sasaki, boy, oh boy, this was just insane, just insane. That particular round decided, like, this finds that Retrograde on that amount of pressure or being on match point, they can do it, man. They can, of course, do it. It doesn't matter if Kira Esports is like, maybe many guys can like say the fact that Kira Esports is throwing such and such, but Retrograde is winning those rounds. That's what it matters. They are proving themselves better after a round and after that round. It's just all that I want to say.
I agree on that, Bullet. First half itself, 7-8. It went
Kills,
all the
man.
way to overtime. Kira
It's
Esports. What exactly happened
oof.
on that second half? Well, we will never know. As we take a look at the match summary itself, 15 kills to Atharva, 15 kills to Shindra. Balanced as all things should be. And it's also the same on Retrogrades too. Shrisha and Sasaki, both of them on 12 kills. Cost 73%, 60% from Sasaki, 73% cost from Atharva. And look at the early peaks from Dark Lord. Four first kill. That is a lot. That's a lot. 8-7. Although on map number 2, Retrograde, despite them losing map number 1 on an overtime match point 8-7, doesn't mean that they're out of the game just yet, folks. On map number 2, Retrograde might come back if they win on map Oregon. And if I have to give them much more satisfaction, Decider, if I have to give an example of the previous match that we've had, Retrograde versus Phalanx, they went 7-0 on map Chalet. Do you think that it will be the same thing that might happen towards Kira, or will Kira Esports ended off on map number 2 with their own map pick, Oregon? We just be able to find that out here itself.
Not really sure. I'm not going to use that word. Not really sure. I'm just going to ban that word from my own dictionary when I'm casting Siege, because like the amount of uh, tables turned happening over here in the summer edition of the Esports Club Pro Series is just way too insane, man. Just way too insane. So I just think that yeah, it's going to be a close game, but both of the sides can definitely take on some very very good leads. But onto the map of Oregon. Even if like it's Kira Esports' own pick, Retrograde will give them a lot of cause them a lot of trouble here and there. I feel like so, because 8-7 when the team can come back on a map like Clubhouse up against Kira, so that team can also perform better on the map of Oregon up against Kira. I feel in a way. Not really sure who's gonna
The
win
map.
it because
Mhm.
yes, please go on.
No. I was just trying to continue the conversation, but yeah, go ahead, Bullet.
Yeah, I was saying ki, yeah, they can give a very tough competition to Kira Esports. Until and unless Kira Esports starts to like, okay, bus bahut ho gaya, let's build seriously. Like 1 or 2 rounds, yes, there were some unusual peaks here and there. Why you wanna two guys wanna go in onto the common beats that is not necessary on 6-3-6-4. Like you know what I mean. Like what I'm trying to say is like that was not necessary. But when you give the momentum, you have the momentum away, and competitive siege, I guess like momentum matters a lot. I don't know about like in rank or like on rank, but in competitive siege, I have seen bigger teams, just handling away the victories up onto the opponent team. So I feel in a way like Retrograde will be in a top-notch form onto the map of Oregon, but it all comes down to Kira Esports how they're gonna handle their amount of pushes, amount of some different kind of plays. It's there up to them.
Yeah. But for now, folks, in order for map number 2 to proceed in the second match, we might have to go in for a short break. So until then, go grab some popcorns, grab some H2O water. We'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere.
chase.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner Loco. Here with me as myself, Augusta, with my co-caster Bullet, and we are here for the second map of the lower bracket finals. Everything has come down to this. Map number 1 at the hands of Kira Esports as they succeeded an overtime match point 8-7 on map Clubhouse. It was a good start from Kira Esports, and then at the end it started to become a bit shaky. But they recovered it on round number
Yeah.
15 nonetheless. Map number 2 though will be a different case scenario because Kira Esports, this is their map pick, map Oregon, and also Retrograde. They don't have any problems dealing with map Oregon because when it comes to a map like Clubhouse and Oregon, both of the maps are considered to be the most played maps in the SA region. I could even say almost at the entire place. Oregon and Clubhouse is one of the comfortable maps where both of the teams and the rest, both in the competitive scene as well as the casual scene, everyone knows that map itself, Oregon and Clubhouse. But it always comes down to who will win map number 2. If it is Kira Esports, then that means that they've secured into the next spot, or else we will see deciders, which will be on Chalet, Retrograde. If they have to survive, now would be the chance.
Phew. I'm literally out of words after seeing man 8-7. Kira almost losing that out. Almost. Almost, I can just say, man. For now, we'll be jumping straight into the map of Oregon. Kira Esports will be Looking at the operator bans, let me remind you guys, 8-7 will be the victory upon the map of Clubhouse. Of course, Kira leading the overall map line score, but Kira Esports going in for the ban of Thatcher. Pretty usual bans, I would say. Not so much surprising, not so much of extents, but Retrograde banning Finca.
Target
Okay,
ban.
Shinra, you know what is this about? Shinra, do you know what is
Yep.
this about? Definitely a
Yeah, it is.
target ban, but this says a lot that we might see map number 3. Retrograde also banning Azami. I saw a lot of players coming in from the side of Retrograde only playing Azami, if I'm not wrong. Like, if we compare it to Kira. But banning on Oregon is very important because on the blue bunker, you can do a lot of play with Azami, even on the side of Freezer, even on the second floor toward the side of Attic. But boy, oh boy, good bands coming in from the side of like Retrograde. They are in here for the victory, it seems, and they want to make it up to map number 3. But before we proceed with map number 2, we'll be taking a short pause.
Pause been requested by Kira Esports at round number 1 itself. And here's the fun fact about this. In the ban phase, you've seen two different bans from
Yeah,
Retrograde. You could say it's a targeted ban to, take out Shinra, but also I just realized Sasaki also plays Finka, right? So technically,
exactly.
they don't want Finka to be played around on map Oregon because she's been powerful when it comes to meta-wise, the
Yes,
adrenal
yes.
surges, Gone 6, frag grenades, you name it, tons of utilities, tons of support, and even more so deadlier at the hands of both Shinra as well as Sasaki. And now, having a huge realization that Finka isn't available, Sasaki, he doesn't need that specific operator now, does he? He could just use any operator which has a secondary frag grenades, see whether if that cook grenades would work out. But in order for that to work out on a map like Oregon, if the site is on second floor, then maybe there's a chance for a cook grenade for Sasaki's end. Unless and until if the site's on basement laundry and supply room, this is where problem starts to arrive. Cooked nades won't work out, which means that you have to throw it directly, which means you have a lot of denials being placed at the hands of Kira Esports, both for Mai and Jaeger is present. And the first site itself
Attackers need to
has to
locate and
be
defuse as
on the
many bombs
side
as they can.
of basement laundry. No, it's on second floor, Kiss Thompson Dom's main hall. Yeah, once again,
Yeah,
although it's a targeted ban from Retrograde, they don't want Shinra to play as Finka because you've seen the way how Shinra damages people with the early peaks, right? Especially on attack, also on defense. But more likely, Retrograde wants to have an even ground, which means that Sasaki has a good other mains too. Although Sasaki doesn't play, Finka more
10
likely.
seconds
He
left
just
before
plays Finka
insertion.
mainly because of the amount of utilities and how
5
powerful
seconds
she is when it
remaining.
comes to meta wise. But he's also an expert on playing other operators too.
Attackers are
Players
moving out to
playing
locate a
like
bomb and
Iana.
defuse it.
He's a really good initial fragger who can give a lot of support towards Exter too, because Exter and Sasaki, both of them work together to see whether if they can get an opening picks or not, and that really works out well. But the ban itself clearly states that it's not also just a targeted ban. On a map like Oregon, Azami has been favorable a lot, especially on a site like Basement Laundry. You have a lot of angles that you can hold around in towards Boiler, and that's the main reason why you see Azami getting themselves banned. And Retrograde knows that they're up against Kira Esports, so they're like, you know what, we're not prepared. How about we just go with the standard lineups, the standard strategies that we all
funny.
know of? Oh, early peak, Shrisha,
I want to. Yeah,
DMR, and that too, it's to the Kebi. He'll succeed taking out Shinra. That's 4 players left at the hands of Kira.
I want to say one thing. Shinra doesn't need to be that aggressive, man. Trust me. Even if we talk about the last map, there were some unusual aggressive peaks from the side of Singapore. Montreal side of defense. It provide with the vantage point on first round, second, but from the third, getting outgunned by the side of Retrograde. So उसके बाद भी आप सेम चीज कर रहे हो तो it's more of like you are doing it more intentionally or just trying to play your luck that just might get a early flags here and there. So yeah, that was not needed. Also Dark Lord taking a lot of HP damage. You have confirmed the kill on Dark Lord. Oh boy, Retrograde taking a lot, doing a lot of damage to the side of Kira Esports. 2 boys already down. That's going to be Dark Lord and Shinago's move. For now, there will be no attack push coming in from the side of Retrograde as of now.
Attackers
But
drop the
still, a
diffuser.
good push from the side of Trophy. And that Hammer would be going in for a flank, as you can see on the counter stairs.
Magnets has already been placed, and Shrisha, wait a minute. The DMR. 3 kills already. What just happened? Kira Esports, they're starting to slowly lose a lot of players in this execute, and here comes the call. Pre-fire is being made from Zotac, and he'll succeed to take out Sasaki. But let's not forget, Shrisha is still alive. He's still kicking. Smokes being thrown around, gets caught from the Magnets. Atharv is still alive too. 2v3. There is high likely a chance that Kira Esports can win unless the quad kill from Shisha would happen. And he is hungry for that ace. 1v2. Zotac needs to clutch out a very difficult situation. Post plant is in! And here comes Shisha! Ace! SMG 12! What just happened? Shisha! My
Boy, oh boy.
goodness. What a way to start off round number 1. What a way to start off.
Lovely. What a way, man. That to a DMR popping off 4 kills. It means that the boy has got some real dope mechanical skills, man. Real, sheer, marvelous, awesome. Because, man, it's DMR in the end. You got just one bullet, and you have to like press the button yet again. And that at that time, any operator with an assault rifle SMG can outgun you at that particular time. There you have it. Good sportsmanship coming into the play, coming into our appearance. Atharv, the man himself, appreciating the players from the side of Kira Esports. Well played. And there you have it. Match would be resuming in. And Srisha yet again going for the Dokedi plays. And one thing I want to point out, it was in the end Retrograde only
Attackers need to locate
Baba
and defuse
Gusta
the bomb.
to just win that particular round on towards the side of match point without Finca pick. So banning Finca from the side of Retrograde makes a lot of sense now. A lot.
It's been highly influential for Kira's end whenever they pick Finca, right? So, yeah, I do have to agree the fact that it does happen. But what's more dangerous is that Shrisha, especially on a map like Oregon, he's bringing the Kebi not only to gain info. He has smoke grenades, which means that they would opt out for a smoke execute. Now, the main problem has to be on the attic push, and Shrisha, man, what were those shots? SMG 12?
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I just don't know what to say about that, man. Absolute, he is on point with the shots. Amazing performance from Shisha. Back again, round number 2, it will be the same yet again. The Kebi still has 2 calls. What's the best part about the Kebi is that whenever the Kebi gets a kill, she'll be able to hack the defender's camps. And when you take a look at the defensive holdouts, Melusi has a bulletproof camp, which is in fact means a huge information gain at the hands of Retrograde if they succeed in getting the early pick. Now, that actually did happen on round number 1. They had so much information just from that bulletproof cam. They didn't... It's just misinformation. I wouldn't say... I'm sorry. Not misinformation. Retrograde used defenders' own utilities against them. That's how the Kebi plays a vital part on attack. And this time, Kira Esports opting out the same side, but instead Death Armor will do all the roaming duties. It kind of feels like Retrogrades will go in for a push yet again from the same push that they did on round number 1. Kids' wall will be opened up, grenades being thrown around from Sasaki to see whether if he can succeed in taking out the Electro Claws. Will it be tricked? Yes, it does. Perfect timing. All the way from Attic. He knows that all he needs to do is just waste a lot of time, and evidently he does succeed in doing so. Atharv, a long angle, good shot. Extra is done, which means Kira Esports has the upper hand.
Yeah. Kira Esports does have the upper hand, but Shisha still alive, Sasaki, Jimmy. I wanna just oppose what you said. Not still in
Okay.
because we have seen cricket pass in the last maps which have been. And there you have it, folks. Sasaki with a very, very shot. Nice shot coming into play. Takes out Shinrago's move, makes it a 4v4. There you have it. Now you understand why I said that, Baba? Not still having it.
Mhm.
Not still.
Yep. Guess I spoke too soon. And because of
Yeah.
that, I mean, it's not because of that. Retrograde is still trying to hold their horses, but Dark Lord actually gets to pick out the important player. Srisha, the man who made the ace in the previous round, now he won't be available. And looks like Retrogrades have started to lose a lot of time. 20 seconds. The push needs to happen. They've succeeded in breaching up the wall on the second floor, kids.
15 seconds to go.
Flashbangs being thrown around to see whether if they can find a way to take it out, but it's too much. Too much to handle, that is. Dark Lord removing Nexus out of the equation will give the confirmation on the diffuser drop, and Death Armor, he wants to go aggressive. He gets the trade nonetheless. 2v1 Sasaki, what can he do? Nothing he can do from that wide stairs. Unfortunate. And that will give Kira Esports an equalizer that they want. Winning second floor kids doms, it will be 1-1 equalizer. And in round number 3, this is where Kira Esports needs to be serious about, because it's basement laundry and supply room. And if you give them the control on Blue Bunker and Boiler Room as fast as possible, then you could say that Retrograde might have things under control. And this surprising pick from Shisha, bringing in the Kebi, really shows that Retrograde has something in their pockets. And this will be a doozy one unless and until Kira Esports understands what Retrograde is trying to do in the rest of these 2 rounds.
Yeah, man, and yeah, I definitely have to agree upon that. Yes, they had in their hand, just having a little bit of fun with the casting. Babu, so just
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
So
defused
yeah,
by
round number
attackers.
3, they will be going in towards the side of basement. Yeah, laundry and basement objective. More text going on with the Mira pick. This can cause a lot of trouble for the side of Retrograde to just even get a peek and try to just push it from the side of laundry stairs, because Vortex will be, or some other guy will be definitely trying to play along that. Not really sure if someone from Kira is going to hold up Blue Bunker, because I don't see
10
smoke.
seconds left
Oh,
before
that's going to be
insertion.
Shinra actually holding in. Very much interesting. So definitely you gotta place your my magnets right. That you gotta place your ADS right. Shinra goes move. Even I would say it's just better to have a C4 pre-placed, or something like a proximity alarm, which that has it. He has a bulletproof. I guess no. I'm really sorry. That's going to be proximity alarm only for the side. I just forgot the fact that you cannot carry more than 2 secondary gadgets on 2 defenders. I'm really sorry. For now, we can see a push apparently being made towards the side of Big Tower, but still nowhere around the defenders are very much early into the map control.
At this time, we see Kira Esports be a little bit aggressive towards the mid stairs, currently playing at an off angle. And Retrograde wants to have a different approach on this execute. Dark Lord will be detected from the attack drones, which means that his location is compromised in towards the kitchen side, and Exter will be the one who has to hunt him down. And if we lose this gunfight, then it will be problematic on Kira Esports' defense. Lines of sight, proximity mine, confirmation at the hands of Shinra. And Shisha comes back yet again with brute force aggression. The trade-outs working out very much in their favor. And with him removing Shinra out of the equation, he kind of feels like Shisha knows exactly what's happening. Vortex, oh boy, deals a lot of damage. Will still stay alive. Death Armor might have an opening. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we see a lot of gunfights being traded helter-skelter.
Attackers recovered the
At this
diffuser.
point, you could see
Attackers
that
dropped the
Kira
bomb
Esports are just finding out a way, seeing whether if they can pick operators off guard, in which one of them did succeed, and that were at the hands of Death Armor. Atar knows that there is push happening from the basement laundry stairs, but do they know that the diffuser has been dropped from the freezer? They don't. They have the control on the diffuser too. Now all they have to do is just wait for the attackers to make their play. Reinforcements fully blocked from the blue bunker, which means Sasaki will be forced to push in aggressively, and that aggressiveness will get one followed up with the refrag. Death Hammer comes back. He's on point with those refrags. He's doing a really great job at holding his ground from the defense. Nexus, not a lot of utilities left, still has one air jab, can place it near the doorways or maybe at the rotate, but there's a lot of angles that they need to worry about, and that's Death Hammer once back again, which will give the victory to Team Kira Esports. Round number 3, Basement Laundry won't have any problems at all. And you could see the way how Akira Esports were playing at that moment. There was one from the freezer stairs. There was yet another one from Death Armor. Death Armor had won trade twice. Even more so, Shrisha was there. Shrisha had no idea that that Armor was still in freezer. He thought, you know what? For my, I did scare him off, which means that he'll be all the way back from boilers or maybe towards the hallway side. But little did they know, he was still saying that he was prone on freezer. And when he heard Shrisha's footsteps going all the way from White Stairs hallway, White Stairs, he decided, you know what, now is the time for me to push. And that push was rewarding for Kira Esports to be able to win like that, 2-1. Round number 4, they're back at a difficult site, meeting room slash kitchen. They've practiced a lot. Kira
Attackers need to
Esports
locate
have
and
no
defuse the
problems
bomb.
dealing with on defense. What's even more scary is that we will see Shinra bring in the dock. 3 stim pistols, which means that we might see a spawn peak. And I hope Retrograde is prepped and ready for this.
Yeah, it more of a feels like, yeah, Esports did give it the entire map. They gave it a lot of like, uh, rounds, making it to 8-7. But Kira Esports this time around, trying their level best not to get that particular morale boost. Momentum boost or that kind of like advantage towards the side of Retrograde. Just trying to suppress them as soon as possible, as more as
Attackers'
possible.
objective is to locate a bomb and
And
defuse
if they won't, like you said off camera, man, this can go anywhere around. Oh, did I just expose Baba Bush? Never mind. We're having a channel like who's gonna win. Let's try to make our prediction. So why not have it on camera, Baba? What do you think? Like as of now, if 2-1 is going on, not like this can go also 2-2. So what do you think? Like on this particular map, will it be Retrograde or Kira Esports? Pick one, my friend.
I cannot. Okay, I cannot predict. It was just an accident, Bullet. Come on. But jokes aside, Retrograde, they can win. It if they win, we might be able to see the exact same repeat like we saw on Map Clubhouse. 5-1 in the first half, and then immediately we see them come back. If I have to make a choice, all right, fine. I'll say Kira Esports can win it out. Okay, Shinra. For a moment there, I thought he was going to go in with an early spawn peak, but he won't. Instead, he'll be just holding all by himself into his meeting. And not only just that, he gets to take out Shrisha. There goes your bulletproof deployable shields, which was very important for them to go in for a smoke plant execute. And now with him not being available, he could only place one of them. They have good control on towards the attic side. But let's not forget, the players on side of Kira Esports are playing very defensively. They know what kind of execute Retrograde will do. And now it starts to daunt on them a lot. Another kill from a third. It's Jimmy off the board. And now you need to be careful on that breach. He gets one, but extra. He actually takes out his own teammate, Nexus. Just with that crossfire. Although he gets to succeed taking out a third. But for Kira Esports, it is looking promising on this map.
Promising indeed with the picks going on here and there towards their favor. Just Retrograde now definitely in a looks like a little bit of like like confused. Definitely not winning a lot of those gunfights. Was almost can get caught with that top hatch. Needs to be aware of the fact that it's going to be somewhere playing around. Something Netama coming the flank strike gets through. It's the 1v3 now. Somebody left off with the Zofia, and Netama picks up another one. There you have it, folks, making it a 4-1. Boy, can we say Kira Esports is back on track? I'm sorry.
Every time we keep saying that Kira Esports are back on track, suddenly we,
yeah.
the casters, somehow jinx it up. Like we did the same thing on Map Clubhouse, right? 5-1, and then suddenly Retrograde comes back. And don't you just love Caster's Curse Bullet? It always happens most of the time. But this time, Kira Esports, although they're looking very confident on defense, kids, dorms, laundry, meeting room, and yes, of course, this is Kira Esports' map pick. So currently, they don't have any problems regarding this issue. And for Retrograde, they lost their own map pick on Clubhouse because on round number 15, it was attack. And Kira Esports, they won second floor gym and bedroom without having any problems. And now Retrograde,
Attackers
it
need
kind
to
of
locate
feels
and
like
defuse
there is
bombs.
some problems that they need to fix. Is it because of the unpredictable pushes that they made from Death Amar's end when the site was on basement laundry and supply room? Or is it because they're getting picked off out of nowhere from uh, Shinra? Although Shinra is having a quiet round, Death Amar has been the one who's been making a lot of stops, right? 6 kills from his end. He's been playing as the alibi. Opening picks are looking very confident from his end. Shinra just got his opening pick in the
10
previous
seconds
round, which
remaining.
means on second floor kids and basement laundry might have a lot of problems from Kira's
5
end
seconds left.
because Shisha, once again, he'll be bringing out the Kebi. The calls
Attackers
and
are
now
moving out.
all
Locate the bomb
Retrograde
and
needs to
defuse it.
do is to take out at least one player off the board so that they can have a lot of information from their hands. And that information has to be with Shinra's bulletproof cams. If they have that info, although you cannot see it visually, the sound cues is exactly what Retrograde will know upon. Shisha, aggro push! Oh boy, Death Hammer is out! And just like that, Shisha has got the upper hand. Unexpected. Death Amar did not even predict it to see Shisha going aggressive like that. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the power of the DMR. All it needs is just 2 or 3 shots from the barricade to destroy all by itself. And Death Amar was like, what just happened? How are you here? The site's on second floor. You should have been on the main entrance barricade. And then Shisha decides to say, you know what? It's all a misdirection. Runouts from Shinra again. I got way too caught around from that, but Exter comes back again. Dark Lord's been gone, and now Kira Esports, they're standing on a deficit.
Definitely. Kira Esports are looking very much promising, but with the two of them, like I would say, Death Hammer being out, playing at the I would say, usual spots. Still, 1 or 2 nades can, just try to get in. Oh, what just happened, Sasaki? Hello? That just happened? Okay, okay,
The attacker's
okay.
diffuser has been dropped.
Sasaki, okay. Trying to use those nades to get that vertical kill, but right now it can be one. But oh, Vortex takes a lot of damage in though, almost getting out. Trying to go for a frag. Oh, Sasaki gets one, makes it a
Bomb
1v4.
has been located.
Atav all left in a 1v4 spot. This can be very crucial for the side of Kira Esports, but yes, it's going to be Retrograde winning the round number 5. But what was that, Sasaki? I mean, like, he saw Melusi, right, running from the side of classroom? He saw it. Baba, can you please confirm? Or either me just getting passed out with the exhaustion? Please. Tell
Here's the
me
thing. Yeah,
correctly.
here's the thing. We did. Yes, Sasaki. Yeah, Sasaki did get the kill, right? It was Death Armor. Wait, not Death Armor. It was Shinra who has the Melusi, right? Shinra was the one who brought in
Yeah,
Melusi, right?
Shinra. Yeah.
And Shinra, I believe the timing is what Shinra was surprised for, right? Because he
Like,
was speaking,
yeah.
he saw the classroom, and he decided, you know what, I'm just gonna fall back. There's nothing to do on the main entrance, and turns around.
Yeah.
Like by the time he ran back, Sasaki had such great timing that it was very much a blow to the back from the Melusi's end. So you could say that the Melusi had no idea that Sasaki was playing near the camp because he had no idea about it, right? All in
Yeah.
all, if I have to talk about Kira Esports' defensive hold, something happened to them, and that something is Shrisha. The Kebi, DMRs. How does Shrisha get away with this, man? How? Just tell me
It
out
means
loud,
like
Shrisha. Once you
when
get
they
the
land up.
time, mhm.
Mhm. Yeah.
Once Shrisha gets the time when the match comes to an end, I think I'll just go and have a talk with him and ask, why did you brought in the Kebi? Is it because of the certain strategies that you have, or do you just wanted to go just free roam? Just free roam out of nowhere. And man, Death Amar was just he did not expected that, right? Death Amar did not
Actually,
expected to see a running Shrisha with a DMR in hand. 1.5x scope gets a kill. Next thing you know, Kira Esports, they just lost 2 players.
I mean, like when they like, I'm gonna say this again. When they banned Finca, I guess it wasn't their game plan. Like overall, like we're gonna go for the KB plays, and it's up to you, Srisha, to get up. And Sasaki as well. We saw some pretty good plays coming from the side of Sasaki, like going for the nade kills, trying to just get in like some of the entry frags that are in there. So it feels like they're challenging Kira Esports pretty well. Like we said, this can go towards the side of Retrograde before we were off camera, exposing Baba Gusta right there. So yeah,
Oh no.
they can definitely do.
The amount of jinxing that we've did for the past two matches clearly shows that our prediction is not working out too well in our favor. I know
Yeah.
this. I know this. We did a lot of predictions. Some of them did went right. Some of them went pretty much accurate. If you guys are wondering which match I'm talking about, it was Kira versus Won't Stop Peaking last round. When I said that Shinra would take out Mojo in the early round, the amount of excitement that I had knowing that I got my prediction right was so good. I couldn't handle it. I just couldn't handle it. I was just so excited. And now, when I talked about all of the predictions, when I talked about Capitao, which was brought in from Shrisha, when the side defense hold from Kira Esports was at Basement Church, everything just went out the window. I thought Shisha would bring in the Capitao, but instead he did not. Now, on second half, we said that, yeah, Kira Esports might win it out. Well, guess what? Retrograde can fling back. And Shrisha is always the deciding factor here. And the main reason why I'm saying this is that the main reason why I'm saying this is because Shrisha always brings in non-meta operators, and somehow it works out for Retrograde. Somehow, like, how do you do this, Shrisha? First round, we see him bring in Dokebi when the site is on second for kids dorms. Round number 3, basement laundry and supply room. You saw him bring another operator. Round number 4, meeting room / kitchen. He brings in the Osa, although the Osa didn't work out quite well for his favor because he got picked out from Shinra's dock. But changing a lot of operators does bring in a lot of ups and downs, right? If you keep changing operators more frequently, it kind of have a lot of problems on the composition end. It even has a lot of problems when it comes to conserving yourself, when it comes to teamwork wise. All in all, you still need to remember, the more operators that you try to change, you need to ensure that you are confident with your picks. Shisha is confident because he knows what to do in a certain situation by looking at the operator's picks, by knowing what kind of objective location that they have to go through, and he always brings in utilities that could counter them directly. And it's even much more problematic for Retrograde is that no matter if you keep bringing those changes, Kira Esports will still be dominant on holding out their ground, right? Unless and until if they remove Death Armor or Dark Cloud out of the equation, or should I say, removing out the roam abilities that Kira Esports are very much fond of and powerful on a map like Oregon. You still need to understand that on a site like Second Floor Kids Doms, we've seen Team Retrograde winning that site 2 times. Now, I gotta ask Kira Esports. This is round number 6. It can be a 3-3. You could go back on basement laundry. You could go back on first floor meeting. Is this a good idea to defend second floor kids again? And looks like they will confirm it. Second floor kids dorms. Attackers repick. Blitz and Amaru has been picked. But you can still change the operators from the
Defenders,
attackers
protect your
repick
bombs
itself
from being
in the
defused by
preparation
attackers.
phase. So there will be a lot of changes being made on the operator select, knowing on what kind of placements and strategies does Kira Esports will proceed. First timer has come to an end, which means that we'll proceed to round number 6, 3-2. What will happen on the first half?
Well, it must have feel like it is going to be a very close affair because how like we saw Kira Esport just going 4-0, 5-0 on the previous map, but this time around we see 3-2 after round number 5. No, so it does make me it does give me the confidence to say that this can go pretty close even after round 8, round 9. The fact is, Kira Esports, just needs to stop giving that space to just converge in for the side of Retrograde. And Retrograde, are just doing absolute good job. And when they're having the opening, or I would say even if they are trying to just get on some early picks, or even try to play a lot of utilities, right, man? They are just being, compared to the last one, Retrograde looks pretty much confident with the plays, overall gunfights, even just when Srisha on the DMR. It's more of like this can go either way around, but if it's more like to say the fact more on 10%, 20% advantage, Kira Esports is allowing them to do that. If Kira Esports want to make it a 5-2, they can. And they have the ability to do that.
Yes, indeed. Now Kira Esports. How can you guys defend on a site like second floor kids dorms, knowing that Retrograde is so confident on winning most of their sites? Even more so, we see Srisha bring in the Dokebi back again.
Located a bomb.
Grenades being used, and we see some shufflings from Vortex's ADSs to see whether if he can catch some of the grenades, and he will succeed in doing so. One of the exothermic charge was being used to blow up the wall on second floor kids dorms, and now it's been tricked once again. They have the Kaid from a Tharv. Sasaki has already expended 2 of his frag grenades, which means that even with the flashbang being used, it's still not enough. Air jabs is placed to prevent any flanks being used from the defensive end, and I hope that Dark Cloud wouldn't get caught off, just like how Sasaki get that peek right from that early round. Death Amar knows exactly what's happening. He has control on meeting. He can roam freely as he wants to, and maybe he might get to pick out Exter or Sasaki. Drone's being shown, and here comes retaliation from Kira Esports. What a hold, what a defense. C4 and another peek to take out Jimmy, and now Nexus is still here. He's still here to pick it off one, and here comes Shinra with the shotgun. Headshot of that too to take out Srisha. That's exactly what they need to contain the situation, and looks like Kira Esports have found a turnaround, but Sasaki is still alive. He's still doing a lot of damage, even more so. Vortex, whoa, what a peek. What a peek! Nexus goes down. And Sasaki. What just happened? 1v3. He's all by himself. And Vortex. Tricking. I wouldn't say the trick. It was a juggle from the ADS. Oh boy. Takes a lot of damage. Walls hasn't been opened up. And he needs to push through the doorways itself. They have the info. Gone 6 will immediately give away the location of Sasaki's whereabouts. And now he needs to push. He's been constantly pinged, tagged, and destroyed by all 3 angles that Kira Esports had laid upon, and they will destroy the final player on the side of Retrograde. Chaos has been contained in the first half, which means it's role swap. Kira Esports, now it's their time for attack. And in attack, we need to see whether if Kira Esports can succeed, or will Retrograde come back just like they did on Map Clubhouse. They did. I mean, it's a lot to talk about. And I still have to give kudos to Vortex. The juggling of ADS. He knew that Sasaki would use the grenade to take out the Electroclaws. And what he did, he just constantly removed when the ADS was expended. He juggled it back again. And guess what happened? 2 grenades gets caught out from ADS. And the Electroclaw is still active on second floor kids. What a way for Kira Esports to adapt to the way how Retrograde proceeded with their attack coordination and found out a way to counter it. Beautiful. Job well done. Good job for Kira Esports to secure round number 6, but their job's not done yet. In round number 7, they're on attack, which means they need to win 3 more rounds on attack successfully and ensure that Retrograde wouldn't come back. And if it does, then we might see the cider map being brought out. It will be on map Chalet. So let's see how Kira Esports respond to this in round number 7.
That's the thing, man. After the first stop on the map of the clubhouse, it was all Kira Esports. We were talking about more about club. It was 5-1. After onto the map of Oregon, Retrograde looks so much strong, so much I would say, I would say confident, so much of good on overall gunfights. I know Kira Esports are on a score point lead, round score lead, but it doesn't deny the fact that now Retrograde being on the side of defense, they can also equalize the score line. Right now, talking about the operator picks, we see a third going on Nomad. We got Dark Lord playing up Ace, Yana, Gemini will coming to play. Vortex going up Flores, goes Moo. Oh, interesting. I saw Shinra picking up Monty, attacker repick coming into the play, and then he goes up on no. Interesting. Very much interesting. Sasaki being a little bit aggressive, try to go for a spawn peak, I can call it. Not a spawn peak. Time ho chuka hai. I can just call it a aggressive peak for now. Jimmy on the other side of smoke, trying to just hold off with a toxic canister, Clancy coming into play. Definitely, Retrograde just trying to just hold that objective point as strong as possible. Sure was taking a little bit of damage from the hands of Jaeger. That was Sasaki in the end. But he needs to decide if somebody just comes up with that meeting hall hatch, boy oh boy, I'm gonna be dead at that same time.
Shinra is currently at a very risky spot. He's a lot afraid of the attic hatch. He's tagged a lot of HP. He's below HP at that too. Information, Shinra. He has his eyes on the Jaeger. Now, he's just come back to the decision whether if he wants to contest the attic hatch or does he want to remove Sasaki. And taking out Sasaki would be a good idea because he's been dealing a lot of damage from his end. The first frag will be from the hands of a third nonetheless. Exter is gone. There goes your mute, which means that there's only 4 players left on the board. Now, Shinra is back again from the meeting entrance. He'll give a lot of support from the stairs. Interesting enough, there's 2 players at White Stairs itself. Not quite sure what exactly happened from his end, but Shinra might be able to get the opening. But he also knows that Sasaki is nearby. He is playing near that spot. Ooh, shot. Good shot. Headshot of that too from Nexus. Gets to remove the main important player out of the equation. Equalizer is in, and for the attackers, they lost a lot of time. 50 seconds. They have succeeded in opening up the walls, but they're still having a lot of problems deciding on that execute. Shrisha back again. Shinra goes out. So does Shrisha at the hands of Death Armor. A quick trade being made from Death Armor is exactly what it needs to hold their ground. Global shield's been destroyed. They just have to go in for the execute and ensure that the smoke gas canisters wouldn't be available. A lot of times being wasted around. It's still equalized 3-3. The trade games are working way too much at the hands of Retrograde. Now they have their advantage. Wait for them to make their move. Through the smoke comes Dark Lord. Nexus goes out. He has the diffuser in hand, and Sasaki is just holding his ground, but not too much. Death Armor knows exactly what is happening, and it's a 1v1 gunfight. It's Jimmy. 1v1. Air jabs been caught out. Not a lot of time. Death Armor needs to kill him, or else we would see Kira Esports succeed. Death Armor. 6 seconds left. Jimmy needs to sprint all the way. Death Armor might have the advantage. Jimmy doesn't have the information. Post plant. Oh no, this is huge. Death Armor, he has the opportunity. All he needs to do is just take out Jimmy. Long range is exactly what Sasaki excels at, but no! Oh, Death Armor. Death Armor, man. What a way to survive. What a way to survive. And I know I said Sasaki again, folks. I'm really sorry about that. It's in the first half, I've seen Sasaki play a lot of Iana. But yeah, it was Death Armor in the end who had to clutch a 1v2. And Jimmy, man, I just feel so bad for him. He thought that the plant would be on default. He thought it would be a default plant on second floor kids, but unfortunately it was not. And because of that, Death Armor got the chance. He even got a safe angle. And Jimmy, he wasn't at close range at that too. So, man, so unfortunate. And that will give Kira Esports the win that they need. Desperate attempt. 5-2. They're 2 rounds away of succeeding map number 2 and claiming the next spot on the lower bracket finals, where they have to go up against Team MercenarieZ and Retrograde. They're slowly losing their grasp on this map. There's still a chance. It was a close round of that too. So Kira Esports, although they did win round number 7, doesn't mean that they have higher chances of winning round number 8. So Retrograde, they can come back. But if they lose this too, then we could say that Retrograde might not have a chance. Let's not forget, Retrograde has come back on a very difficult situation. We saw that same example on map Clubhouse. So who knows, maybe it could be a repeat on map Oregon as well. So let's see what will happen here, folks, in the action phase. Round number 8. Let the games begin.
You got me. So yeah, you completely agree with that part. Like, On the last map, Retrograde came back from a very, I would say, difficult point of stage where just Kira Esports was just one round away to just end things up, and then the sheer, I would say, aggressiveness, trying to just catch Kira Esports off guard, some of those clutches, everything was just falling into the favor of it. For now, you can see the Retrograde taking the side of basement and laundry. And now Syndra goes more trying to just play the verticality. He can find Jaeger. Oh, that's why we actually Kaid to shut down Syndra. Syndra in a very bad spot. Every time I'm taking the throw, every time I'm here for the narration, I'm seeing Syndra going down first. Like, this is some kind of like a bad luck? Or what? Okay. Nonetheless, you can see the side of Maverick trying to open up the hatch. Because Kaid trick it is. The electro claw is right on there on the place. You need to open up the Maverick. Just gotta be, a little bit clear that no C4 just comes up on your face. You can see a push apparently also being made
Exactly.
from the side of Freezer. We can see, two guys pushing from the side of backstairs.
For Kira Esports, all it needs is just a simple opening. And that was just denied from Nexus's end. Unpredicted though. He just randomly pre-fired towards the attic. He knows that there's an angle. And then suddenly just get picked off like that. Beautiful nade from a third. Nexus goes out. And now here comes the utilities. Smoke grenades, explosive drones to destroy those important deployable shields. Jimmy has one. He might have placed it near the site itself. Yeah, he's been placed it near the site. They think you're gaining control from Freezer. And also from basement laundry stairs. They don't have any intentions of pushing towards blue itself. So Freezer control is exactly what Kira Esports needs to do, because there's Bamai who's been placing a lot of denials of utilities, and this has been problematic from the attacker's end. Gone 6, followed up with the grenade. Will Death Amar succeed with this nade? Kill! Oh no! But it's Atharzen's grenade that will catch off Exter. He's deep within the site, doesn't get the shot off from Jimmy. 3v2, and now Jimmy, he has the shotgun. He has the opportunity. Fake plant from Darklord to see whether if Smoke can push out all by himself. And yes, he does. Vortex will find him off. Post plant, Sasaki all by himself. 1v3. Disaster struck at the hands of Retrograde. Because it's post plant. No way to hide. Nowhere to run. Can Sasaki succeed this 1v3 clutch? Kira Esports have the most long angles, and for Sasaki, it is a huge job and an impossible task. Time's of the essence. He'll get one. Even with the information being given around, he still has a chance. 20 seconds left for him to make this clutch happen, and Sasaki doesn't have a lot of information regarding Death Thomas' whereabouts. And that will conclude round number 8. Lot of grenades being expended, and somehow those grenades will catch off 2 players. And guess whose grenade it was? It was from Atharv's. 2 grenades, 2 kills. And that was more than enough to succeed with the execute on Basement Laundry Church, which means that Kira Esports are on match point, folks. Yes, it is. 6-2. One more round to go up against MercenarieZ in the lower bracket finals. And for Retrograde, they're back in the same situation as they were in on map Clubhouse. Will we see the same repeat? Will we see the comeback from Team Retrograde? Will we see Srisha do the impossible, or Sasaki, who's been making a lot of incredible plays, 1v3 clutches while he was playing as the attack, when he was playing as the Finka? But it always comes down to this. Retrograde, they are not looking good. Even at the score line itself, 6-2. Can they succeed? They're back on Basement Laundry. Kira Esports are this close to winning this match. And Retrograde, I am guaranteed that they're not going to let that off that easily.
True, man. Like, I want to say 2 things. It was match point only when Retrograde started to make a comeback after the momentum shift towards the side of Clubhouse. In the end, it was Kira Esports to win that out, 8-7. But I don't think so. Kira Esports are, second point, I don't think so. Like, Kira Esports are going to allow this time the same mistake which they did on the map of Clubhouse. For now, site is going to be the basement yet again. Side of Retrograde. Why am I saying Retrograde? There's no Retrograde. So, yeah. The point is, The defense can be a little bit tricky when you have guys like a third, Mar, Vortex, even Shinragu's move. They are just very, very aggressive players when it comes down to the side of Era Esports. Like the amount of like individual gunfights we have seen from their side, even the clutches coming in, just way too brilliant. For now, we see a very, very, I would say, a fast approach towards the side of map control, already towards the side of second floor. Sasaki just waiting out to respond towards the side of kitchen corridor. And boy, oh boy, you gotta be safe. There's a lot of drone war going on towards the side of first floor. Actually, we might see who's the guy? Yeah, that's what is Trisha, my bad. Towards the side of PS stage to go in. Oh, it takes a little bit of pre-fire. Almost getting, taking the damage. But Sasaki, oh boy, Dark Lord has the intel that somebody just came in. He has to, just back off a little bit. Going for the hatch with the secondary hard breach. Charge towards the side of security. And also the fuse. Oh, that's actually nice. Nice straight fight. But for now, we can see a push also being hit from the side of laundry and also from the side of from the side of Peter's stairs. Trying to disable the electro core onto the side of laundry hatch. I guess they want to do an hard drop from every hatch possible. It seems like it.
Yeah, it seems like they're going to do exactly the same thing. This time trying to open up the hatch, but instead Srisha, out of nowhere, Shinra goes out. Not quite sure exactly where or when that it happened, but you get to see the yellow pings nonetheless from the defensive end. But what's more important is that Retrograde have the site under control. They're still having a lot of issues on opening up the hatches. They don't have freezer control. Even more so, they don't have baller controls too. This is concerning from Kira Esports' end. Maybe you could see Retrograde finally finding out an opening. Or is it more though, because the third comes back once again from basement laundry stairs. Nexus is out, which means pressure starts to induce around the basement laundry stairs, but not for long. Jimmy! Oh, Jimmy. Headshot. This is exactly what they wanted, but look at the information that they're getting from the attacker drones. They know exactly where two of the positionings are. C4's being tossed around, not working out from his full potential. But talk about Kira Esports. Losing a lot of time, 20 seconds, and Jimmy back again with the second frag. Dark Lord is eliminated. 2v4, Kira Esports' attack pushes are starting to fall apart, and here comes Jimmy back again with the SMG-11. 4 kills from this man right here. Although he didn't make a lot of presence in the previous round, but this round he surely did. Retrograde, they're not falling back just yet. 6-3. 3 more rounds for Retrograde to succeed on an overtime match point. To ensure to put themselves on overtime. Again, apologies. 6-3. Kira Esports. Don't tell me that history will repeat itself just like they did on Map Clubhouse.
Anything can happen, buddy. Anything can happen. And with the same amount of likes, the same history getting repeated, I have a strong feeling now Retrograde will do kind of like go on 6-4, 6-5. Not sure if they can do it 6-6, but I have a feeling like this can go 6-4, 6-5 because with the hold coming in from the side of Jimmy with that smoke play was just too very good, and how just a third got caught out. It more of a feels like a third Shinra goes move. They need to like stay alive till the end of the round. Because these are some of the players with the highest clutch potential I have seen in the last 2 maps. In the last, like, this entire map, also talking about the last map itself. So, from the side of Kira Esports, yeah, there are some open mistakes, like, very, I would say, common ones. So, where they're able to just Retrograde, just come in and get that one. Not done right. So, on the last one, there was a lot of time being wasted upon those hatches by side of Maverick. Even I can say you can make a push on the side of pillars, the backstage. You can try to get that one. That can be a little bit risky, but still, like, you can also approach blue bunker. Instead of just going out, try and wasting the time on the hatch. And you know that there's already electrocrop placed, and you cannot do anything about it if your Maverick does the job right. Still, I'm like,
Yeah.
trying to understand like
Mhm.
what can be the case of like Kira Esports just not shutting it down on this round. Like you're on the attack, you have Shinra playing so much beautiful on the last map. You have Vortex, Death Hammer, Athar. Four of these guys have just tremendous gunpowder, man. Just tremendous.
Yeah, it is. And the more you think about Retrogade's performance way back from the lower brackets, coming all the way, they're at the lower brackets. They're now up against Kira Esports, and now they're at a major disadvantage. 6-3. Air jabs, everything is placed. Sasaki all the way from big tower window to see whether if he can get an opening or not, and eventually he does.
Oh, no.
That is big, and that is a Tharp who has just gone down. This is even more problematic on the side of Kira Esports. Atharv used to do a lot of work, and now with him being gone, he wouldn't be
Bomb
there for the
located by
execute.
attackers.
Shinra is still alive though. He needs to remove Sasaki because Sasaki, he's been dealing a lot of damage towards Kira Esports attack coordination on map Oregon. And if this continues to happen, then we could see Retrograde come back. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. Shisha back again. He would still make his best share of efforts to hold his ground, but it's still not enough. Jimmy's back again. Jimmy's been doing a lot of work. It's a 2v2. It's equalized. Retrograde still has a chance. Even more so, they have the confirmation on the diffuser. This is huge. Coming in from Retrogade's end. They don't have a lot of time. Kira Esports, Shinra and Vortex. They have to think about this. Shinra could use a skeleton key. He could open up lines of sight. Sasaki's location has been compromised, but somehow he survives. And that will give more than enough confirmation on the information that Kira Esports needs to know whether if one of the players are holding out or not. And Jimmy, no! That was it! Jimmy had to win that gunfight, and now with him being lost, he needs to win it out. But no, there's still a chance. There's still a chance. 1v1. Sasaki might be able to succeed. Vortex still full on HP, but not the same. The same thing cannot be said to Sasaki. They have the information on the defuse. He had to recover this, and no! He will lose it! Vortex! Such a crucial round. Retrograde almost had it, but in the end, it was Vortex who had to clutch it out of 1v1. Crucial at that too. And Shinra, he had to remove Jimmy. And there you have it, folks. Kira Esports will proceed into the next phase, into the lower brackets finals, where they will head off and face up against Team MercenarieZ. What a performance being delivered from Retrogade's end. Bravo. Bravo for Team Retrograde. But unfortunately, their journey comes to an end. 7-3 in the second map, 8-7. A ridiculous comeback in the second half. But unfortunately, it still wasn't enough. 8-7 and 7-3. And that's the end of that. Lower brackets, both of our matches done and dusted. And with it, we have our 3 remaining teams. Only 3 remaining teams. Kira Esports, MercenarieZ, and Hunters LFO. Man oh man, does this competition gets even more fierce on the summer edition. They're fighting for the points, but unfortunately for Retrograde, they will end it off securing their 4th spot, which means that they have a total of 8 points. They won't have any changes on their positioning. They will still stay at 4th place. But the main biggest concern has to be from Kira's end because they have won it. They're now in the next phase, and now they need to figure out a way to destroy MercenarieZ. And guess what? Kira Esports are back in the same situation that they were in on the spring edition. Lower brackets, Kira Esports versus MercenarieZ. Actually, no, it was Kira Esports versus Hunters LFO. I'm really sorry about that. Some of the information was, the amount of information that I've given so much wrong on the audience's hand was very wrong. And again, I have to apologize for that. But yeah, Bullet, what do you think about this matchup, man?
Two things, man. Straight, clear and crystal clear. First, Kira Esports allowed on the first map to just capitalize on their mistakes, and Retrograde were able to just rethink, to capitalize on what Kira Esports were doing wrong. Second and most important, Kira Esports stop giving out unusual picks, especially the side of Shinra Gosmo. Not needed. On every round, it's not needed to you go in for aggressive picks, man. You already have match point advantage. You already have everything in your hand. It's not necessary. what is necessary is somebody from the side of Retrograde to go in for those aggressive pick, because they are losing shot on the rounds. They are already on, falling short. They are already on favor of getting lose out on the second map. That's the case. That's the difference between these two teams. Like the conditions on which you are in. But then the fact, like, both of our team, fought off really, really well. Even on our last matchup, going on toe to toe. But talking about this particular map on Oregon, yes, it was the Kira Esports were again, going same on the track after the match fight. After we saw 1 or 2 rounds going into the favor of Retrograde, it was about time to just Kira Esports to just stop Retrograde here and there, and they ended on 7-3 score line of map Oregon with an overall score of 2-0. Not, I will not call it a shutdown completely from on the map scoreline, because Retrograde did perform really well, especially talking about Jimmy in the last 2-3 rounds. Insane with the smoke, insane with the Kaid. I guess he was playing. I guess he was playing Kaid on the first round of defense also. Yeah, so Jimmy was doing a lot of good job when the team needed more. Someone, just step up, get those skills right, get those clutches right, even in the end game of the round itself. So brilliant plays by both of the teams, and GG, well played, Retrograde, till now. And one more thing, man, we saw finally, I would say, after a long time, someone to challenge Kira Esports, someone to challenge Mercenary, someone to challenge like teams like top three, top four teams. We finally see a team like Retrograde in Pro Series. So the goal to, just someone to come in the top three, top four is still there, but yeah, they have to like settle for a little bit less. That's the thing.
Yeah, at least look on the bright side. Retrograde will succeed their
Yeah.
fourth position. So let's take a look at the highlights once again. Reminisce the moments of Map Oregon and Kira Esports. Shrisha, man,
Srisha, boy,
what
I
what a
forgot.
what a
Yeah, Srisha.
yeah, what a way to start it off on round number one. An ace
Ace,
with
man,
the
first
Dukebi.
round.
And here's the thing, Retrograde loves doing all of this stuff, especially Shrisha, who loves changing operators midway, see whether if certain strategies would work out from their end. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not, and maybe that has to be their main weakness, right? They don't go according to books. Kira Esports does mainly. And if you see their operator picks, they don't usually change a lot. Only the players who have to roam, Death Amar, Atharv, or even more so Shinra. If he wants to be the anchor, he'll play as the anchor. If he wants to be the roamer, he'll play as the roamer. And whatever necessary operators that you have, they just go with it accordingly. They still use them as operators. And Retrograde, they are unpredictable. They always go above and beyond. They try to change their methods, see whether if there is a meta way, there's always a non-meta way to destroy their strategic executes. And they sometimes Retrograde succeeds flawlessly, and sometimes it just ended up being their demise. It has happened every single time. And Kira Esports, all they had to do was still go accordingly. Of course, they had their experience nonetheless. Map number two, Oregon. Kira Esports will gladly get that win, but I still have to give a lot towards Sasaki. Man, he's been on point, being as the clutch master on Map Clubhouse. Even more so, Sasaki has been dealt a lot of damage. And this round, though, Shinra taking out Jimmy was so influential. This had to happen if Kira Esports had to win that 1v1 gunfight up against Vortex. It was a necessary one if Kira Esports had to win it out. Or else, if they lost second floor kids doms, imagine the amount of pressure that Kira Esports had to go through. And they finally done it. 7-3. Talk about the match summary itself. Death Amar on the top of the leaderboards, 12 kills, 70% cost. And the man who had the first kill, Shrisha, 3 kills on attack. This man, Shrisha right here, Shrisha and Sasaki, they are a deadly duo. Deadly duo. Although their journey comes to an end in the summer edition, there is still a way. They're still in the game in the SA National Qualifiers. But unfortunately, when it comes to the prize pool wise, they won't be getting a lot. Especially on the grand finals, if they win this, they'll have a total of 2,500 USD, right? So
Yeah.
for Retrograde, at least they'll be happy knowing that there is a chance for them to have a spot on the SA National Qualifiers. But on the next phase, There's still a chance for Retrograde. Qualifiers will be there. It will be the same usual. But I believe they'll be a bit too sad knowing that they cannot rack a lot of points. But all in all, a decent hold, a decent start for Team Retrograde. But now they just have to bid goodbye. Results 8-7. Kira Esports 7-3. Map Oregon, the hands of Kira Esports. No longer do we get to see Map Chalet, which means that we have come to an end for this stream, folks. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And tomorrow will be the biggest question of all. Will Kira Esports succeed in removing mercenaries out, or will we see a revenge match right then and there itself? Will we get to see Hunters LFO versus mercenaries? Let's take a look at the brackets itself. And Bullet, what do you think about this?
Yeah. Oh man, Kira Esports are gonna have a one tough time to face Mercenaries, because Mercenaries coming with that defeat up to Hunters LFO, even though both of the maps were very closed in, you know, it more of a feels like, yeah. So Kira Esports, of course, there's no break, because apparently there's going to be like only like what 16 hours, 18 hours in your hand to just have rest, prepare for the match, try to rethink, what we can do. Because last time also Kira Esports, settled for fourth or third position in the last Pro Series edition. So it kind of like do or die for both of the teams. So yeah, they gotta make it count. They gotta make count like
Mhm.
uh, I literally have nothing to say, man. It's Mercenaries and up against Kira Esports. Either one of these teams are
Yeah.
gonna get things very both side, like one-sided, or something like a very closed one.
Yeah, I can understand, Bullet. I can understand. But there you have it, folks. There you have it, folks. Both of the matches have been completed, which means
Yeah,
that it's time for us to
time to
sign
say goodbye.
off. But for you guys, if you have to check about the game itself, head on. I mean, if you want to play the game of Rainbow Six Siege, why don't you check the description down below? You can get Rainbow Six Siege at half the price. Even more so, if you want to have some necessary graphic cards, you can always rely on Zotac Gaming,
Very
the
nice.
best and the top. And even more so when it comes to entertainment, we all know that Loco has it covered. So if you want to check out the recent pods, Loco is here to gather it up. But for
Yeah,
now, folks, we have to end for today's series. Hope you guys enjoyed it. This is me as Baba Gusta with my co-caster Bullet, and also our production and Janky.
Janky bye.
And we will yeah, Janky bye. And also, let's not
And
forget
also
about
our
our
observer, Mr.
observers.
Crew today.
Yeah,
Mr. Crew.
observer. How can we forget about our observer? uh, and yeah, there you have it, folks. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and we will see you guys in tomorrow. Until then, good night, take care,
Right.
and we'll see you.